Anacalypsis Godfrey Higgins 1833 Volume 1 867 pages, Volume 2 525 pages, Volume 1, Book 1, Chapter 1 Age of the World Flood Planets and Days of the Weeks. The Moon page 27 In the most early history of mankind I find all nations endeavoring to indulge a contemptible vanity, by tracing their origin to the most remote periods, and, for the gratification of this vanity, inventing fables of every description. Of this weakness they have all, in reality, been guilty. But the inhabitants of the Oriental countries occupy rather a more prominent place than those of the Western world, and I believe it will not be denied that, in the investigation of subjects connected with the first race of men, they are entitled on every account to claim a precedence. All nations have a tradition of the destruction of the world by a flood, and of the preservation of man from its effects. It appears to me that the question of the existence of the human race previous to the flood will not much interfere with my inquiries, but will, if it be admitted, only oblige me to reason upon the idea that certain facts took place before it, and that the effects arising from them were not affected by it. Page 29. Of the sayings of the wise men, there was not one, probably, more wise than that of the celebrated Know Thyself, and probably there was not one to which so little regard has been paid. It is to the want of attention to this principle that I attribute most of the absurdities with which the wise and learned, perhaps in all ages, may be reproached. Man has forgotten or been ignorant that his faculties are limited. He has failed to mark the line of demarcation, beyond which his knowledge could not extend. Instead of applying his mind to objects cognizable by his senses, he has attempted subjects above the reach of the human mind, and has lost and bewildered himself in the mazes of metaphysics. He has not known or has not attended to what has been so clearly proved by Locke, that no idea can be received except through the medium of sense. He has endeavored to form ideas without attending to this principle, and, as might be expected, he had run into the greatest absurdities, the necessary consequence of such imprudence. Page 29 are information of the historical transactions which it is supposed took place previous to the catastrophe, and its attendant flood, which destroyed the ancient world, is very small. Mons. Bailey has observed, that the famous cycle of the Neros, and the cycle of 7 days, or the week, from their peculiar circumstances, must probably have been of antediluvian invention. No persons could have invented the Neros who had not arrived at much greater perfection in astronomy than we know was the state of the most ancient of the Assyrians, Egyptians, or Greeks. The earliest of these nations supposed the year to have consisted of 360 days only, when the inventor of the Neros must have known its length to within a few seconds of time? A fact observed by Mons. Bailey to be a decisive proof that science was formally brought to perfection, and therefore, consequently, must have been afterward lost. There are indeed among the Hindus proofs innumerable that a very profound knowledge of the sciences was brought by their ancestors from the upper countries of India, the Himalaya Mountains, Tibet or Kashmir. These were, I apprehend, the first descendants of the persons who lived after the deluge, but this science has long been forgotten by their degenerate successors, the present race of Brahmins. The ancient Hindus might be acquainted with the Neros, but I think it probable that Josephus was correct in saying it is of antediluvian discovery, that is, that it was discovered previous to the time allotted for the deluge. And it is a curious circumstance that we receive this tradition from the people among whom we find the apparently antediluvian part of the book, or the first tract of the book, called Genesis, about which I shall have much more to observe in the course of this work. Page 30 Throughout all the nations of the ancient world, the planets are to be found appropriated to the days of the week, the 7-day cycle, with each day named after a planet, and universally the same day allotted to the same planet in all nations of the world, constitute the first proof, and leave no room to doubt that one system must have prevailed over the whole. Here are the origin and the reason of all judicial astrology, as well as the foundation upon which much of the hidden mythology was built. The two were closely and intimately connected. It is the object of this work to trace the steps by which, from the earliest time and small beginnings, this system grew to a vast and towering height, covering the world with gigantic monuments and beautiful temples, enabling one part of mankind, by means of the fears and ignorance of the other part, to trample in the dust. Uncivilized man is by nature the most timid of animals, and in that state the most defenseless. The storm, the thunder, the lightning, or the eclipse, fills him with terror. He is alarmed and trembles at everything which he does not understand, and that is almost everything that he sees or hears. Page 31 of the different histories of the creation, that contained in the book, or collection of books, called Genesis, has been in the western part of the world the most celebrated, and the nonsense which has been written respecting it, may fairly vie with the nonsense, a little time ago alluded to, of the ancient learned men of Greece and Rome. This book professes to commence with the history of the creation, and in our vulgar translation it says, "In the beginning God created the heavens and the earth." But I conceive for the word heavens the word planets ought to be substituted. The original for the word heavens is of great consequence. Parkhurst admits that it has the meaning of placers or disposers. In fact, it means the planets as distinguished from the fixed stars, and is the foundation, as I have said, and as we shall find, upon which all judicial astrology, and perhaps much of the hidden mythology, was built. Page 32. The following are the names of the gods allotted to each day: Sunday to the sun, Monday to the moon, Tuesday to Mars, Wednesday to Mercury, Thursday to Jupiter, Friday to Venus, and Saturday to Saturn. And it is worthy of observation, that neither Bacchus nor Hercules is among them, on which I shall have an observation to make in the future part of this work. In almost every page we shall have to make some reference to judicial astrology, which took its rise from the planetary bodies. Page 32. This doctrine respecting the moon will be thought paradoxical and absurd, and I shall be asked what I make of the goddess Isis. I reply, that it is the inconsistencies, contradictions, and manifest ignorance of the ancients respecting this goddess, which induce me to think that moon never was an object of worship in early times, and that it never became an object of adoration till comparatively modern times, when the knowledge of the ancient mysteries was lost, and not only the knowledge of the mysteries, but the knowledge of religion itself, or at least of its origin and meaning, were lost. The least attention to the treatises of Plato, Phronudus, Cicero, Porphyry, and, in short, or every one of the ancient writers on the subject of the religion, must convince any unprejudiced person that they either were all completely in the dark, or pretended to be. After the canal got to worship onions, crocodiles, and sea, no doubt the moon came in for a share of their adoration, but all the accounts of it are full of inconsistency and contradiction. For this reason I think it was of late invention, and that Isis was not originally the moon, but the mother of the gods. Many other reasons for this opinion will be given in the course of this work, when I come to treat of Isis and the moon. Book 1, Chapter 2. First God of the Ancients the Sun double nature of the deity metempsychosis and the renewal of worlds moral evil eternity of matter Buddha Genesis. I shall now proceed to shew, in a way which I think I may safely say cannot be refuted, that all the gods of antiquity resolved themselves into the solar fire, sometimes itself as God, or sometimes as emblem or shekinah of that higher principle, known by the name of the creative being or God. The opinions here alluded to are of so profound a nature, that they seem to bespeak a state of the human mind superior to anything to be met with in what we have been accustomed to consider or call ancient times. From their philosophical truth and universal reception in the world, I am strongly inclined to refer them to the authors of the Neros, or to that enlightened race, supposed by Mons Bailey to have formerly existed, and to have been saved from a great catastrophe on the Himalaya mountains. This is confirmed by an observation which the reader will make in the sequel, that these doctrines have been like all the other doctrines of antiquity, gradually corrupted, incarnated, if I may be permitted to compose a word for the occasion. Sublime philosophical truths or attributes have come clothed with bodies and converted into living creatures. Perhaps this might take its origin from a wish in those professing them to conceal them from the vulgar eye, but the cause being forgotten, all ranks in society at last came to understand them in the literal sense, their real character being lost. Or perhaps this incarnation might arise from a gradual falling away of mankind from the high state of civilization, at which it must have arrived when those doctrines were discovered, into a state of ignorance, the produce of revolutions, or perhaps merely of the great law of change which in all nature seems to be eternally in operation. Page 33. The human animal, like all other animals, is in his mode of existence very much the child of accident, circumstance, habit. As he is molded in his youth he generally continues. This is in nothing, perhaps, better exemplified than in the use of the right hand. From being carried in the right arm of his nurse, his right hand is set at liberty for action and use, while his left is at rest. The habit of using the right hand in preference to the left is thus acquired and never forgotten. A similar observation applies to the mind. Two natural causes leading men to peculiar trains or habits of thinking or using the mind may be traced all the recondite theories which we find among the early races of man. If to causes of this kind they are not to be ascribed, I should be glad to know where their origins are to be looked for. If they be not in these causes to be found, we must account for them by inventing a history of the adventures of some imagined human being, after the manner of the Greeks and many others, whose priests never had a difficulty, always having a fable ready for the amusement of their credulous votaries. Page 34. That the sun was the first object of the adoration of mankind, I apprehend, is a fact, which I shall be able to place beyond the reach of reasonable doubt. An absolute proof of this fact the circumstances of the case put it out of our power to produce. But it is supported by reason and common sense, and by the traditions of all nations, when carefully examined to their foundations. The allegorical accounts or mythoses of different countries, the inventions of an advanced state of society, inasmuch as they are really only allegorical accounts or mythoses, operate nothing against this doctrine. When, after ages of ignorance and error, man became in some degree civilized, and he turned his mind to a close contemplation of the fountain of light and life (OF the celestial fire he would observe among the earliest discoveries which he would make, that by its powerful agency all nature was called into action, that to its return in the spring season the animal and vegetable creation were indebted for their increase as well as for their existence. It is probable that for this reason chiefly the sun, in early times, was believed to be the creator, and became the first object of adoration. This seems to be only a natural effect of such a cause. After some time it would be discovered that this powerful and beneficent agent, the solar fire, was the most potent destroyer, and hence would arise the first idea of a creator and destroyer united in the same person. But such time would not elapse before it must have been observed, that the destruction caused by this powerful being was destruction only in appearance, that destruction was only reproduction in another form regeneration, that if he appeared sometimes to destroy, he constantly repaired the injury which he seemed to occasion and that, without the light and heat, everything would dwindle away into a cold, inert, unprolific mass. Thus at once, in the same being, became concentrated, the creating, the preserving, and the destroying powers, in India, Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva, in Persia, Auromazde, Mithra, and Erimanius, in Egypt, Osiris, Neith, and Typhon, in each case 3 persons and 1 god, and thus arose the Trimurti, or the celebrated Trinity. Page 37. We may venture, I think, to presume that adoration must first have arisen either from fear or admiration. In fact, from feeling. As an object of feeling, the sun instantly offered himself. The effect arising from the daily experience of his beneficence, does not seem to be of such a nature as to wear away by use, as is the case with most feelings of this kind. He obtrudes himself on our notice in every way. But what is there in the earth on which we tread, and which is nothing without the sun, which should induce the half-civilized man to suppose it an active agent (to suppose that it created itself? He would instantly see that it was, in itself, to all appearance %, 10% and an inert, dead, unprolific mass, and it must, I think, have required exertion of metaphysical subtlety, infinitely graver than my Trinity must have required, to arrive at a pantheism so completely removed from the common apprehension of the human understanding. In my original theory, everything is natural and seductive. In the other, everything is unnatural and repulsive. General, Chap. 1, page 37 of equal or nearly equal date, and almost equally disseminated throughout the world with the doctrine of the Trinity, was that of the hermaphroditic or androgynous character of the deity. Man could not help observing and meditating upon the differences of the sexes. He was conscious that he himself was the highest in rank of all creatures of which he had knowledge, and he very properly and very naturally, as far as was in his power, made God after the being of highest rank known to him, after himself. Thus it might be said, that in his own image, in idea, made he his God. But of what sex was this God? To make him neuter, supposing man to have become grammarian enough to have invented a neuter gender, was to degrade him to the rank of a stone. To make him female was evidently more analogous to the general productive and prolific characters of the author of the visible creation. To make him masculine was still more analogous to man's own person, and to his superiority over the female, the weaker vessel. But still this was attended with many objections. From a consideration of all these circumstances, an union of the two was adopted, and he was represented as being androgynous. Page 37. Of all the different attributes of the Creator, or faculties conferred by him on his creatures, there is no one so striking or so interesting to a reflecting person as that of the generative power. This is the most incomprehensible and mysterious of the powers of nature. When all the agents or accidents of every kind so interesting to the passions and feelings of man are considered, it is not wonderful that this subject should be found in some way or other to have a place among the first of the human superstitions. Thus everywhere we find it accompanying the triune God, called Trimurti or Trinity, just described, under the very significant form of the single obelisk or stone pillar, denominated the lingam or phallus, and the equally significant yoni or ptiis, the female organ of generation, sometimes single, often in conjunction. Religion de l'Antiquité, Parcruiser, Notes, Introd. p. 525 page 38. The next step after man had once convinced himself of the existence of a God would be, I think, to discover the doctrine of the immortality of the soul. Long before he arrived at this point, he must have observed, and often attempted to account for, the existence of moral evil. How to reconcile this apparent blot in the creation to the beneficence of an all-powerful Creator, would be a matter of great difficulty. He had probably recourse to the only contrivance which was open to him, a contrivance to which he seems to have been driven by a wise dispensation of Providence, the doctrine of a future state of existence, where the ills of this world would find a remedy, and the accounts of good and evil be balanced, where the good man would receive his reward, and the bad one his punishment. This seems to me to be the probable result of the contemplation of the existence of evil by the profound primeval Oriental philosophers, who first invented the doctrine of the Trinity. Other considerations would lend their assistance to produce the same result. After man had discovered the doctrine of the immortality of the soul, the metempsychosis followed the doctrine of the reproduction or regeneration by the third person of the triune God, by a very natural process. As the doctrine of the triune of God had before arisen by an easy process from the consideration by man of the qualities of the beings around him. Everywhere, throughout all nature, the law that destruction was reproduction appeared to prevail. This united to the natural fondness for immortality, of which every human being is conscious, led to the conclusion, that man, the elite of the creation, could not be accepted from the general rule, that he did but die to live again, to be regenerated. A consciousness of his own frailty gradually caused a belief, that he was regenerate in some human body or the body of some animal as a punishment for his offenses, until by repeated penances of this kind, his soul had paid the forfeit of the crimes of its first incarnation, had become purified from all stain, and in a state finally to be absorbed into the celestial influence, or united to the substance of the Creator. As it happens in every sublunary concern, the law of change corrupted these simple principles in a variety of ways, and we find the destroyer made into a demon or devil, at war with the preserver or with the Creator. Hence arose the doctrine of the two principles opposed to each other, of Oromazd and Arrhenius in perpetual war, typified by the higher and lower hemispheres of the earth, of winter and summer, of light and darkness, as we shall find developed in a variety of ways. What could be natural is to allot to the destroyer the lower hemisphere of cold and darkness, of winter, misery, and famine. What so natural is to allot to the beneficent preserver the upper hemisphere of genial warmth, of summer, happiness, and plenty. Hence came the festivals of the equinoxes and of the solstices, much of the complicated machinery of the heathen mythology, and of judicial astrology. Page 39. Moral evil is a relative term. Its correlative is moral good. Without evil there is no good. Without good there is no evil. There is no such thing known to us as good or evil per se. We have no experience of moral good or of moral evil except as relative and correlative to one another. Therefore, we are with respect to them as we are with respect to God. Page 40. Many of the early fathers of the Christians held the doctrine of the metempsychosis, which they defended on several texts of the New Testament. It was an opinion which had a very general circulation both in the East and in the West. It was held by the Pharisees or Parsees, as they ought to be called, among the Jews, and among the Christians by Origen, Chalcidius, if he were Christian, Synesius, and by the Simonians, Basilidians, Valentinians, Marcionites, and the Gnostics in general. It was held by the Chinese, and, among the most learned of the Greeks, by Plato and Pythagoras. Thus this doctrine was believed by nearly all the great and good of every religion, and of every nation and age. And though the present race has not the smallest information more than its ancestors on this subject, yet the doctrine has not now a single votary in the western part of the world. The metempsychosis was believed by the celebrated Christian apologist, Soame, perhaps the only believer in it of the moderns in the Western world. The following observations tend not only to throw light on the doctrine of the Indians, the earliest philosophers of whom we have any genuine records, but they also shew that their doctrine is identically the same as that of certain individuals of the Western philosophers, who, recorded traditions inform us, actually traveled in very remote ages to the country of the Brahmins to learn it. Pythagoras, returning from his eastern travels to Greece, taught the doctrine of the metempsychosis, and the existence of a supreme being, by whom the universe was created, and by whose providence it is preserved, that the soul of mankind are emanations of that being. Socrates, the wisest of the ancient philosophers, seems to have believed that the soul existed before the body, and that death relieves it from those seeming contrarieties to which it is subject, by its union with our material part. Plato, in conformity with the learned Hindus, asserted that God infused into matter a portion of his divine spirit, which animates and moves it, that mankind have two souls of separate and different natures? The one corruptible, the other immortal, that the latter is a portion of the divine spirit, that the mortal soul ceases to exist with the life of the body, but the divine soul, no longer clogged by its union with matter, continues its existence, either in a state of happiness or punishment, that the souls of the virtuous return, after death, into the source whence they flowed, while the souls of the wicked, after being for a certain time confined to a place destined for their reception, are sent back to earth to animate other bodies. Aristotle supposes the souls of mankind to be portions or emanations of the divine spirit, which at death quit the body, and, like a drop of water falling into the ocean, are absorbed into the divinity. Zeno, the founder of the Stoic sect, taught that throughout nature there are two eternal qualities, the one active, the other passive, that the former is a pure and subtle ether, the divine spirit, and that the latter is in itself entirely inert, until united with the active principle, that the divine spirit, acting upon matter, produces fire, air, water, earth, that the divine spirit is the efficient principle, and that all nature is moved and conducted by that. He believed also that the soul of man, being a portion the universal soul, returns after death to its first source. The opinion of the soul being an emanation of the divinity, which is believed by the Hindus, and was professed by Greeks, seems likewise to have been adopted by the early Christians. Macrobius observes, Animarum originem emanere disi ? Ello, interrect philosophens indubitati constant est fidet. Saint Justin says, the soul is incorruptible, because it emanates from God, and his disciple Montanus, the Assyrian, observes, that man having received a portion of the divinity, is immortal as God is. Such was the system of the ancient philosophers, Pythagoreans, Brahmins, and some sects of the Christians. Forbes, Orient, Mem. Volume, IIXXXIIP, 261 page 41. The oldest philosophy or mythology of which we have any certain history, is that of the Buddha of the Eastern nations, in which are to be found the various doctrines to which I have just alluded. From the metempsychosis arose the repugnance among the Taoists to the slaughter of animals. A necessary consequence of this doctrine uncorrupted and sincerely believed, from the circumstance in the first book of Genesis, or Book of Wisdom, which probably a work of the Buddhists. The slaughter of animals is prohibited or not allowed. After a time the mild doctrines of Buddha came to be changed or corrupted and superseded by those of Krishna. Hence in the second book of Genesis, or the Book of the Generations, or Regenerations of the Planetary Bodies, which is, I think, a Brahman work, they are allowed to be used for sacrifice. In the third book, or the Book of Generations, or Regenerations of the Race of Man, the atom, they are first allowed to be eaten as food. Book 1, Chapter 3 The Sun, the first object of adoration of all nations, the gods not deceased heroes, the Chinese have only one god, Hindu goddesses, toleration and change in religions, page 43 Socrates, Pythagoras, Plato, Zoroaster or Zarathustra, and c. and all those initiated in the most secret mysteries, acknowledged one supreme God, the Lord and first cause of all, and perhaps, though it can never be certainly known, those who only received the lesser mysteries, might confine their worship to the sun and the hosts of heaven. But it was only the vulgar and ignorant who bent the knee to the stone, wood, or metal idols of the gods, perhaps only a little more numerous than the images of the Christian saints. An interesting account of the mysteries of the hidden will be found in Part 2, of Volume II of Dupuis's History of All Religions, page 47. The Chinese, with all their apparent idolatry, had only one god. Speaking of the religion of the Chinese, Sir W. Jones says, of the religious opinions entertained by Confucius and his followers, we may glean a general notion from the fragments of their works, translated by Couplet. They professed a firm belief in the Supreme God, and gave a demonstration of His being and of His providence, from the exquisite beauty and perfection of the celestial bodies, and the wonderful order of nature in the whole fabric of the visible world. From this belief they deduced a system of ethics, which the philosopher sums up in a few words at the close of the Yunnan. He, says Confucius, who shall be fully persuaded the Lord of Heaven governs the universe, who shall in all things choose moderation, who shall perfectly know his own species, and so act among them, that his life and manners may conform to his knowledge of God and man, may be truly said to discharge all the duties of a sage, and to be exalted above the common herd of the human race. Dis. VII. p. 227. Marco Polo informs us, that in his time the Chinese paid their adoration to a tablet fixed against the wall in their houses, upon which was inscribed the name of the high, celestial, and supreme God, to whose honor they burnt incense, but of whom they had no image. The words, Mr. Marston says, which were on the tablets were three: Teen, Heaven; Home Teen, Supreme Heaven; and Shamtai, Sovereign Lord. Digonus tells us, that the word Teen stands indifferently for the visible heaven and the supreme deity. Marco Polo tells us, that from the God whose name was on the tablet the Chinese only petitioned for two things: sound intellect and health of body, but that they had another God, of whom they had a statue or idol called Natabai, who was the God of all terrestrial things, in fact, God, the creator of this world, inferior and subordinate to the Supreme Being, from which they petition for fine weather, or whatever else they want. A sort of mediator. Here is evidently a striking similarity to the doctrines of some of the early Christians heretics. Tom. II. p. 350. It seems pretty clear from this account, that originally, and probably at this time also, like all the ancients of the West in the midst of their degrading idolatry, they yet acknowledged one supreme God, with many subordinate agents, precisely the same as the heathens of Greece and Rome, and modern Christians, under the names of inferior gods, angels, demons, saints, and c. In fact they were deists. Page 48. In addition to the authorities which have been produced to prove the whole of the different gods of antiquity resolve themselves at last, when properly examined, into different names of the god Sol, it would be easy, if it were necessary, to produce many more from every quarter of the world. But what, it may be asked, will you do with the goddesses? The reader shall now see, and first from the learned and reverend Mr. Norris. Whoever will read the Gita with attention will perceive in that small tract the outlines of nearly all the various systems of theology of Asia, that curious and ancient doctrine of the Creator being both male and female, mentioned in a preceding page to be designated in Indian temples by a very indecent exhibition of the masculine and feminine organs of generation and union, occurs in the following passage: I am the father and mother of this world. I plant myself upon my own nature, and create again and again this assemblage of beings. I am generation and dissolution, the place where all things are deposited, and the inexhaustible seed of all nature. I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all things. In another part he more directly says, the great Brahmi is the womb of all those various forms which are conceived in every natural womb, and I am the father that soweth the seed. Page 49. Manichaeus, according to Theodoret, said, in his allegorical language, that a male virgin gave light and life to Eve, that is, created her, and the pseudo-Mercurius Trismegistus and Pimander said, that God being male and female, WN, because he is light and life, engendered by the word another intelligence, which was the creator. The male virgin, Theodoret says, was called Joel, or Yol, which Bosober thinks was El, God, and Yoha, life-making, vivifying, life-giving, or the generating God, so far my friend Beverly, but which was probably merely the %? Al, or God Iau, of which we shall treat hereafter. Again, Mr. Beverly says, in Genesis it is written, God said, let us create man after our own image and likeness. This, then, thought in strictness of language to be a male and female God, or else it would not be after the likeness proposed. The male virgin of the Arianals, is, I know, considered the same by Plato as his Aegea, or Vesta, whom he calls the soul of the body of the universe. This Hesta, by the way, is in my view a Sanskrit lady, whose name I take to have been Est, or she that is, or exists, having the same meaning as the great of the Jewish deity. A is shown in the Celtic truths to be a Sanskrit word, and I do not doubt of this her derivation. The terminal is added by the Greek idiom to denote a female, as they hated an indeclinable proper name, such as Hest or Est would have been. Extract from a letter from Mackenzie Beverly, Esquire. The at the end of the word est may be the Chaldean-emphatic article, then Vesta would be the est of the self-existent. The following extract from Sir W. Jones's dissertation on the gods of Greece and India. We must not be surprised at finding, on a close examination, that the characters of all the pagan deities, male and female, melt into each other, and at last into one or two, for it seems a well-founded opinion, that the whole crowd of gods and goddesses in ancient Roman modern versions, mean only the powers of nature, and principally those of the sun, expressed in a variety of ways, and by a multitude of fanciful names. Page 50. Thus, we see, there is in fact an end of all the multitude of the hidden gods and goddesses, so disguised in the pantheons and books of various kinds, which the priests have published from time to time to instill into the minds of their pupils that the ancient heathen philosophers and legislators were the slaves of the most degrading superstition, that they believed such nonsense as the metamorphoses described by Ovid, or the loves of Jupiter, Venus, fancy, that the rabble were the victims of a degrading superstition. I have no doubt, this was produced by the knavery of the ancient priests, and it is in order to reproduce this effect that the modern priests have misrepresented the doctrines of their predecessors. By vilifying and running down the religion of the ancients, they have thought they could persuade their votaries that their new religion was necessary for the good of mankind, a religion which, in consequence of their corruptions, has been found to be in practice much worse and more injurious to the interests of society than the old one. For, from these corruptions the Christian religion, the religion of purity and truth when uncorrupted has not brought peace but a sword. After the astrologers had parceled out the heavens into the forms of animals, and sea, and the annual path of the sun had become divided into 12 parts, each part designated by some animal, or other figure, or known emblem, it is not surprising that they should have become the objects of adoration. This Dupuis has shown, was the origin of the Arabian and Egyptian adoration of animals, birds, and sea. Hence, in the natural progress of events, the adoration of images arose among the heathens and Christians. Rel. Univ. M. Dupuis, in his first chapter, has shown that probably all nations first worshipped, as we are told the Persians did, without altars or temples, in groves and high places. After a certain number of years, in Persia, came temples and idols, with all their abuses, and these, in their turn, were changed or abolished, and the worship of the sun restored, or perhaps the worship of the sun only as emblem of the Creator. This was probably the change said to have been effected by Zoroaster. The Israelites at the Exodus had evidently run into the worship of Apis the bull, or the golden calf of Egypt, which it was the object of Moses to abolish, and in the place thereof to substitute the worship of one God (Iot, Jehovah which, in fact, was only the sun or the solar fire, yet not the sun, as creator, but as emblem of or Shekinah of the divinity. Book 1, Chapter 4 to Ancient Ethiopia's Great Black Nation in Asia The Buddha of India Negro The Arabians were Cushites. Shepherd Kings Hindus and Egyptians Syria peopled from India page 51, but I shall, in the course of this work, produce a number of extraordinary facts, which will be quite sufficient to prove, that a black race, in very early times, had more influence over the affairs of the world than has been lately suspected, and I think I shall shew, by some striking circumstances yet existing, that the effects of this influence have not entirely passed away. It was the opinion of Sir William Jones, that a great nation of blacks formerly possessed the dominion of Asia, and held the seat of empire at Sidon. These must have been the people called by Mr. Maurice Cushites or Cuthites, described in Genesis, and the opinion that they were blacks is corroborated by the translators of the Pentateuch, called the 70, constantly rendering the word Cush by Ethiopia. Of this nation we have no account, but it must have flourished after the deluge. If I succeed in collecting a sufficient number to carry conviction to an impartial mind, the empire must be allowed to have existed. The religion of Buddha, of India, is well known to have been very ancient. In the most ancient temples scattered throughout Asia, where his worship is yet continued, he is found black as jet, with a flat face, thick lips, and curly hair of the Negro. Several statues of him may be met with the East India Company. There are 2 exemplars of him brooding on the face of the deep, upon a coiled serpent. To what time are we to allot this Negro? He will be proved to have been prior to Krishna. He must have been prior to or contemporaneous with the Black Empire, supposed by Sir William Jones to have flourished at Sidon. The religion of this Negro god is found, by the ruins of his temples and other circumstances, to have been spread over an immense extent of country, even to the remotest parts of Britain, and to have been professed by devotees inconceivably numerous. Page 53 The circumstance of the translators of the Septuagint version of the Pentateuch having rendered the word Cush by the word Ethiopia, is a very decisive proof that the theory of 2 Ethiopias is well founded. Let the translators have been who they may, it is totally impossible to believe that they could be so ignorant as to suppose that the African Ethiopia could border on the Euphrates, or that the Cushites could be African Ethiopia. Page 54 Eusebius states the Ethiopians to have come and settled in Egypt, in the time of Amenophes. According to this account, as well as to the account given by Philostratus, there was no such country as Ethiopia beyond Egypt until this invasion. According to Eusebius these people came from the river Indus, and planted themselves to the south of Egypt, in the country called from them Ethiopia. The circumstances named by Eusebius that they came from the Indus, at all events, implies that they came from the east, and not from the south, and would induce a person to suspect them as having crossed the Red Sea from Arabia. In Quran, ad number 402, in Vita Apollon, Tyane, Herodotus says, that there were 2 Ethiopian nations, one in India, the other in Egypt. He derived his information from the Egyptian priests, a race of people who must have known the truth. Philostratus says, that the gymnosophists of Ethiopia, who settle near the sources of the Nile, descended from the Brahmins of India, having been driven thence for the murder of their king. This, Philostratus says, he learned from an ancient Brahmin, called Jarcus. Vita Paul, C. I. Crawford, Res. Volume, IIP, 193. Another ancient writer, Eustachius, also states, that the Ethiopians came from India. These concurring accounts can scarcely be doubted. and here may be discovered the mode and time also when great numbers of ancient rites and ceremonies might be imported from India into Egypt. Page 57. Mr. Wilsford, in his treatise on Egypt and the Nile, in the Asiatic Researches, informs us that many very ancient statues of the god Buddha in India have crisp, curly hair, with flat noses and thick lips, and adds, nor can it be reasonably doubted that a race of Negroes formerly had power and preeminence in India. This is confirmed by Mr. Maurice, who says, the figures in the Hindu caverns are of a very different character from the present race of Hindus. Their countenances are broad and full, the nose flat, and the lips, particularly the underlip, remarkably thick. Justin states that the Nations being obliged to leave their native country in the east, they settled first near the Assyrian lake, which is the Persian Gulf, and Maurice says, we find an extensive district, named Palestine, to the east of the Euphrates and Tigris. The word Palestine seems derived from Palestine, the seat of the palace or shepherds. Pali, in India, means shepherd. It is a well-known fact that our Hindu soldiers when they arrived in Egypt, in the late war, recognized the gods of their country in the ancient temples, particularly their god Krishna. The striking similarity, indeed identity, of the style of architecture and the ornaments of the ancient Egyptian and Hindu temples, Mr. Maurice has proven beyond all doubt. Page 59. In my essay on the Celtic Druids, I have shown that a great nation called Celti, of whom the Druids were the priests, spread themselves almost over the whole earth, and are to be traced in their rude gigantic monuments from India to the extremities of Britain. Who these can have been but the early individuals of the black nation of whom we have been treating I know not, and in this opinion I am not singular. The learned Maurice says, Cuthites, i.e., Celts, built the great temples in India and Britain, and excavated the caves of the former. In the learned mathematician, Reuben Burrow, has no hesitation in pronouncing Stonehenge to be a temple of the black, curly-headed Buddha. Maurice, Hist. Hind. Volume, IIP, 249, Volume 1, Book 2, Chapter 1 The Ancient Persians of the Religion of Abraham First Books of Genesis, Disingenuous Conduct in the Translatory of the Bible Abraham acknowledged more than one God Page 60 Although it may not be possible to make out a connected and complete system, yet it will be no difficult matter to shew that, one particular time, the worship of the Assyrians, Chaldeans, Persians, Babylonians, was that of one supreme God, that the sun was worshipped as an emblem only of the divinity, and that the religions of Abraham, of the children of Israel, and of these eastern nations were originally the same. Page 61 In the first verse of the first book Genesis, the Elohim, which will be proved to be the Trinity, being in the plural number, are said by wisdom to have formed, from matter previously existing, the Smim, or planetary bodies, which were believed by the Magi to be the rulers or directors of the affairs of men. This opinion I shall examine by and by. From this it is evident, that this is in fact a Persian, or still more Eastern, mythos. Again, in the first book, man and woman are created at the same time. In the second, they are created at different times. Again, in the first book, the fruit of all the trees is given to man. In the second, this is contradicted, by one tree being expressly forbidden. These are in fact two different accounts of the creation. The beginning of the 5th chapter, or 3rd tract, seems to be a repetition of the first. To connect it with the history of the flood, the world is described as being made by God, Elohim, and not as in the second by Jehovah or the God Jehovah or Jehovah Elohim. And, as in the first, the man and woman are made at one time, and not, as in the second, at different times. The account of the birth of Seth, given in the 25th verse of the 4th chapter, and the repetition of the same event in the 3rd verse of the 5th chapter, or the beginning of the 3rd tract, are a clear proof that these tracts are by different persons, or, at least, are separate and distinct works. The reason why the name Seth is given here, and not the names of any of the later Adam's children, is evidently to connect Adam with Noah and the flood, the object of 3rd tract. The permission, in the 3rd tract, to eat animals implying that it was not given before, is strictly in keeping with the denial of it in the first. The histories of the creation, both in the first and in the second book of Genesis, in the sacred books of the Persians, and in those of the Chaldeans, are evidently different versions of the same story. The Chaldeans state the world to have been created not in 6 days, but in 6 periods of time, the lengths of the periods not being fixed. The Persians, also, divided the time into 6 periods. In the second book, a very well-known account is given of the origin of evil, which is an affair most closely interwoven with every part of the Christian system, but it is in fact nothing more than an Oriental mythos, which may have been taken from the history of the Brahmins, in whose books the principal incidents are to be found, and, in order to put this matter out of doubt, it will only be necessary to turn to the plates, 2 figs, 2, 3, 4, taken from icons in the very oldest of the caves of Hindustan, excavated, as it is universally agreed, long prior to the Christian era. The reader will find the first to be the seed of the woman bruising the serpent's head, the second, the serpent biting the foot of her seed, the Hindu god Krishna, the second person of the Trinity, and the third, the Spirit of God brooding over the face of the waters. The history in Genesis is here so closely depicted that it is impossible to doubt the identity of the two. Among the Persians and all the Oriental nations it has been observed that the Creator or God was adored under a triple form (I), in fact in the form of a trinity. In India, this was Brahma, Krishna or Vishnu, and Siva. In Urshia, it was Oromazd, Mithra, and Arvamanius. In each case the Creator, the Preserver, and the Destroyer. Page 62. The fact that Abraham worshipped several gods, who were, in reality, the same as those of the Persians, namely, the Creator, Preserver, and the Destroyer, has been long asserted, and the assertion has been very unpalatable both to the Jews and many Christians, and to obviate or disguise what they could not account for, they have had recourse, in numerous instances, to the mistranslation of the original. Page 63. The doctrine of a plurality, shown above in the Pentateuch, is confirmed in the later books of the Jews. Book 2, Chapter 2 on the word Elohim or Jewish Trinity Sada Adonis. Trinity of the Rabbis meaning of the words Alanel. Page 64. Perhaps there is no word in any language which has been more written about than the word Elohim, or as modern Jews corruptly call it, Elohim, but all its difficulties are at once removed by considering it as a representation of the united Godhead, the Trinity in unity, the 3 persons in one God. Page 65. The meaning of mediator, preserver, or intervener, joined to its character of a noun of multitude, at once identifies it with the Trinity of the Gentiles. Christians will be annoyed to find their God called by the same name with that of the heathen gods, but this is only what took place when he was called $SDI, Sadi, Sadim, or plus, Adni, Adonai, or Adonis, plus, Adon, or -3, Baal, so that there is nothing unusual in this. Page 66. It seems not unlikely that by the different modes of writing the word, all, a distinction of sexes should originally have been intended to be expressed. The heathen divinities, Ashtaroth and Baal-zebub, were both called Elohim, and the Venus Aphrodite, Urania and C, were of both genders. The god Mithra, the savior, was both male and female. It appears that in these old books, God is called by names which are sometimes singular, sometimes plural, sometimes masculine, and sometimes feminine, but though he be occasionally of each gender, for he must be of the masculine or feminine gender, because the old language has no neuter, he is not called by any name which conveys the idea of goddess or a feminine nature, as separable from himself. My idea is very abstruse and difficult to explain. He is, in fact, in every case androgynous, for in no case which I have produced is a term used exclusively belonging to one sex or the other. He is never called Balz, or Astaroth, or Queen of Heaven. Many Christians no doubt, will be much alarmed and shocked at the idea of the word Ale being of the feminine gender, but why should not the Hebrew language have a feminine to the word, Al, as the English have a feminine to the word God, in goddess, or the Romans in the words Deus and Dea, and why should not God be of the feminine gender as easily as of the masculine? Who knows what gender God is? Who at this day is so foolish as to fancy that God is of any gender? We have seen that all the gods of the Gentiles were of both genders. We find God called Al, Ale, Alim, and Elim more frequently Elim than any other name. Page 67. The god Baal was both masculine and feminine, and the god of the Jews was once called Baal. The word Elim, %, has been derived from the Arabic word Allah God, by many learned men. The il, articulo emphatico Calio, of the Arabians, is evidently the al of the Chaldees or Jews. Page 68. In the first verse of Genesis the word Elim is found without any particle before it, and, therefore, thought to be literally translated God's formed. But in the second chapter of Exodus and 23rd verse, the emphatic article %e is found, and therefore it ought to be translated, that their cry came up to the gods, or the Elim. In the same manner the first verse of the third chapter ought to have the mountains of the gods, or, of the Elim, even to Horeb, instead of the mountains of God. Persons who have not given much consideration to these subjects will be apt to wonder that any people should be found to offer adoration to the evil principle, but they do not consider that, in all these recondite systems, the evil principle, or the destroyer, or lord of death, was at the same time the regenerator. He could not destroy, but to reproduce. And it was probably not till this principle began to be forgotten, that the evil being, per se, arose. For in some nations, this effect seems to have taken place. Thus Baal-zebub is in Iberno-Celtic, Baal Lord, and Zab-Death, Lord of Death, but he is also called Elim, the same as the god of the Israelites. And this is right, because he was one of the Trimurti or Trinity. If I be correct respecting the word Elim being feminine, we here see the Lord of Death of the feminine gender, but the goddess Ashtaroth or Astarte, the Eoster of the Germans, was also called Elim. Here again Elim is feminine, which shews that I am right in making Elim the plural feminine. Thus we have distinctly found Elim the creator, general, one, Elim the preserver, and Elim the destroyer, and this not by inference, but literally expressed. We have also the Apis or bull of Egypt expressly called Elim, and its plurality admitted on authority not easily disputed. Aaron says, $%, Alelik, these are thy Elim who brought thee out of the land of Egypt, *** Parkhurst, p. 221. The 26th verse of the first chapter of Genesis completely establishes the plurality of the word Elim, and then said Elim, we will man in our image according to our likeness. Page 69. On the 22nd verse of the third chapter of Genesis, my worthy and excellent old friend, Drive, A. Geddes, Vicar Apostolic of the Roman See in London, says, *low, Adam or man is become like one of us. If there be any passage in the Old Testament which countenances a plurality of persons in the Godhead, or, to speak more properly, a plurality of gods, it is this passage. He does not simply say, like us, but like one of us and $1. This can hardly be explained as we have explained %:31 let us make, and I confess it has always appeared to me to imply a plurality of gods, in some sense or other. It is well known that the Lord or Jehovah, is called in the Hebrew Scriptures, the God of gods. He is also represented as a sovereign sitting on his throne, attended by all the heavenly host. In Job called the sons of God, again he says, wherever Jehovah is present, whether on Sinai or Sin, there he is attended by 20,000 angels, of the cherubic order. When he appeared to Jacob, at Bethel, he was attended by angels, and again when he wrestled with the same patriarch, *crit, Rem, General, the 3rd, pp. 48, 49. Page 70. The God of the Jews is also known by the name of Adonai *1+, but his is nothing but the God of the Syrians, Adonis or the Sun, the worship of whom is reprobated under the name of Tammuz. In Ezekiel vi. 14, from these examples it is evident that the God of the Jews had several names, and that these were often the names of heathen gods also. All this has a strong tendency to show that the Jewish and Gentile systems were, at the bottom, the same. Why we call God masculine I know not, nor do I apprehend can any good reason be given. Surely the ancients, who described him as of both genders, or of the doubtful gender, were more reasonable. Here we see that the God of the Jews is called +, SDI, and that this SDI is the Da multimamia, who is also in other places made to be the same as the al or %, ale. Therefore, it seems to follow that the gods of the Israelites and of the Gentiles were in the originals the same, and I think by and by my reader will see evident proof that the religion of Moses was but a sect of that of the Gentiles, or, if he like it better, that the religion of the Gentiles was but a sect of the religion of Jehovah, or of Moses. Page 71. Drive, Alex, on General I. 10, says that the Kabbalists constantly added the letter Jod, being the first letter of the word due to the word Elohim for the sake of a mystery. The Rabbi BullcityTy says, it is to shew that there is a divinity in each person included in the word. This is, no doubt, part of the Kabbalah, or esoteric religion of the Jews. Maimonides says, the vulgar Jews were forbidden to read the history of the creation, for fear it should lead them into idolatry, probably for fear they should worship the Trimurti of India, of the Trinity of Persia. The fear evidently shews that the fearful persons thought there was a plurality in Genesis, Book 2, Chapter 3 Esdras and the ancient Jewish Kabbalah ? Emanations. What? Meaning of the word Bereshit ? Sephiroths and emanations continued ? Origin of time ? Planets or salmon ? Observations on the preceding sections. Page 72. As all ancient heathen nations had their mysteries or secret doctrines, which the priests carefully kept from the knowledge of the vulgar, and which they only communicated to a select number of persons whom they thought they could safely trust, and as the Jewish religion was anciently the same as the Persian, it will not be thought extraordinary that, like the Persians, it should have its secret doctrines. So we find it had its Kabbalah, which, though guarded like all ancient mysteries, with the most anxious care, and the most solemn oaths, and what is still worst, almost lost amidst the confusion of civil brawls, cannot be entirely hidden from the prying curiosity of the moderns. The doctrine here alluded to was a secret one ? More perfect, the Jews maintain, than that delivered in the Pentateuch, and they also maintain that it was given by God, on Mount Sinai, to Moses verbally and not written, and that this is the doctrine described in the 4th book of Esdras, ch. Shiv. 6, 26, and 45, thus, these words shalt thou declare, and these shalt thou hide, and when thou hast done, some things shalt thou publish, and some things shalt thou shew secretly to the wise. The highest spake, saying, the first that thou hast written publish openly, that the worthy and the unworthy may read it, but keep the 70 lest, that thou mayest deliver them only to such as be wise among the people, for in them is the spring of understanding, the fountain of wisdom. The following passage may serve, at present, as an outline of what was the general nature of the Kabbalah. The similarity, or rather the coincidence, of the Kabbalistic, Alexandrian, and Oriental philosophy, will be sufficiently evinced by briefly stating the common tenets in which these different systems agreed. They are as follow: all things are derived by emanation from one principle, and this principle is God. From him the substantial power immediately proceeds, which is the image of God, and the source of all subsequent emanations. This second principle sends forth, by the energy of emanation, other natures, which are more or less perfect, according to their different degrees of distance, in the scale of emanation, from the first source of existence, and which constitute different worlds, or order of beings, all united to the eternal power from which they proceed. Matter is nothing more than the most remote effect of the emanative energy of the deity. The material world receives its form from the immediate agency of powers far beneath the first source of being. Evil is the necessary effect of the imperfection of matter. Human souls are distant emanations from deity, and after they are liberated from their material vehicles, will return, through various stages of purification, to the fountain whence they first proceeded. Drive, Rees Encyclopedia, Art, Kabbalah. Page 73. The ancient Persians believed that the Supreme Being was surrounded with angels, or what they called eons or emanations, from the divine substance. This was also the opinion of the Manichaeans, and of almost all the Gnostic sects of Christians. Perhaps in the languages of the world no two words have been of greater importance than the first two in the book of Genesis, Bereshit, for they are properly two, not one word, and great difference of opinion has arisen, among learned men, respecting the meaning of them. Grotius renders them, when first, Simeon, before, Tertullian, in power, Rabbi BullcityTy and Castellio, in order before all, Onkelos, the Septuagint, Yohath and Ben Uziel, and the modern translators, in the beginning. But the official or accredited and admitted authority of the Jewish religion, the Jerusalem Targum, renders them by wisdom. To the celebrated and learned Bosober I am indebted for the most important discovery of the secret doctrine in this word. He says, the Jews, instead of translating Bereshit by the words in the beginning, translate it by the principle, parle principi, active and immediate of all things, God made, and see, that is to say, according to the Targum of Jerusalem, by wisdom, parla sages, God made, and see, Bosober, hist, manic, live, I, ch, I, p. 290, page 74. Bosober also informs us, Maimonides maintains, that this is the only literal and true meaning of the word, and Maimonides is generally allowed to have been one of the most learned of modern Jews. He lived in the 12th century. Bosober further says, that Chalcidius, Methodius, Origen, and Clemens Alexandrinus, a most formidable phalanx of authorities, give it this sense. Bosober gives us the expression of Clemens. This is what St. Peter says, who has very well understood this word. God has made the heaven and the earth by the principle, Diophalasia et laterdans le principi. This principle is that which is called wisdom by all the prophets. Here is evidently the doctrine of the Magi or of emanations. Page 75. According to the Jewish Kabbalah, a number of sephiroths, being emanations, issued or flowed from God (of which the chief was wisdom. In Genesis it is said, by wisdom God created or formed, and see, Picus, of Mirabila, confirms my rendering, and says, this wisdom is the Son, whether the Son or not, this evidently the first emanation, Minerva the goddess of wisdom emanating or issuing from the head of Jove, or Iau or Jehovah, as described on a Etruscan brass plate in the cabinet of antiquities at Bologna. This is known to be Etruscan, from the names being on the arms of the gods in Etruscan letters, which prove it older than the Romans, or probably than the Grecians of Homer. Culture D. Egypt. Syntag. II. Cat. V. A copy of the plate may be seen at Montfaucon. M. Basnage says, Moses Nachmanides advanced 3 sephiroths above all the rest. They have never been seen by anyone. There is not any defect in them nor any disunion. If anyone should add another to them, he would deserve death. There is, therefore, nothing but a dispute about words. You can call 3 lights what Christians call Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. That first eternal number is the Father. The wisdom by which God created the heavens is the Son, and prudence or understanding, which makes the third number of the Kabbalists, is the Christian Holy Ghost. Book V. Ch. V. Sect. V. Page 76. Wisdom was the first emanation from the divine power, the Protagonos, the beginning of all things, the Racet of Genesis, the Buddha of India, the Logos of Plato and St. John, as I shall prove. Wisdom was the beginning of creation. Wisdom was the primary, and beginning the secondary, meaning of the word. The meaning of wisdom, which the word resbor, I can scarcely doubt was, in fact, secret, sacred, and mystical. And in the course of the following work my reader will perceive, that wherever a certain mythos, which will be explained, was concerned, 2 clear and distinct meanings of the words will be found, one for the initiated, and one for the people. This is of the first importance to be remembered, that the angels are in fact emanations from the divine substance, according to the Mosaic system, as proved from Dut. XXXII. 2. Moses says, according to the Septuagint, the Lord is come from Sinai, he has appeared to us from Seir, he shineth forth from Paran with thousands of saints, and having his angels on his right hand. But Bosober *Hashun, and which Parkhurst, p. 149, in those, plus dd, confirms, that the Hebrew word, plus, asdd, which the Septuagint translates angels, means effusions, that is, emanations, from the divine substance, according to Moses and the 70 translators. Therefore, the angels were emanations from the divine substance. Thus we see here that the doctrines of the Persians and that of the Jews, and we shall see afterwards, of the Gnostics and Manichaean Christians, were in reality the same. Hist. Manic. Liv. Ix. Ch. The second. Page 78. I think the author of Genesis had more philosophy than to write about the beginning of the world. I cannot see any reason why so much anxiety should be shown, by some modern translators, to construe this word as meaning beginning. I see clearly enough why others of them should do so, and why the ancient translators did it. They had a preconceived dogma to support, their partiality to which blinded their judgment, and a philosophy they did not possess much. However, it cannot be denied that, either in a primary or secondary sense, the word means wisdom as well as beginning, and, therefore, its sense here must be gathered from the context. The two words called in the first chapter of Genesis, (esmim), the heavens, thought to be translated the planets. In that work the sun, and moon, and the earth, are said to be formed, and also separately from them the samim or planets, and afterward the stars also. Drive. Parkhurst has very properly explained the word to mean disposers. They are described in the Chaldean oracles as a septenary of living beings. By the ancients they were thought to have, under their special care, the affairs of men. Philo was of the opinion, and even Maimonides declares, that they are endued with life, knowledge, and understanding, that they acknowledge and praise their Creator. On this opinion of the nature of the planets, all judicial astrology, magic, was founded. A science, I believe, almost as generally held by the ancients, as being of a god as by the moderns. See Faber, Volume II, p. 226, page 79. Persons are apt to regard with contempt the opinion, that the planetary bodies are animated or rational beings, but let it not be forgotten that the really great Kepler believed our globe to be endowed with living faculties, that it possessed instinct and volition. And hypothesis which Mons. Patron has supported with great ingenuity. Among those who believed that the planets were intelligent beings, were Philo, Origen, and Maimonides. Vide Jameson's Cuvier, p. 45, and Nouveau Dict, d'Histoire Naturelle, Faber, Pag, Title, Volume, IP, 32, page 80. The conduct of the Christian expositors, with respect to the words, smim and doloracet, has been as unfair as possible. They have misrepresented the meaning of them in order to prevent the true astrological character of the book from being seen. But, that the first does mean disposers, the word heavens making nonsense, and the words relating to the stars, in the 16th verse, shewing that they cannot be meant, put it beyond a question. My reader may, therefore, form a pretty good judgment how much Parkhurst can be depended upon for the meaning of the second, from the striking fact that, though he has filled several columns with observations relating to the opinions of different expositors, he could not find room for the words. The opinion of the synagogue is, that the word means wisdom, or the Jerusalem Targum says it means wisdom, but it was necessary to conceal from the English reader, as already stated, the countenance it gives to judicial astrology and the doctrine of emanations. Indeed, I think the doctrine of emanations in the Jewish system cannot be denied. This Mr. Maurice unequivocally admits. The Father is the great fountain of the divinity. The Son and the Holy Spirit are emanations from that fountain. Again, the Christian Trinity is a trinity of subsistences, or persons joined by an indissoluble union. The reader will be pleased to recollect that hypostasis means subsistence, which is a Greek word. Maurice Indiana, Ant. Volume, IV, p. 49. Whatever trifling differences or incongruities may be discovered between them, the following conclusions are inevitable, viz., that the religion of Abraham and that of the Magi were in reality the same, that they both contain the doctrine of the Trinity, and that the Oriental historians who state this fact, state only what is true. Page 81. We must also recollect, that when I translate the first word of Genesis by the word wisdom, I am giving no new theory of my own, but only the orthodox exposition of the Jewish religion, as witnessed in the Jerusalem Targum, read in their synagogues, supported by the authorities of the most eminent of the Jewish rabbis, Maimonides, and c. and the most learned of the Christian fathers, Clemens, Origen, and c. All this is of importance to be remembered, because a great consequence will be deduced from this word wisdom. It was, as it were, the foundation on which a mighty structure was erected. It was by what may be called a peculiar hypostasis, denominated wisdom, that the higher principle operated when it formed the world. This is surely quite sufficient to shew its great importance an importance which we shall see demonstrated hereafter, when I treat of the celebrated Buddha of India. Book 2, Chapter 4 Why Cyrus restored the temple Melchizedek Abraham, what he was Abraham the father of the Persians Daniel Book of Esther, Persian Zoroaster variation between Persians and Israelites sacrifices religion of Zoroaster religion of Zoroaster continued Zend-Avesta, observations on the religion of Jews and Persians all ancient religions astrological page 81 from the striking similarity between the religion of Moses and that of the Persians, it is not difficult to see the reason why Cyrus, Darius, and the Persians restored the temples of Jerusalem and Gerizim, when they destroyed the temples of the idolaters in Egypt and other places, which, in fact, they did wherever they came. Shutford not only agrees with me that Abraham and the Canaanites were of the same religion, and that Melchizedek was their priest, but he also shews that Abimelech and the Philistines were at that time of the same religion. He also gives some reason to suppose that the Egyptians were the same. Book V. pp. 309, 310, Ibid. pp. 312, 313, Shutford says, Melchizedek, the king of Salem, was a priest of the Most High God, and he received and entertained Abraham as a true servant and particular favorite of that God, whose priest he himself was. Blessed, said he, be Abraham, servant of the Most High God, possessor of heaven and earth. General, Shiv, 19, Shutford, Book V. p. 310, respecting the rites or ceremonies performed by the priest, few particulars are known. It appears his votaries paid him tithes. Abraham, we have seen, paid him tithes of all the plunder which he took from the 5 kings whom he had defeated. This contribution is enforced in the religion of the ancient Persians, and also in the religious ordinances of the Jews. It is very singular that exact tenth should be found in all the 3 religions to be paid. The second of the rites of Melchizedek's religion which is known, is the offering or sacrifice of bread and wine. Page 83 There is much reason to believe this Melchizedek was the priest of the temple of Jove, Jupiter, or Io, without image, spoken of by the Greeks, to which Pythagoras and Plato are said to have resorted for study, the place where Joshua placed his unhewn stones, the mountain Carmel, probably, extended over a considerable extent of country. Horizon was probably looked on as a Mount of Carmel, as Mount Blanc is a mount of the Alps. Melchizedek could not be king of the city of Jerusalem in the time of Abraham, because it was not built. Page 85 The Persians also claim Ibrahim, i.e., Abraham, for their founder, as well as the Jews. Thus we see that according to all ancient history the Persians, the Jews, and the Arabians, are descendants of Abraham. But Abraham was not merely the founder of the Persians, but various authors assert that he was a great magician, at the head of the Magi, that is, he was at the head of the priesthood, as our king is, and as the Persian kings always were, and as the Roman emperors found it necessary to become in later days. No doubt a sound and wise policy. The standards of the tribe of the Israelites, the ornaments of the temple, the pillars Joachim and bows, the ladder with its orrery or sphere at the top of it, the Urim and Thummim, in short, the whole of the Jewish system betrays judicial astrology, or, in other words, magic, in every part. The Magi of Persia were only the order of priests. Magi in Persia, clergymen in England. There can be no doubt that judicial astrology, or the knowledge of future events by the study of the stars, was received and practiced by all the ancient Jews, Persians, and many of the Christians, particularly the Gnostics and Manichaeans. Eusebius tells us, on the authority of Eucolbus, that Abraham was an astrologer, and that he taught the science to the priests of Heliopolis or On. This was a fact universally asserted by the historians of the East. Origen was a believer in this science as qualified above, and M. Bosober observes, It is thus that he explained what Jacob says in the prayer of Joseph: "He has read in the tables of heaven all that will happen to you, and to your children." Bo sober. Hist. Manic. Liv. VCH. IP. 429. Page 85. When the Jews were carried away to Babylon, Daniel is said to have been one of the prisoners, and to have risen to a very high situation at the court of the great king, and in fact to have become almost his prime minister. Dan. the 2nd. 48. On the taking of the city, he appears to have been a principal performer. He was occupied in explaining the meaning of the writing on the wall at the very moment that the city was stormed. After the success of the Persians, we find him again in power with the new king, who was of his own sect or religion, and as bitter against idolaters as himself. We also find that the Jews were again almost immediately restored to their country. I suspect that Daniel was a Chaldee or Chaldee or Brahmin priest? A priest of the same order of which, in former times, Melchizedek had been a priest. Page 86. Perhaps in the Old Testament there is not a more curious book than that of Esther. It is the only remaining genuine specimen of the ancient chronicles of Persia. The object of putting this book into the canon of the Jews is to record, for their use, the origin of their feast of Purim. Michaelis is of the opinion, from the style of the writing and other circumstances, that the last 16 verses of this book were added at Jerusalem. This seems very probable. It is pretty clear, from this book, that the religion of Persia in the time of Ahasuerus, as he is named in Scripture, had begun to fall into idolatry, and that it was reformed by Mordecai, who slew 75,000 of the idolaters, and restored it to its former state, when it must have been in all its great features like that of the Jews, if not identically the same. No person who has carefully examined will deny, I think, that all the accounts which we have of Zoroaster are full of inconsistencies and contradictions. Plato says, he lived before him 6,000 years. Haydn Prideaux and others make him contemporary with Darius Hystaspes, or Daniel. By some he is made a Jew, Ast, Zer, or Sir. Here is the star or celestial body Sir or Sir, which we shall presently find, is, without any great violence, the celestial body, the bull or the sun. Hence we arrive at an incarnation of the deity, of the sun, or of Taurus? A renewed incarnation. This accounts for the antiquity assigned to him by Plato, and for the finding of him again under Darius Hystaspes. In short, he is a doctrine, or a doctrine taught by person. He was the founder of the Magi, who were priests of the religion of the sun, or of the being of whom the sun was the visible form or emblem. Page 87. The Persians have a sacred book, called Sofi Ibrahim, or the Book of Abraham, but which ought to be called the Book of the Wisdom of Abraham. The Jews also have a sacred book, called the Book of Moses, and the first of which, known to us under the name of Genesis, is called by them, Dalarat, or the Book of Wisdom. Page 89. Learned men have exercised great ingenuity in their endeavors to discover the origin and reason of sacrifices, a rite common to both Jews and heathens, in which they have found great difficulty. They have sought at the bottom of the well what was swimming on the surface. The origin of sacrifice was evidently a gift to the priest, or the cunning man, or the Magus or Druid, to induce him to intercede with some unknown being, to protect the timid or pardon the guilty. A trick invented by the rogues to enable them to cheat the fools. A contrivance of the idol possessing brains to live upon the labor of those without them. The sacrifice, whatever it might be in its origin, soon became a feast. See Leviathans. V. 8. Druid is a Celtic word and has the meaning of absolver from sin. At first the sacrifice was a feast between the priest and devotee, but the former very soon contrived to keep it all for himself, and it is evident from Pliny's letter to Trajan, that when there was more than the priest could consume, he sent the overplus to market for sale. Such is the account given of this disgusting practice. Very well has the Reverend Mr. Faber described it, as apparently an irrational notion struck out by a wild fanatic. An arbitrary and inexplicable mode hit upon by fanatics of propitiating the deity. As he justly says, why should that righteous man, meaning Abel, have imagined that he could please the deity, by slaying a firstling lamb, and by burning it upon an altar? What connection is there betwixt the means and the end? Abel could not have known, that God, as a merciful God, took no pleasure in the sufferings of the lamb. How, then, Are we to account for his attempting to please such a god, by what abstractedly is an act of cruelty? Asterisk, what strange beings men, in all ages, have made their gods. Asterisk see Faber, Pagan Idol. B. The second. Ch. Vi. pp. 466, 482. I cannot ascribe such things to my God. This may be well worship, but a belief is not in my power. I am obliged to believe it more probable that men may lie, that priests may be guilty of selfish fraud, than that the wise and beneficent Creator can direct such irrational, fanatical, cruel proceedings. To use Mr. Faber's words, that in later times the practice of sacrifice was very general cannot be denied, but I think a time may be perceived when it did not exist, even among the Western nations. We read that it was not always practiced at Delphi. Tradition states that in the earliest times no bloody sacrifice took place there, and among the Duists, who are the oldest religionists of whom we have any sacred traditions, and to whom the first book of Genesis probably belongs, no bloody sacrifices ever prevailed. With Krishna, Hercules, and the worshippers of the sun in Aries, they probably arose. The second book of Genesis came from the West. No doubt the practice took its rise in the western part of the world, after the sun entered Aries, even among the followers of the Tauric worship, and was carried to a frightful extent. But the prevalence of the practice, as stated by Mr. Faber, is exaggerated. It never was practiced by the followers of Buddha, though they have constituted, perhaps, a majority of the inhabitants of the world. Page 91. How many Zoroasters there were, or whether more than one, it is difficult to determine, but one of them was thought by Hyde, as we have already shewn, to have lived in the time of Darius Hystaspes. The following is Dean Prideaux's account of the religion of Zoroaster. The chief reformation which he made in the Magian religion was in the first principle of it. For whereas before they had held the being of two first causes, the first light, or the good God, who was the author of all good, and the other darkness, or the evil God, who was the author of all evil, and that of the mixture of those two, as they were in a continued struggle with each other, all things were made, he introduced a principle superior to them both, one supreme God who created both light and darkness, and out of these two, according to the alone pleasure of his own will, made all things else that are, according to what is said in the 45th chapter of Isaiah, verse 5-7. In sum, his doctrine, as to this particular, was, that there was one supreme being, independent and self-existing from all eternity, that under him there were two angels, one the angel of light, who is the director of all good, and the other the angel of darkness, who is the director of all evil, and that these two, out of the mixture of light and darkness, made all things that are, and that they are in a perpetual struggle with each other, and that where the angel of light prevails, there the most is good, and where the angel of darkness prevails, there the most is evil, that this struggle shall continue to the end of the world, that there shall be a general resurrection, and a day of judgment, wherein just retribution shall be rendered to all according to their works, after which, the angel of darkness and his disciples shall go into a world of their own, where they shall suffer in everlasting darkness the punishment of their evil deeds, and the angel of light, and his disciples, shall also go into a world of their own, where they shall receive in everlasting light the reward due unto their good deeds, and that after this they shall remain separated forever, and light and darkness be no more mixed together to all eternity. And all this the remainder of that sect which is now in Persia and India, do, without any variation, after so many ages, still hold even to this day. And how consonant this is to the truth is plain enough to be understood without a comment. And whereas he taught that God originally created the good angel only, and that the other followed only by the defect of good, this plainly shews, that he was not unacquainted with the revolt of the fallen angels, and that the entrance of evil into the world that way, but had been thoroughly instructed how that God at first created all his angels good, as he also did man, and that they that are now evil became such wholly through their own fault, in falling from the state which God first placed them in. All which plainly shews the author of this doctrine to have been well versed in the sacred writing of the Jewish religion, out of which it manifestly appears to have been taken. Perid. Con. Part 1. Lib. IV. p. 267. 8vo. It is said that Zoroaster pretended to have been taken up into heaven, and to have heard God speak from the midst of a flame of fire, that, therefore, fire is truest Shekinah of the divine presence, and that the sun is the most perfect fire ? For which reason he ordered them to direct their worship towards the sun, which they called Mithra. He pretended to have brought fire from heaven along with him, which was never permitted to go out. It was fed with clean wood, and it was deemed a crime to blow upon it, or to rekindle it except from the sun or the sacred fire in some other temple. Thus the Jews had their Shekinah or sacred fire in which God dwelt, and which came down from heaven upon their altar of burnt offerings, and Nadab and Abihu were punished with death for offering incense to God with other fire. The Jews used clean peeled wood for the fire, and, like the Persians, would not permit it to be blown upon with the mouth. Page 93. Zoroaster retired to a cavern where he wrote his book, and which was ornamented on the roof with the constellations and the signs of the zodiac, whence came the custom among his followers of retiring to caves which they called Mithriatic caves, to perform their devotions, in which the mysteries of their religion were performed. Many of these caves of stupendous size and magnificence exist at this day in the neighborhood of Balck, and in different parts of Upper India and Persia. They had several orders of priests like our parochial priests and bishops, and at the head of them an archimagus or archpriest, the same as the Pope or the High Priest of the Jews. The word magus, in the Persian language, only means priest, and they did not forget that most useful Jewish rite, the taking of tithes and oblations. At stated times the priests read part of their sacred writings to the people. The priests were all of the same family or tribe, as among the Jews. Page 94. The religion of Persia became corrupted, and so did the Christian. Zoroaster reformed one, Luther, c. the other. The religion of Abraham was that of the Persians, and whether he were a real or a fictitious personage, a matter of doubt. Both the religions must have been derived from the same source. If Abraham really did live, then the evidence both Jewish and Persian shows that he was the founder of both nations. If he were an allegorical personage, the similarity of the religions shows them to have had the same origin. Page 95. The difference between the religion of Moses and that of the surrounding nations consisted merely of this: the latter had become corrupted by the priests, who had set up images in allegorical representation of the heavenly bodies or zodiacal signs, which in long periods of time the people came to consider as representations of real deities. The true and secret meaning of these emblems, the priests, that is the initiated, took the greatest pains to keep from the people. The king and priest were generally united in the same person, and when it was otherwise, the former was generally the mere tool and slave of the latter. But in either case, the sole object of the initiated was, as it yet is, to keep the people in a state of debasement, that they might be more easily ruled. This did the Magi in ancient, and thus do the chief priests in modern times wallow in wealth on the labor of the rest of mankind. The priests in almost all ages have found that the more gloomy and horrible a religion is, the better it has suited their purpose. We have this account of the state of the religion, not only from the history of the Jews, but from that of the Gentiles. Therefore it can scarcely be disputed. Every ancient religion, without exception, had cabal or secret doctrine, and the same fate attended them all. In order that they might not be revealed or discovered, they were not written, but only handed down by tradition. And in the revolutions of centuries and the violent convulsions of empires they were forgotten. Scraps of the old traditions were then collected, and mixed with new inventions of the priests, having the double object in view, of ruling people and of concealing their own ignorance. Page 96. The 12 signs of the zodiac for the standards of the 12 tribes of Israel. The scorpion or typhon, the devil or emblem of destruction, being changed for the eagle by the tribe of Dan, to whom it was allotted. The ark, an exact copy of the Ark of Osiris, set afloat in the Nile every year, and supposed to sail to Byblos, in Palestine. The pillars Joachim and Bose, the festival of the Passover at the vernal equinox, an exact copy of the Egyptian festival at the same time. Almost all the ornaments of the temple, altar, priest, and sea, all these clearly astrological. Book 2. Chapter 5. Character of the Old Testament ? Nature of the allegory in Genesis. Page 96. What in the result is the truth respecting the Old Testament? It is the produce of deep learning and profound wisdom, hidden under the veil of allegory. or is it mere literal history of transactions of past events, as believed by the Christians and modern Jews? It is probably both, a collection of tracts mixed up with traditions, histories or rumors of events, collected together by the priests of an ignorant, uncivilized race of shepherds, intermixed also with the allegories and fictions in which the ancient philosophers of the eastern nations veiled their learning from the eyes of the vulgar. The Pentateuch is evidently a collection of different mythological histories of the creation, and of the transactions of Moses, the chief of a tribe of wandering Arabs, who was believed to have brought his tribe from the borders of Egypt and to have conquered Palestine, and there is little doubt that it contains a considerable portion of truth. The treatises in the Pentateuch are put together, or connected with one another, in so very awkward and unskilful a manner, that they would have passed as the work of one person with none but such uncivilized barbarians as the Jews, if they had related to any of the common concerns of life, and where the reasoning faculty of the human mind could be brought into fair action. But in matters connected with religion this has never been done, and never will be done. Reason has nothing to do with the religion of the generality of mankind. Page 97. That many parts of the books of the Jews are allegorical, cannot be for a moment doubted, and, as was said before, no doubt the true knowledge of these allegories constituted their first Kabbalah, and the learning of their priests. But as they are made up of loose, unconnected accounts, very often different accounts of the same history or allegory, it is not possible that any complete and regular system should be made of them. For instance, Genesis contains two histories of the creation, Deuteronomy a history of the promulgation of the law by Moses, different from that given in Exodus, which was evidently written by a different author from that of Genesis. But as far as concerns the generality or industrious class of the Jews and modern Christians, they are taken literally, in the sense they were and are yet received. Whether the later Jewish collectors of them into one code understood the allegorical meaning of any of them, remains doubtful. Probably they might be in part, but it is equally, if not more, probable, that they would care very little whether they understood them or not, so long as they assisted them in establishing their temple, their tithes, and their order. Perhaps after these objects were secured, they would amuse themselves in their leisure hours, like our own priests and bishops, in endeavoring by explanations to make order out of disorder, sense out of nonsense. Hence arose their modern Kabbalah, and as they were generally men of the meanest capacities, though perhaps men understanding several languages, the modern Kabbalah is just what might be expected. M. Dupuis, in the first chapter of his third volume, has made many curious observations on the book of Genesis, tending to prove that it was an allegory descriptive of the mythology of the Oriental nations in the neighborhood of Palestine. That as was allegorical was held by the most learned of the ancient fathers of the Church, such as Clemens Alexandrinus and Origen, as it had been by the most learned of the Jews, such as Philo, Josephus, and c. So that its allegorical nature may perhaps be safely assumed, notwithstanding the nonsense of modern devotees. Page 98. The following extract from the work of Maimonides, called Mor Nevushim, * exhibits a fair example of the policy of the ancient philosophers, taken to the letter. This work, Genesis, gives the most absurd and extravagant ideas of the divinity. Whoever shall find the true sense of it ought to take care not to divulge it. This is a maxim which all our sages repeat to us, and above all respecting the meaning of the work of the 6 days. If a person should discover the meaning of it, either by himself or with the aid of another, then he ought to be silent, or if he speak of it, he ought to speak of it obscurely, and in an enigmatical manner as I do myself, leaving the rest to be guessed by those who can understand me. * Pars. II. Cap. XXIX. Dupuis. Certus Les Cults. Volume. III. p. 9. 40. To admit the accounts of Genesis to be literal, would be to admit facts directly contrary to the moral attributes of God. Fanatical as the ancient fathers were, their fanaticism had not blinded them, as it has blinded the moderns, so far as to admit this. But the story of the Garden of Eden, the trees of knowledge and of life, the talking serpent, and the sin of Adam and Eve were allegorical. Redemption from the atonement from the consequences of his allegorical fall could not but be equally allegorical. This, it is evident, instantly overthrows the whole of the present orthodox or fashionable scheme of the atonement question. A doctrine not known in the early ages of the religion, but picked up in the same quarter whence several doctrines of modern Christianity will be found to have been derived. In reasoning from cause and effect, this seems to be a necessary consequence. From this difficulty arose a great mass of contradictions and absurdities. It is impossible to deny that it has always been a part of modern corrupt Christian religion, that an evil spirit rebelled against God, and that he, having drawn other beings of his own description into the same evil course, was, for his conduct, expelled along with them from heaven, into a place of darkness and intense torment. This nonsense, which is no part of the religion of Jesus the Nazarite, came from the same quarter as the atonement. We shall find them both in India. It is quite impossible that the doctrine of the fallen angels can be taken from the Pentateuch, for not a word of a kind is to met with there, but it is the identical doctrine of the Brahmins and late Magi. The devil is the Mahasur of the Brahmins, and the Ahriman of the Magi. The fallen angels are the Andra and Dudas of the Brahmins, and the Dauzak and Dus of the Magi. The vulgar Jews and Christians, finding the story of the serpent, did not know how to account for it, and in consequence went to the Persians for an explanation. They could not have gone to a better place, for the second book of Genesis, with its serpent biting the foot of the woman's seed, is nothing but a part of a Hindu-Persian history, of which the story of the fallen angels, and see, is a continuation. Volume 1, Book 3, Chapter 1, Orphic and Mithridatic Trinity, similar to that of the Christians? Sir William Jones on the religion of the Persians? Persian Oromazds, Mithra, Aramanius? Opinions of Herodotus, Porphyry, Strabo, Julian, on the above? Hyde and Bosober respecting times of Pythagoras and Zoroaster? Followers of Zoroaster, not yet extinct, worship fire? The Vedas describe the Persian religion to have come from Upper India? Maurice on the Hindu Trinity, page 100. In contemplating the different, and often contradictory, circumstances of the religion of the ancient Persians, it is impossible not to observe the striking similarity both of its doctrine, and discipline or practices, to those of their eastern neighbors of India, on one side, and their western neighbors, the Christians of Europe, on the other. That religion appears to have been a connecting link in the chain, and probably in this point of view it will be regarded by every unprejudiced person, when all the circumstances relating to it are taken into consideration. Like almost all the ancient systems of theology, its origin is lost in the most remote antiquity. Its foundation is generally attributed to a sage of the name of Zoroaster, but in order to reconcile the accounts given of him with anything like consistency, or with one another, several persons of this name must be supposed to have lived. Page 101. Treating of the religion of Persia, Sir William Jones says, the primeval religion of Iran, if we may rely on the authorities adduced by Mohseni Fani, was that which Newton calls the oldest, and it may justly be called the noblest, of all religions. A firm belief that one supreme God made the world by his power, and continually governed it by his providence. A pious fear, love, and adoration of him, and due reverence for parents and aged persons, a fraternal affection for the whole human species, and a compassionate tenderness even for the brute creation. Sir E. Jones on the Persians, Dis. Vi. p. 197. However bigoted my Christian reader may be, he will hardly deny that there is here the picture of a beautiful religion. The first dogma of the religion of Zoroaster clearly was the existence of one supreme, omnipotent God. In this it not only coincides with the Hindu and the Christians, but with all other religions. In this, therefore, there is not anything particular, but on further inquiry it appears that this great first cause, called Ormazd or Oromazds, was a being like the gods of the Hindus and of the Christians, consisting of three persons, the triplicate deity of the Hindus of three persons and one God, Brahma the creator, Vishnu or Krishna, of whom I shall soon treat, the savior or preserver, and Siva the destroyer. And yet this was all one God, in his different capacities. In the same manner the supreme God of the Persians consisted of three persons, Oromazd the creator, Mithra the savior, mediator, or preserver, and Ahriman the destroyer. The Christians had also their gods, consisting of three persons and one God, the Father, Son and Holy Ghost. Celis informs us, Oromazd and Mithras were frequently used by the Magi for the Tachyon, or whole deity in general, and Plethro adds a third, called Aramanius, which is confirmed by Plutarch, who says that Zoroaster made a threefold distribution of things, and that he assigned the first and highest rank of them to Oromazds, who, in the oracles, is called the father, the lowest is Ahrimans, and the middle to Mithras, who, in the same oracles, is called the second mind. Whereupon he observes how great an agreement there was betwixt the Zoroastrian and the Platonic Trinity, they differing in a manner only in words. Cutworth, Book I, ch. IV, p. 289, and indeed, from that which Plutarch affirms, that the Persians, from their god Mithras, called any mediator, or middle betwixt two, Mithras, it may be more reasonably concluded, that Mithras, according to the Persian theology, was properly the middle hypostasis, of that triplasian, or triplicated deity of theirs, than he should be a middle, self-existent god, or mediator, betwixt two adversary gods, unmade, one good, and the other evil, as Plutarch would suppose. If it were now needful, we might make it still further evident that Zoroaster, notwithstanding the multitude of gods worshipped by him, was an asserter of one supreme. From his own description of God, extant in Eusebius, God is the first incorruptible, eternal, indivisible, most unlike to everything, the head or leader of all good, unbribable, the best of the good, the wisest of the wise. He is also the father of law and justice, self-taught, perfect, and the only inventor of the natural holy. Eusebius tells us that the Zoroastrian description of God was contained verbatim in a book, entitled A Holy Collection of the Persian Monuments, as also, that Ustanes, himself a famous magician and admirer of Zoroaster, had recorded the very same of him in his Octertuton, *ib. p. 290, ib. p. 293, page 102. Porphyry, in his treatise, De Antironymphrum, says, wherefore, from the authority of Eubulus, we may well conclude also, that notwithstanding the sun was generally worshipped by the Persians as a god, yet Zoroaster and the ancient Magi, who were best initiated in Mithritic mysteries, asserted another deity, superior to the sun, for the true Mithras, such as was the maker and father of all things, or of the whole world, whereof the sun is a part. However, they also looked upon the sun as the most lively image of the deity in which it was worshipped by them, as they likewise worshipped the same deity symbolically in fire, as Maximus Tyrius informeth us, agreeable to which is that in the magic oracles, all things are the offsprings of one fire, that is, of one supreme deity, and Julian, the emperor, was such a devout sun worshipper as this, who acknowledged, besides the sun, another incorporeal deity, transcendent to it. The first kind of things, according to Zoroaster, is eternal, the supreme God. In the first place, saith Eusebius, they conceive that God the Father and King ought to be ranked. This the Delphian oracle, cited by Porphyrius, confirms. Chaldees and Jews wise only, worshipping purely a self-begotten God and King. This is that principle of which the author of the Chaldaic summary saith, they conceive there is one principle of all things, and declare that is one and good, God, as Pythagoras learnt of the Magi, who termed him Oromazds. In his body resembles light, in his soul truth. Page 103. Sir W. Jones informs us that the letters Maya in the Persian language denote the sun, and he also informs us that the letters Mihira denote the sun in the Hindu language. Now it is pretty clear that these two words are precisely the same, and are in fact nothing but the word Mithra, the sun. No one can doubt that the doctrines of Pythagoras and those of Zoroaster, as maintained when the former was at Babylon after its conquest by Cyrus, were, as it has been already remarked, the same or nearly so. Nor can anyone doubt that Pythagoras was either the fellow laborer and assistant of Zoroaster, or a pupil of his school. Page 103. Manes lived long after both of them, and if it should be contended that he differed from them in any very abstruse speculative point, this will not be admitted as a proof that he did not draw his doctrine from their fountain, when it is known that it came from the east of the Euphrates, and when it is evidently the same in almost every other particular. The Persian Magi have always denied that they worshipped fire in any other sense than as an emblem of the Supreme Being, but it is extremely difficult to ascertain the exact truth, and the difficulty is increased by the circumstances that most ancient philosophers, and, in fact, almost all the early Christian fathers held the opinion that God consisted of a subtile, ethereal, igneous fluid, which pervades all nature. That God was fire. All the Oriental and Grecian writers agree in ascribing to the Persians the worship of one supreme God. They only differ as to the time when this first began to take place. Mr. Maurice says, but it is now necessary that we should once more direct our attention towards Persia. The profound reverence, before noticed, to have been equally entertained by the Magi of Persia and the Brahmins of India, for the solar orb and for fire, forms a most striking and prominent feature of resemblance between the religion of Zoroaster and that of Brahma. Page 105. The Vedas are 4 very voluminous books, which contain the code of laws of Brahma. Mr. Dow supposes them to have been written 4,887 years before the year 1769. 3118 B.C. Close square bracket. Sir W. Jones informs us that the principal worship inculcated in them is that of the solar fire, and, in the discourse on the literature of the Hindus, he acquaints us that the author of the Devastant describes a race of old Persian sages, who appear, from the whole of this account, to have been Hindus, that the Book of Menu, said to be written in a celestial dialect, and alluded to by the author, means the Vedas, written in the Devanagari character, and that as Zarathustra was only a reformer, in India may be discovered the true source of the Persian religion. This is rendered extremely probable by the wonderful similarity of the caves, as well as the doctrines, of the two countries. The principal temple of the Magi in the time of Darius Hystaspes was at Balch, the capital of Bactria, the most eastern province of Persia, situated on the northwest frontiers of India and very near to where the religion of Brahma is yet in its greatest purity, and where the most ancient and famous temples and caverns of the Hindus were situated. Ajit. Res. Volume. IP. 349. Mr. Maurice says, of exquisite workmanship, and of stupendous antiquity. Antiquity to which neither the page of history nor human traditions can ascend. That magnificent piece of sculpture so often alluded to in the cavern of Elephanta decidedly establishes the solemn fact, that, from the remotest eras, the Indian nations have adored a triune deity. There the traveler with awe and astonishment beholds, carved out of the solid rock, in the most conspicuous part of the most ancient and venerable temple of the world, a bust, expanding in breadth near 20 feet, and no less than 18 feet in altitude, by which amazing proportion, as well as its gorgeous decorations, it is known to be the image of the grand presiding deity of that hallowed retreat. He beholds, I say, a bust composed of 3 heads united to one body, adorned with the oldest symbols of the Indian theology, and thus expressly fabricated, according to the unanimous confession of the sacred sacerdotal tribe of India, to indicate the Creator, the Preserver, and the Regenerator of mankind. Maurice Indiana, Ant. Volume. IV. P. 736. To destroy, according to the Vedantas of India and Sufis of Persia, that is, the Sufi or wise men of Persia, is only to regenerate or reproduce in another form, and in this doctrine they are supported by many philosophers of our European schools. We may safely affirm that we have no experience of the actual destruction, the annihilation of any substance whatever. On this account it is that Mahadeva of India, the destroyer, is always said to preside over generation, as represented riding upon a bull, the emblem of the sun, when the vernal equinox took place in that sign, and when he triumphed in his youthful strength over the powers of hell and darkness, and near him generally stands the gigantic lingam Orpheus, the emblem of the creative power. From this Indian deity came, through the medium of Egypt and Persia, the Grecian mythos of Jupiter Genitor, with the bull of Europa, and his extraordinary title of Lapis? A title probably given to him on account of the stone pillar with which his statue is mostly accompanied, and the object of which is generally rendered unquestionable by the peculiar form of its summit or upper part. In India and Europe this god is represented as holding his court on the top of lofty mountains. In India they are called mountains of the moon or Chandrasitra. In the western countries Olympuses. He is called Trilochan and has 3 eyes. Pausanias tells us that Zeus was called Triophalmos, and that, previous to the taking of Troy, he was represented with 3 eyes. As Mr. Forbes * says, the identity of the two gods falls a little short of being demonstrated. Mem. Orion. Volume. III. Ch. XXXV. p. 444. In the Museum of the Asiatic Society is an Indian painting of a Krishna seated on a lotus with three eyes? Emblems of the Trinity. Book 3, Chapter 2. The word Om? Imphi. Imphilos? Olympus. Ammon. Delphi. Digression concerning the word On? Subject of Ammon renewed? Ham the son of Noah, and Ammon the son of Ares? Nebar on the Ombrisi of Italy. Several remarkable synonyms? On the spirit or Ra, the dove? Priestley's opinion? Subject of the Persian and Hindu Trinity resumed. Page 106. Mr. Hastings, one of the most early and liberal patrons of Sanskrit literature in India, in a letter to Nathaniel Smith, Esquire, has remarked how accurately many of the leading principles of the pure, unadulterated doctrines of Brahma correspond with those of the Christian system. In the Gita, one of the most ancient of the Hindu books, indeed, some passages, surprisingly consonant, occur concerning the sublime nature and attributes of God, as well as concerning the properties and function of the soul. Thus, where the deity, in the form of Krishna, addresses Arjuna, I am the creator of all things, and all things proceed from me, I am the beginning, the middle, and the end of all things, I am time, I am all grasping death, and I am the resurrection, I am the mystic figure Om, I am generation and dissolution. Arjuna in pious ecstasy exclaims, reverence, reverence, be unto thee, 1,000 times repeated, again and again reverence, O thou who art all in all, infinite in thy power and glory, thou art the Father of all things animate and inanimate, there is none like unto thee. Maurice Indiana, Ant. Page 107. The divinity is frequently characterized in that book, as in other Sanskrit compositions, by the word Om, that mystic emblem of the deity in India. The ancient Brahmins, as well as the Buddhists, of India, regarded this word with the same kind of veneration as the Jews did the word Du, which they never pronounced except on certain very solemn occasions. This is what is meant by the fourth commandment, which we render, Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God, but which ought to be U thy God, in vain. As a pious Jew will not utter the word Du, so a pious Hindu will not utter the word Om. It is the duty of the Jews and Hindus to meditate on the respective words in silence, and with the most profound veneration. The word Om is always prefixed in pronouncing the words which represent the 7 superior worlds, as if to shew that these 7 worlds are manifestations of the power signified by that word. In an old Purana we find the following passage, all the rites ordained in the Vedas, the sacrifices to the fire, and all other solemn purifications, shall pass away. But that which shall never pass away is the word Om? For it is the symbol of the Lord of all things. M. Du Bois adds, that he thinks it can only mean the true God. p. 155. The sacred monosyllable is generally spelled Om, but, being triliteral, it seems better expressed by Om, or Adam or Awm, it being formed of the 3 Sanskrit letters that are best so represented. The first letter stands for the Creator, the second for the Preserver, and the third for the Destroyer. Moore's Pantheon, pp. 414-414. Sir W. Jones informs us that the names Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva, coalesce and form the mystical word Om, which he says signifies neither more nor less than the solar fire. Here I apprehend we have the identical word used by the ancient Egyptians and their neighbors for the sun, Ammon. Jones, Ajit, Res, Hezekias, also Sudas in those, interprets the word Om to be Kclhdwn, the sacred voice, the holy sound? And hence arose the omphalogs, or place of Imphi. But its real meaning is still further unraveled by explaining it as Om Fh, the enunciation of the mysterious Om of Hindu theology, the sacred triliteral Om, but often written as it is pronounced, Om. Page 108. I find the oracle or divina vox at Delphi called Imphilos, and the word Delphi or Delfmj means the female generative power, and in front of the temple of Delphi, in fact constituting a part of the religious edifice, was a large philosophical linga, anointed every day with oil. This, taken altogether, shows very clearly that Omphale means the oracle of the generative, androgynous power of Om. The Om of India, as might well be expected, is found in Persia, under the name Hom, and particularly in the mountains of Persia, amongst the Arabi, before they are said to have migrated, under Jemshid, to the south. As usual, we get the northeast, for the origin of things. Cruiser, notes, p. 686, Bacchus was called Omestus, explain the devourer. This is in fact the Om Esta, of Persia. Istachar, or Estachar, is the place or temple of Ista or Esta, who was the Hested Aegean of the Greeks, and Vesta of the Romans. This Persian Ista or Esta, is the Latin Istidante, he or she is. It is also Sanskrit, and means the same as the Jah of the Hebrews. Bacchus, Achios and Tenedos, was also called Omadius. This is correctly the God, or the Holy Om. Page 109. Various derivations are given on the word on, but I think it only stood for the sun as emblem of the procreative power of nature. It was from Menupis, a priest of On, that Pythagoras is said to have learnt the system of the heavenly bodies moving round the sun in unceasing revolutions. The priests of this temple esteemed the first in Egypt. Page 110. And Anor 0?3 when, where John baptized, was called by a figure of speech only Enam, or the fountain of the sun. The literal meaning was, the fountain of the generative power. Page 111. The name of the son of Noah was, Hm, called Ham. The name of the solar orb was Percent, me the feminine of, Hm. It appears to me that from misapprehension, the Ham of Noah has been confounded with the Ham, or Hm or Om of Egypt. The Jupiter Ammon or Iman, the god with the ram's head, adored the Ejon O main. The word, Hm, the patriarch, and the word Percent, me, the son, being the same, were the cause of the mistake. I know no reason for believing that the son of Noah was deified? A mere fancy of modern priests. But I have many reasons for believing that Ammon was the sun as the generating power, first in Taurus, then in Aries. Belus, Chronos, Apis, were solar symbols, and Nonus ranks Ammon with these. Ammon was clearly understood by the mythologists to represent the sun in Aries. Sir W. Drummond has given many other satisfactory reasons for Ammon being the sun. Then how absurd is it to go farther? All difficulties are easily explained by attending to the circumstance of the fundamental doctrine, that, in fact, all the gods resolve themselves into the sun, either as god or as emblem of the triune androgynous being. Drum, Arig, B. IV, p. 230. Page 112. Thus we have several clear and distinct meanings of Omphilog. It was Metis, Begnanas. It was the male generative power, as Phalage. As Omphale, it was the female generative power, the wife of Hercules, and the navel of the earth or Nabai. It was also the prophetic voice of the benignant Om. We shall see by and by how it came to have all these different meanings. Before we conclude this work, we shall find a similar variety arising from other names connected with this subject, and in particular it should be recollected that we have found the Indian Krishna or Krishna calling himself Om. The third person was the destroyer, or, in his good capacity, the regenerator. The dove was the emblem of the regenerator. When a person was baptized, he was regenerated or born again. A dove descended on the head of Jesus at his baptism. Devotees professed to be born again by the Holy Ghost. Sanct Spiritus. We read of an evil spirit and of a Holy Spirit. One is the third person in his destroying capacity, the other in his regenerative capacity. We read in the Acts of the Apostles, ch. XVI, 16, of a spirit of Python or a Pythonic spirit, an evil spirit. Python, or the spirit of Python, was the destroyer. But at Delphi he was also Apollo, who was said to be the sun in heaven, Bacchus on earth, and Apollo in hell. M. Du Bois has observed, p. 293, that the prana or principle of life, of the Hindus, is the breath of life by which the Creator animated the clay, and man became a living soul. General, the second. 7. The Holy Spirit or Ghost was sometimes masculine, sometimes feminine, as the third person of the Trinity. It was well known to the ancient Gentiles as to the moderns, as it will hereafter be shewn. Page 113. I believe by almost all the ancients, both Jews and Gentiles, the Supreme Being was thought to be material, and to consist of a very refined igneous fluid, more like the galvanic or electric fire than anything with which I am acquainted. This was also the opinion of most of the ancient Christian fathers. This was called the anima as feminine, or spiritus as masculine and was the and plus re of the second Volume 1, Book 4, Chapter 1. Proper mode of viewing the religion Life of Krishna. Subject continued. Materia Sir W. Jones's explanation of the circumstances, and Mr. Maurice's admissions. Reflections on the above Solemn considerations of Mr. Maurice's in explanation Digression on the black color of ancient gods, of the etymology of the Nile and Osiris. Subject continued Christ black. An answer to a solemn consideration Other solemn considerations. Observations on Mr. Maurice's solemn considerations Mr. Maurice's pamphlets Back reckonings. Materia Bryant and Drive. A. Clark on this mythos page 128. Having shewn that the Hindus and Persians had certain of the leading articles of what is usually called the Christian religion, some thousand of years, probably, before the time assigned to Jesus. The actual history of the birth and life of the second person of the Trinity, or of the Savior of the Ramesh or modern Christian religion, will now be given, from which it will be evident to the reader whence most of the corruptions in the histories of the Gospel of Jesus have been derived. Page 129. It will now be shewn, in the first place, that from the history of the second person of the Indian Trinity, many of the particulars of the Gospel histories of the Christians have been compiled. The book called the Bhagavad Gita, which contains the life of Krishna, is allowed to be one of the most distinguished of the Puranas. For its sublimity and beauty, it lays claim to nearly the highest antiquity that any Indian composition can boast, and the Reverend Mr. Maurice, a very competent judge, allows that there is ample evidence to prove that it actually existed nearly 4,000 years ago. Sir W. Jones says that the name of Krishna, and the general outline of his story, were long anterior to the birth of our Savior, and probably to the time of Homer. We know very certainly the authority of the unwilling witness, Sir W. Jones, without attempting any other proof of this fact, is enough. But in the course of this work many other corroborating circumstances will be produced, which, independently of his authority, will put the matter beyond question. We will now consider some of the leading facts which are stated from it relating to the god Krishna, or Krishna. Sir W. Jones always spells the name of this celebrated person Krishna. In the first place, the Krishna of India is always represented as a savior or preserver of mankind, precisely the same as Jesus Christ. While he is thus described as a savior, he is also represented to be really the Supreme Being, taking upon himself the state of man. That is, to have become incarnate in the flesh, to save the human race, precisely as Jesus is said to have done, by the professors of the Orthodox Christian faith. As soon as Krishna was born, he was saluted with a chorus of dutas or devatas or angels, with divine hymns, just as it is related of Jesus in the Orthodox Gospel of Luke, ch. the 2nd, 13:14. He was cradled among shepherds, to whom were first known the stupendous feats which stamped his character with marks of divinity. The circumstances here detailed, though not literally the same as those related to Jesus, are so nearly the same, that it is evident the one account has been taken from the other. Soon after Krishna's birth, he was carried away by night and concealed in a region remote from his natal place, for fear of a tyrant whose destroyer it was foretold he would become, and who had, for that reason, ordered all the male children born at that period to be slain. Krishna was, by the male line, of royal descent, though he was actually born in a state the most abject and humiliating in a dungeon as Jesus descended from King David and was born in a cave, used as a stable. The moment Krishna was born, the whole room was splendidly illuminated, and the countenances of his father and mother emitted rays of glory. Krishna could speak as soon as he was born, and comforted his mother, as did the infant Jesus. According to the same gospel history, as Jesus was preceded and assisted by his kinsman, John, so Krishna was preceded by his elder brother, Ram, who was born a little time before him. and assisted him in purifying the world, polluted with demons and monsters. Ram was nourished and brought up by the same foster parents as Krishna. Krishna descended into Hades or hell, and returned to Vaikuntha, his proper paradise. One of his epithets was that of a good shepherd, which we know was that of Jesus. After his death, like Jesus Christ, he ascended into heaven. Page 130. After the birth of Krishna, the Indian prophet Nard, Sofanj, having heard of his fame, visited his father and mother at Dukal, examined the stars, and sea, and declared him to be of celestial descent. As Mr. Maurice observes, here is a close imitation of the Magi guided by his star and visiting the infant in Bethlehem. Krishna was said to have been born at Mathura, pronounced Mathura, on the river Jumna, where many of his miracles were performed, and in which at this day he is held in higher veneration than in any other place in Hindustan. Mr. Maurice says, the Arabic edition of the Evangelium Infanti records Madares, near Hermopolis, in Egypt, to have been the place where the infant Savior resided during his absence from the land of Judea, and until Herod died. At this place Jesus is reported to have wrought many miracles, and, among others, to have produced in that arid region a fountain of fresh water, the only one in Egypt. M. Savary says, that at a little distance from Heliopolis is the small village of Mathura, so called because it has a fresh water spring, the only one in Egypt. This spring has been rendered famous by tradition, which relates that the Holy Family fleeing from Herod came hither, that the Virgin bathed the Holy Child Jesus in this fountain, and that much balsam was formerly produced in the neighborhood. Savary's Travels in Egypt, Volume I. p. 126, page 131. After Krishna came to man's estate, one of his first miracles was the cure of a leper. Matthew, in ch. vi. vert. 3, states an early miracle performed by Jesus to have been exactly similar, viz., the cure of a leper. Upon another occasion a woman poured on the head of Krishna a box of ointment, for which he cured her of her ailment. Thus, in like manner, a woman came and anointed the head of Jesus. Matt. XXI. 7. At a certain time Krishna taking a walk with the other cowherds with whom he was brought up, they chose him for their king, and every one had a place under him assigned to him. Nearly the same story is related of Jesus and his playfellows. At another time, the infant Jesus, declaring himself to be the good shepherd, turned all his young companions into sheep, but afterwards, at the solicitation of their parents, restored them to their proper form. This is the counterpart of a story of the creation, by Krishna, of new sheep and new cowboys, when Brahma, to try his divinity, had stolen those which belonged to Nanda's, his father's farm. To shew his humility and meekness, he condescended to wash the feet of the Brahmins, as Jesus did those of his disciples. John Chi. 5, and c. Maurice, Hist. Hind. Volume II. p. 322. Krishna had a dreadful combat with the serpent Kalanaga, which had poisoned all the cowherds. In the apocryphal gospel above alluded to, the infant Savior had a remarkable adventure with a serpent, which had poisoned one of his companions. Kali is now the goddess of a sect in opposition to that of Krishna, and Naga means serpent. It is evidently the same as the Old English word for serpent. Hag. Hist. Hind. Volume II. p. 322. Krishna was sent to a tutor to be instructed, and he instantly astonished him by his profound learning. In the Gospel of the Infancy it is related, that Jesus was sent to Zacchaeus to be taught, and, in like manner, he astonished him with his great learning. This must also remind the reader of the disputation in the temple with the Jewish doctors. Luke 2, 46, 47. Krishna desired his mother to look into his mouth, and she saw all the nations of the world painted in it. The Virgin saw the same in the mouth of Jesus. Mr. Maurice observes that the Gospel of the Infancy is alluded to by Irenaeus, which shews that it was among the earliest of the ancient Gospel histories. More. Bram. Fraud Exposed. p. 114. ADV. Hares. Lib. I. Cat. XVII. p. 104. ed. Thole. 1596. Finally, Krishna was put to death by being crucified. He descended into hell, and afterward ascended into heaven. For further particulars, see Maurice's Indiana, Ant, Volume, IIPP, 149, and c. page 133. But how is the figure in the cave at Elephanta to be accounted for? That prominent and ferocious figure, as Mr. Maurice calls it, surrounded by slaughtered infants, and holding a drawn sword. If it were only a representation of the evil principle, how came he only to destroy infants? And, as I learn from Mr. Forbes's Oriental Memoirs, those infants, boys, he is surrounded by a crowd of figures or men and women, evidently supplicating for the children. This group of figures has been called the Judgment of Solomon, as Mr. Forbes justly says, very absurdly. But, at the same time he admits that there are many things in these caves which bear a resemblance to prominent features in the Old Testament. Over the head of the principal figure in this group, are to be seen the mitre, the crow's ear, and the cross ? True Christian emblems. Volume, III, ch. XXXV, p. 447, page 134. On the first view, it seems rather an extraordinary circumstance statues of the gods of the ancients should be represented of a black color, or that they should have been made of a stone as nearly black as it could be obtained. Where the stone cannot be obtained quite black, a stone was often used similar to our blue slate, of a very dark blue color. It is evident that the intention was to represent a black complexion. Of this there can be no doubt. Eusebius informs us, on the authority of Porphyry, that the Egyptians acknowledged intellectual author or creator of the world, under the name of Kneph, and that they worshipped him in a statue of human form and dark blue complexion. In the evangelical preparation of Eusebius, is a passage which pretty well proves that the worship of Vishnu or Krishna was held in Egypt, under the name of Neph. The Egyptians, it is said, represented the demiurgos Nep, as of a blue color, bordering on black, with a girdle and a scepter. Lib. the 3rd, p. 115, Class, Jordan, No, XXIX, p. 122. Mr. Maurice says, that Osiris, too, the black divinity of Egypt, and Krishna, the sable shepherd god of Mathura, have the striking similitude of character. Intimidated by Mr. Wilford, cannot be disputed, any more than that Krishna, from his rites continuing so universally to flourish in India, from such remote periods down to the present day, was the prototype, and Osiris the mythological copy. Both are renowned legislators and conquerors, contending equally with physical and spiritual foes. Both are denominated the sun. Both descend to the shades and raise the dead. Hist. Hind. Volume, II, p. 477. Again he says, now it is not a little remarkable that a dark blue tint, approaching to black, as his name signifies, was of the complexion of Krishna, who is considered by the Hindus not so much an avatar, as the person of the great Vishnu himself, the human form, that is, he was incarnate, or in the flesh, as Jesus was said to be. Page 135. For reasons which the reader will soon see, I am inclined to think that Osiris was not the copy of Krishna, but of the earlier god, Buddha. That by Osiris was meant the sun, it is now allowed by every writer who has treated on the antiquities of Egypt. Mr. Maurice, as the reader sees, states him to have been black, and that the Nibis, or sacred bull, of Heliopolis, the symbol of Osiris, was also black. Osiris is allowed, also, to be the Siva of India, one of the three persons of the Indian god Brahma, Vishnu or Krishna, and Siva, of whom the bull of the zodiac was the symbol. Maurice, Ant, Indiana. It is curious to observe the number of trifling circumstances which constantly occur to prove the identity of the Hindus and Egyptians, or rather the Ethiopians. The word Nile, in the Indian language, means black, but the name of Nile was a modern one, comparatively speaking, a translation of the ancient name of this river, which last Siri. Page 136. The ancient name, as we have said, was Sir, or Cre, the same as Osir, or Osiris, who was always black, after whom it was called, and by whom was meant the sun. Thus it was called the river of the sun, or the river Sun, or the river of Osiris as we say, the river of the Amazons, or the river Amazon. Page 137. I have some suspicion that Osiris is a Greek corruption, that the name ought, as already mentioned, to be what is called by Hellenicus, Osiris or Isiris, and that it is derived from, or rather I should say is the same as, Iswara of India. Iswara and Isi are the same as Osiris and Isis? The male and female procreative powers of nature. Eusebius says the Egyptians called Osiris, Sirius, and that, in Persia, was the old name of the sun. Page 138. Osiris and his bull were black. All the gods and goddesses of Greece were black. At least this was the case with Jupiter, Bacchus, Hercules, Apollo, Ammon, the goddesses Venus, Isis, Hecate, Diana, Juno, Métis, Ceres, Cybele, are black. The multimamia is black in the Campidoglio at Rhone, and in Montfaucon. Antiquity explained, on the color of the gods of the ancients, and of the identity of them all with the god Sol, and with the Krishna of India. Nothing more need be said. The reader has already seen the striking marks of similarity in the history of Krishna and the stories related of Jesus in the Romish and heretical books. He probably will not think that their effect is destroyed, as Mr. Maurice flatters himself, by the word Krishna in the Indian language signifying black, and the god being of that color, when he is informed, of what Mr. Maurice was probably ignorant, that in all the Romish countries of Europe, in France, Italy, Germany, and C, the god Christ, as well as his mother, are described in their old pictures and statues to be black. The infant God in the arms of his black mother, his eyes and drapery white, as himself perfectly black. There is scarcely an old church in Italy where some remains of the worship of the Black Virgin and Black Child are not to be met with. Very often the black figures have given way to white ones, and in these cases the black ones, as being held sacred, were put into retired places in the churches, but were not destroyed, but are yet to be found there. They are generally esteemed by the rabble with a most profound veneration. Page 139. If the author had wished to invent a circumstance to corroborate the assertion, that the Romish Christ of Europe is the Krishna of India, how could he have desired anything more striking than the fact of the Black Virgin and Child being so common in the Romish countries of Europe, a Black Virgin and Child among the white Germans, Swiss, French, and Italians? The Romish Krishna is black in India, black in Europe, and black he must remain? Like the ancient gods of Greece, as we have just seen. But, after all, what was he but the Jupiter, the second person of their primordial trinity, the Logos of Parmenides and Plato, an incarnation or emanation of the solar power? Page 141. The Hindus, far from laboring to make proselytes to their religion, cannot admit into it those who have been born in and professed any other faith. They say that, provided men perform their moral duties in abstaining from ill, and in doing good to the utmost of their ability, it is but of little importance under what forms they worship God, that things suitable to one people may be unfit for another, and that to suppose that God prefers any one particular religion to the exclusion of others, and yet leaves numbers of his creatures ignorant of his will, is to accuse him of injustice, or to question his omnipotence. I wish our priests would attend to the sound wisdom and benevolence of these people, called by our missionaries ignorant and benighted. Crawford's Researches, ch. the 2nd, p. 158. Then the following passage from the Edinburgh Review, of the article Asiatic Researches, Volume, XV, p. 185, will prove most clearly, and beyond all doubt, that the history of Krishna, his residence at Mathura, and C, cannot have been copied from the histories in the spurious Gospels, but must have been older than the time of Alexander the Great. Arian, ch. vi, proceeds to relate that Hercules was 15 centuries later than Bacchus. We have already seen that Bacchus was Siva, and Megasthenes distinctly points out what Indian divinity is meant by Hercules. He was chiefly adored by Caesarion, by the Surasani, who possessed two large cities, Methro and Clysopora. The Jobers, a navigable river, flows through their territories. Now Harikrishna, the chief of the Surasani, was born in the metropolis of their country, Mathura, and the river Jamuna flows through the territory of the Surasani. Mathura being situated on its banks, and called by Ptolemy, Maturidiorum, which can only be accounted for by its being the birthplace of Krishna. In fact, of the triplicate god Brahma, Krishna, and Siva, 3 in 1 and 1 in 3 ? The creator, the preserver or savior, and the destroyer or regenerator, the great city of Mathura or Mathura, and the river Jobers or Jumna, could not be called after the city or river in Egypt in accommodation to the Christian story. Page 143. The statue of Krishna in the temple of Mathura is black, and the temple is built in the form of a cross, and stands due east and west. It is evident the Hindus must have known the use of the gnomon at a very remote period. Their religion commands that the 4 sides of their temples should correspond with the 4 cardinal points of the heavens, and they are also constructed. More. Indiana, Ant. Volume. IIP. 355. Crawford's Res. Volume. IIP. 18. Strabo says, that close to Heliopolis was a city called Sursura. This name and the Circusorum of Herodotus, are, I do not doubt, corruptions of Clysopora. Lib. XVII. Drive. Clark says, I have proved, and so might any man, that no serpent, in the common sense of the term, can be intended in the 3rd chapter of Genesis, that all the circumstances of the case, as detailed by the inspired penman, are in total hostility to the common mode of interpretation, and that some other method should be found out. Class, Jour. No. Vi. June, 1811. p. 440. Page 144. The observation which Drive. Clark has made is extremely valuable, that in the drawings of Sonrat the serpent is not biting the heel of Krishna, but the side of the foot. This clearly shews that they are not servile copies of one another, but records of a mythos substantially the same. Had the Hindus copied from the Bible, they would have made the serpent bite the heel, whether it were of the mother or of the son. The story of Krishna and the serpent biting his foot, is of itself alone sufficient to prove, that the mythos of Krishna is not taken from the Romish or Greek religion of Jesus Christ, because in it, the mother, not the son, bruises the serpent, ipsa conderit caputum, and c. Vulgate. Volume 1, Book 4, Chapter 2. Crucifixion of Krishna, and Witoba or Balgi ? More's observations refuted ? More particulars respecting the temple of Witoba ? Krishna, Bacchus, Hercules, and c. Types of the real Savior ? Taurus and Aries, and era of Krishna, Immaculate Conception. From the History of Pythagoras, page 144. I now present my reader with 2 very extraordinary histories relating to the crucifixion. I say, fiat veritas calum. Nothing can injure the cause of religious truth, except, indeed, it be the falsities, suppressions, pious frauds, and want of candor of the priests, and of its weak and ill-judging friends, the pious frauds of the priests of all religions, imperiously demand of the philosophizing critic the most severe and suspicious examination, and whether the priests of the modern British Church are to form an exception, will be a subject of inquiry in the 2nd part of this work. In the work of Mons. Peniot * is the following passage, volume, IP, 208, on raconte for diversement la mort de Krishna, un tradition remarkable et avere fait de perir sur un doigt fatal, un arbre, du il fut cloué d'un coup de flèche, et du honte qu'il prédit les mots qu'il infundrait sur la terre, dans le Kali Yuga, en effet, 30 ou 36 ans après, commence cet age de crimes, et de misères. An autre tradition ajoute que le corps d'ilham diu fut changé en un trunk de chandana ou sandal, et quientité jeté dans l'Yamuna, President de Mathura, il passa de la dans les océans du Gange, qui le portirent sur la côte d'Ora, il y a encore adoré Jagannath ou Jagrannath, le fameux par les pèlerinages, comme le symbole de reproduction et de la vie. Il est certainement fort remarquable, quelques variantes que l'on peut couvrir dans les différents recettes, de voir si va et Krishna unis à Jagannatha, nom qui signifie la paix du maître du monde, en sous-entendant que chetra. Car, par la mime, si nom et épithète de Krishna, la mythologie égyptienne s'offrira une tradition sur les corps d'Osiris, Totafate analog alonder canes venens de reporter. Asterisk voy. Langles. Monum. I. P. 186. Conf. pp. 127. Et. Square. Religions de l'Antiquité. Du Drive. Frédéric Cruiser. Par J. D. Pignaud. Paris. Trottel et Wertz. Rue de Bourbon. No. 171825. Page 145. The first part of the above-cited passage respecting the nailing of Krishna to the fatal tree, and his prediction of the future evils of the world, is very remarkable, particularly when coupled with the following recital. Mr. Moore describes an avatar called Wetoba, who has his foot pierced. After stating the reason why he cannot account for it, he says, "A man who was in the habit of bringing me Hindu deities, pictures, and once brought me two images exactly alike, one of them engraved in plate 98, and the subject of it will be at once seen by the most transient glance, affecting indifference. I inquired of my pundit what deva it was. He examined attentively, and, after turning it about for some time, returned it to me, professing his ignorance of what avatar it could immediately relate to, but supposed, by the hole in the foot, that it might be Wetoba, adding, that it was impossible to recollect the almost innumerable avatars described in the Puranas. The subject of plate 98 is evidently the crucifixion, and, by the style of workmanship, is clearly of European origin, as is proved by its being in duplicate. Moore's Indiana, Pantheon, pp. 98, 416, 420. This incarnation of Vishnu or Krishna is called Wetoba or Balaji. He has a splendid temple erected to him at Pandharpur. Little respecting this incarnation is known. A story of him is detailed by Mr. Moore, which he observes reminds him of the doctrine of turning the unsmote cheek to an assailant. This god is represented by Moore with a hole on the top of one foot just above the toes, where the nail of a person crucified might be supposed to be placed, and, in another print, he is represented exactly in the form of a Ramesh crucifix, but not fixed to a piece of wood, though the legs and feet are put together in the usual way, with a nail hole in the latter. There appears to be a glory over it coming from above. Generally the glory shines from the figure. It has a pointed Parthian coronet instead of a crown of thorns. All the avatars or incarnations of Vishnu are painted with Ethiopian or Parthian coronets. Now, in Moore's Pantheon, the avatar of Wetoba is thus painted. But Christ on the cross, though often described with a glory, I believe is never described with the coronet. This proves that the figure described in Moore's Pantheon is not a Portuguese crucifix. Page 146. That nothing more is known respecting this avatar, I cannot help suspecting may be attributed to the same kind of feeling which induced Mr. Moore's friend to wish him to remove this print from his book. The innumerable pious frauds of which Christian priests stand convicted, and the principle of the expediency of fraud admitted to have existed by Mosheim, are a perfect justification of my suspicions respecting the concealment of the history of this avatar, especially as I can find no Wetobas in any of the collections. I repeat, I cannot help suspecting that it is from this avatar of Krishna that the sect of Christians heretics got their Christ crucified in the clouds. Long after the above was written, I accidentally looked into Moore's Pantheon, at the British Museum, where it appears that the copy is an earlier impression than the former which I had consulted, and I discovered something which Mr. Moore has apparently not dared to tell us, viz., that in several of the icons of Wetoba, there are marks of holes in both feet, and in others, of holes in the hands. In the first copy which I consulted, the marks are very faint, so as to be scarcely visible. In figures 4 and 5 of plate 11, the figures have nail holes in both feet. Fig. 3 has a hole in one hand. Fig. 6 has on his side the mark of a foot, and a little lower in the side a round hole. To his collar or shirt hangs the ornament or emblem of a heart, which we generally see in Ramesh pictures of Christ. On his head he has an yoni linga. In plate 12, and in plate 97, he has a round mark in the palm of the hand. Page 147. Figure 1, plate 91, of Moore's Pantheon, is a Hanuman, but it is remarkable that it has a hole in one foot, a nail through the other, a round nail mark in the palm of one hand and on the knuckle of the other, and is ornamented with doves and a 5-headed cobra snake. It is unfortunate, perhaps it has been thought prudent, that the originals are not in the museum to be examined. But it is pretty clear that the Romish Protestant crucifixion of Jesus must have been taken from the Avatar of Balaji, or the Avatar of Balaji from it, or both from the common mythos. It cannot and will not be denied that these circumstances make this avatar and its temples at Tirupati, in the Carnatic, and Pundarpur near Pune, the most interesting to the Christian world of any in India. Pilgrimages are made to the former, particularly from Gujarat. Why have not some of our numerous missionaries examined them? Will any person believe that they have not? Why is not the account of the search in the published transactions of the Missionary Society? There is plenty of nonsense in their works about Juggernaut and his temple. Was it suppressed for the same reason that the father of ecclesiastical history, Eusebius, admits that the suppressed matters relating to the Christians, and among the rest, I suppose, the murder of Crispus, by his father Constantine, viz., that it was not of good report? It would be absurd to deny that I must believe this to be the fact. When Mr. Moore wrote, Tirupati was in the possession of the English, who made a profit of £15,000 a year of the temple. The silence itself of our literati and missionaries speaks volumes. Page 148. I shall presently make some observations on the celebrated Hercules, and I shall shew that he is the same as Krishna, a supposed incarnation of the sun in Aries. On this god the very celebrated and learned divine Parkhurst makes the following observation: but the labors of Hercules seem to have had a still higher view, and to have been originally designed as emblematic memorials of what the real Son of God, and Savior of the world, was to do and suffer for our sakes, bringing a cure for all our ills. As the Orphic hymn speaks of Hercules, here Mr. Parkhurst proceeds as a Christian priest, who is honest and a believer in his religion, ought to do. This is very different from denying a fact or concealing it. Page 149. For a long time I endeavored to find some reason or meaning for the story of the crown of thorns, so unlike anything in history but itself, but in which the prejudices of our education prevent us seeing any absurdity. I have at last come to an opinion, which I know will be scouted by everyone who has not very closely attended to the extreme ignorance of the first professors of Christianity, and it is this: that the idea of the thorns has been taken from the pointed Parthian coronet of Vithoba or Balaji, not understanding it, and too much blinded by their zeal to allow themselves time to think. As in many other instances, they have run away with the first impression which struck them. If I were not well acquainted with the meanness of understanding of these devotees, I should not certainly harbor this opinion, but it is more absurd than many other of their superstitions. In many of the most ancient temples of India, the bull, as an object of adoration, makes a most conspicuous figure. A gigantic image of one protrudes from the front of the temple of the great Creator, called in the language of the country, Juggernaut, in Oriya. This is the bull of the zodiac, the emblem of the sun when the equinox took place in the first degree of the sign of the zodiac, Taurus. In consequence of the precession of the equinoxes, the sun at the vernal equinox left Taurus, and took place in Aries, which it has left also for a great number of years, and it now takes place in Aquarius. Thus it keeps receding about 1 degree in 72 years, and about a whole sign in 2160 years. According to this calculation, it is about 2500 by the true zodiac, before the time of Christ, since it was in the same degree of Taurus. M. Dupuis has demonstrated that the labors of Hercules are nothing but a history of the passage of the sun through the signs of the zodiac. And that Hercules is the sun in Aries or the ram, Bacchus the sun in Taurus or the bull. From this it follows that the worship of the Juggernaut must have been instituted, and his temple probably built, near 6,500 years ago, and that the temple and worship of Krishna, or the Indian Hercules, must have taken place at least, by probably about 2160 years later. This brings the date of Krishna to about 2500 years before Christ. The adoration of the bull of the zodiac is to be met with everywhere throughout the world, in the most opposite climes. The examples of it are innumerable and incontrovertible. They admit of no dispute. In the sphere, Hercules treads in the serpent's head. See Dupuis. Page 150. The life of Pythagoras will shew us where the Christians may have got the particulars which differ from the history of Krishna. the early fathers traveling for information, which was the case with Papias, Hegesippus, Justin, and c. mixed the traditions relating to Pythagoras, which they found spread all over the East, with those relating to the Indian Krishna, and from the two formed their own system, Pythagoras himself having drawn many of his doctrines, and c. from the Indian school. The commixture could scarcely be avoided. Thus we find the few peculiarities respecting the birth of Jesus, such as the Immaculate Conception, wherein the history of Jesus differs from that of Krishna, exactly copied from the life of Pythagoras, and the circumstances relating to the Immaculate Conception by the mother of Pythagoras, I have no doubt were taken from the history of Buddha, as I shall shew in my next chapter, and from the Virgin of the Celestial Sphere herself of Oriental origin. Thus from a number of loose traditions at last came to be formed, by very ignorant and credulous persons, the complete history of the Jesus Christ of the Romish Church, as we know it. The first striking circumstance in which the history of Pythagoras agrees with the history of Jesus is, that they were natives of nearly the same country, the former being born at Sidon, the latter at Bethlehem, both in Syria. The father of Pythagoras, as well as the father of Jesus, was prophetically informed that his wife should bring forth a son, who should be a benefactor to mankind. They were both born when their mothers were from home on journeys, Joseph and his wife having gone to Bethlehem to be taxed, and the father of Pythagoras having traveled from Samos, his residence, to Sidon, about his mercantile concerns. Pythe, the mother of Pythagoras, had a connection with an Apolloniacal specter, or ghost, of the god Apollo, or god Sol. Of course this must have been a Holy Ghost, and here we have the Holy Ghost, which afterward appeared to her husband, and told him that he must have no connection with his wife during her pregnancy. A story evidently the same as that relating to Joseph and Mary. From these peculiar circumstances, Pythagoras was known by the same identical title of Jesus, namely, the Son of God, and was supposed by the multitude to be under the influence of divine inspiration. When young, he was of a very grave deportment, and was celebrated for his philosophical appearance and wisdom. He wore his hair long, after the manner of the Nazarites, whence he was called the long-haired Samian, and I have no doubt that he was a Nazarite for the term of his natural life, and the person called his daughter was only a person figuratively so called. He spent many years of his youth in Egypt, where he was instructed in the secret learning of the priests, as Jesus, in the apocryphal Gospels, is said to have been, and was carried thence to Babylon by Cambyses, the iconoclast and restorer of the Jewish religion and temple, where he was initiated into the doctrines of the Persian Magi. Thence he went to India, where he learned the doctrines of the Brahmins. Before he went to Egypt he spent some time at Sidon, Tyre, and Byblos, learning the secret mysteries of all these places. Whilst in this country he chiefly dwelt in a temple on Mount Carmel, probably in the temple of Jove, in which there was no image. After his return from India, he is stated to have traveled about the world, to Egypt, Syria, Greece, Italy, and c. preaching reformation of manners to these different nations, and leaving among them numbers of proselytes. He was generally favored by the people, but is generally persecuted by the governments, which almost always persecute real philanthropists. Here are certainly some circumstances in this history very like those in the histories of Jesus. The stories told of the mother of Pythagoras having had connection with an Apolloniacal specter, is not the only one of the kind. The same story is told of Plato, who was said to be born of Paractonia, without connection with his father Ariston, but by connection with Apollo. On this ground the really very learned Origen defends the Immaculate Conception, assigning, also, in confirmation of the fact, the example of vultures, vautours, who propagate without the male. What a striking proof that a person may possess the greatest learning, and yet be in understanding the weakest of mankind. It seems to be quite impossible for any person of understanding to believe, that the coincidence of these histories of Plato and Pythagoras, with that of Jesus, can be the effect of accident. Then how can they be accounted for otherwise than by supposing that in their respective orders of time they were all copies of one another? How the priests are to explain away these circumstances I cannot imagine. Ingenious as they are, they cannot say that Jamblichus, knowing the history of Christ, attributed it to the philosophers, because he quotes for his authorities Epimenides, Xenocrates, and Olympiodoros, who all lived long previous to the birth of Christ. Vide Olympiodoros' Life of Plato. Volume 1, Book 5, Chapter 1 Buddha the Sun in Taurus, as Krishna was the Sun in Aries. Names of Buddha ? Meaning of the word Buddha, the same as that of the first word in Genesis ? The 10 incarnations. Descent of Buddha the same as Krishna's ? Buddha and Krishna the same ? Simplicity of Buddhism ? Explanation of plate ? Buddha and Negro ? Hierarchy ? Main ? Samanes of Clemens ? Incarnation ? Kabul ? Buddhism extends over many centuries ? Buddha before Krishna. Page 152. The time has now arrived when it becomes proper to enter upon an examination of the doctrines of the celebrated Buddha of India, which were the foundations of all the mythoses of the Western nations, as well as of those which we have seen of Krishna, and from these two were supplied most of the superstitions which became engrafted into the religion of Jesus Christ. I shall shew that Buddha and Krishna were only renewed incarnations of the same being, and that being the solar power, or a principle symbolized by the sun ? A principle made by the sun visible to the eyes of mortals, and particularly exhibiting himself in his glory at the vernal equinox, in the heavenly constellation known by the name of Taurus, as Buddha, and subsequently in that of Aries, as Krishna. Page 153. Buddha is variously pronounced and expressed bd, bod, but, bad, bud, budu, bauda, boda, budso, pot, pout, poda, poti, and pouty. The Siamese make the final t or d quiescent, and sound the word po, whence the Chinese still further vary it to fo or fo. In the Talmudic dialect the name is pronounced Potin or Putin, whence the city, which one contained the temple of Sumnoat or Sumandath, is called Patan Sumnoat. The braided sound of the uoruru passes in the variation Patan into a, pronounced a or o, and in a similar manner, when the p is sounded b, we meet with bad, bat, and pat. All these are in fact no more than a ringing of changes on the cognate letters B and P, T and D. Another of his names is Suman, which is varied into Saman, Samano, Samana, Sumandath, and Sarmana. From this was borrowed the sectarian appellation of Samanines, or Sarmanines. A third is Gautama, which is indifferently expressed Gautamet, Gautama, Gautam, Kotam, Ketan, Kardam, and Kardana. A fourth is Saka, Sasya, Syaka, Shaka, Zaka, Zakamuni or Zakamenuankia, which is the uncompounded form of Sakya. A fifth is Dharma, or Dharmaraja. A sixth is Hermias, Hernoi, or Harimaya. A seventh is Dita, Datalriya, Datalna, Date, Tat or Tot, Devatut or Devatwasta. An eighth is Jain, Jina, Chin, Jain Deo, Chin Deo, or Jainaswar. A ninth is Aharan. A tenth is Madiman, my man, or, if Om is added, my man Om. An 11th is Minaswara, formed by the same title men or menu joined to Aswara. A 12th is Gomet or Gometaswara. A 13th, when he is considered as Aswara or Siva, is Mahyasa or Haryasa, that is to say, the great Yasa or the Lord Yasa. A 14th is Dagan or Dagan, or Dakpo. A 15th is Daranath. And a 16th is Arkabandhu or kinsman of the sun. Faber, Pag, Title, B, V, Chat, V, P, 351. Wad or Vod is a mere variation of Bod, and Woden is simply the Talmudic mode of pronouncing Buddha, for in that mode of enunciation, Buddha is expressed Putin or Podin, and Podin is undoubtedly the same word as Vodin or Woden. This etymology is assented to by Sir W. Jones, if it were not, as I believe it was, originally proposed by him. Woden was the god of the Scuths and Scandinavians, and said to be the inventor of their letters, as Hermes was the supposed inventor of the letters of the Egyptians. This, among other circumstances, tends to prove that the religion of the Celts and Scuths of the West was Buddhism. The Celtic Tutates is the Gothic Tut or Tuasto. Buddha's titles of Tat, Tita, or Twashra, Taranas is Daranath. Hesus of Gaul is Iesa, Mahesa, and Haryasa, but those are by the Latin writers called Mercury. Ib. P. 355. Faber, Arig, Pag, Title, Page 154. My reader will observe that I have given from Mr. Faber 16 different names of Buddha, by which he undertakes to prove that he was known at different times and in different places. Mr. Faber enters at great length into the discussion of each, and proves his case, in almost every instance, in a way which cannot reasonably be disputed. In my Celtic truths I have shewn that the worship of Buddha is everywhere to be found, in Wales, Scotland, and Ireland, who, the great god of the Welsh, is called Bud, and they call their god Bud, the god of victory, the king who rises in light and ascends the sky. In Scotland, the country people frighten their children by telling them that old Bud or the old man will take them. In India, one of the meanings of the word Buddha is old man. In this inquiry it seems of the first consequence to ascertain the meaning of the word Buddha. From the examination of the accounts of the different authors, this celebrated word appears to have the same meaning as to the first word of Genesis, that is, wisdom, or extremely wise, or wise in a high degree. M. Cruiser gives it savant, sage, intelligence, excellent, et superior. He says, it allies itself or is closely allied to the understanding, mind, intelligence unique, and supreme of God. This is confirmed by Mr. Ward, the missionary, who tells us that Buddha is the deity of wisdom, as was the Minerva of Greece. When devotees pray for wisdom to their king, they say, "May Buddha give thee wisdom." Ward's Hist. of Hind. p. 452. In the Pali, of Ceylon, it means universal knowledge or holiness. Kajit. Res. Volume. XVII. p. 33. In Sanskrit we have, Sanskrit root, bud, to know, to be aware, budhyati, he knows, is aware, bodhami, I inform, I teach, buddhi, wisdom, Buddha, sage, wise, bodha, wisdom. Two facts seem to be universally agreed upon by all persons who have written respecting Buddha. The first is, that at last he is always found to resolve himself into the sun, either as the sun, or as the higher principle of which the sun is the image or emblem, or of which the sun is the residence. The second is, that the word Buddha means wisdom. Now, we cannot believe that this wisdom would be called by so singular a name as Buddha, without a cause. Page 155. It has been observed by several philologists that the letters BD, BD, universally convey the idea either of former or of creator. But Genesis says the world was formed by wisdom. Wisdom was the Buddha or former of the world. Thus wisdom, I conceive, became called Bud. Wisdom was the first emanation, so was Buddha. Wisdom was the logos by which the world was formed, but Buddha was the creator. Thus the logos and Bud are identical, the same person of the Trinity. I shall shew that logos, Bud, and Rasit, were only names in different languages for the same idea. Mr. Wider says, through the whole compass of language the element BD denotes being, hence we have the great deity worshipped all over the East. Buddha. Then Buddha will mean the existent or self-existent wisdom. Self-existent is an integral part of the Trinity. He then informs us that, in Persian, but on Bud, signifies to be, the same as is, existo, but is clearly the I am that I am of our Bible, or, in the original, which has no present tense, the I shall be, or the I have been, or what, perhaps, this celebrated text may mean, that which I have been, I shall be eternity, past and future. Etymol, Univ, Volume, I, p. 310. The following is the speech of Arjuna respecting Vishnu as Krishna ? Thou art all in all, O Supreme Bhagavat, thou art the Buddha avatar who shall tranquilize and give ease to devotees, human creatures, and deities. Camp, Key, Volume, II, p. 294. I think I could scarcely have wished for a more complete proof of the truth of my doctrine of the renewal of the avatars, than the above. It shows, in fact, that both Buddha and Krishna are nothing but renewed incarnations in each cycle. The ancient identity of the worship of Buddha and of Krishna receives a strong confirmation from the fact that the Buddhists have 10 incarnations of Buddha, the same as the followers of Krishna, and, what is remarkable, called by the same names. Wards India. p. 387. Page 156. The only fact worthy of notice here is that Buddha was universally allowed to be the first of the incarnations, that Krishna was of later date, and that, at the era of the birth of Christ, 8 of them had appeared on the earth, and that the other 2 were expected to follow before the end of the Kali Yuga, or of the present age. Between the Brahmins and the Buddhists there exists the greatest conceivable enmity. The ancient histories of the Hindus are full of accounts of terrible wars between the different sectaries, which probably lasted, with the intermissions usual in such cases, for many generations, and extended their influence over the whole world. And we shall see in the course of this work, that, in the results, they continue to exercise an influence over the destinies of mankind. Buddha is allowed by his enemies, the Brahmins, to have been an avatar. Then here is divine wisdom incarnate, of whom the bull of the zodiac was the emblem. Here he is the protagonos or first begotten, the god or goddess Mhtij of the Greeks, being, perhaps, both male and female. He is at once described as divine wisdom, the sun, and Taurus. This is the first Buddha or incarnation of wisdom, by many of the Brahmins often confounded with a person of the same name, supposed to have lived at a later day. In fact, Buddha or the wise, if the word were not merely the name of a doctrine, seems to have been an appellation taken by several persons, or one person incarnate at several periods, and from this circumstance much confusion has arisen. The mother of Buddha was Maya, who was also the mother of Mercury, a fact of the first importance. Of this Maya or Maha, the mother of Mercury, Mr. Davies says, the universal genius of nature, which discriminated all things, according to their various kinds or species the same, perhaps, as the meth of the Egyptians, and the Mhtij of the Orphic bards, which was of all kinds, and the author of all things, YMHTIJPFWTOJGENETWR, Orf, Frag. To this, Mr. Whiter adds, to these terms belong the well-known deities Buddha and Amida. The foe of the Chinese is acknowledged to be the font or Buddha of the Eastern world, and the Mercury of the Greeks. He then gives the following passage from Barrow's Travels. The Buddha of the Hindus was the son of Maya, and one of his epithets an Amida. The foe of China was the son of Amoya, and one of his epithets is Omi too. And in Japan, whose natives are of Chinese origin, the same god foe is worshipped under the name of Amida. Pubwider, Etymol, Univ. p. 103. Page 157. The followers of Buddha teach that he descended from a celestial mansion into the womb of Mahamaya, spouse of Sarutadana, king of Magadha on the north of Hindustan, and member of the family of Sakya. The most illustrious of the caste of Brahmins. His mother, who had conceived him, by a ray of light, according to Digonus, Sanslira, without defilement, that is, the conception was immaculate, brought him into the world after 10 months without pain. He was born at the foot of a tree, and he did not touch the earth, Brahma having sought him to receive him in a vase of gold, and gods, or kings, the incarnations of gods, assisted at his birth. The Maunis and pundits, prophets and wise men, recognized in this marvelous infant all the characters of the divinity, and he had scarcely seen the day before he was hailed Devata Deva, God of gods, Buddha. Before he was called by the name of Buddha, or wisdom, very early made incredible progress in the sciences. His beauty, as well as his wisdom, was more than human, and when he went abroad, crowds assembled to admire him. After a certain time he left the palace of his father, and retired into the desert, where he commenced his divine mission. There he ordained himself priest, and shaved his head with his own hands, i.e., adopted the tonsure. He there changed his name to Gautama. If we look back to section 2, we shall see that Mr. Faber states Sakya to be a name of Buddha. This Zaka or Saka is the origin, as I shall shew, of the name of our Saxon ancestors. Maunis are nothing but menus or wise men, like the Minoses of Crete, and C. Rashis of India, and Sophies of Persia. After various trials, he came out of them all triumphant, and after certain temptations or penitences, to which he submitted in the desert, were finished, he declared to his disciples that the time was come to announce to the world the light of the true faith. the gods themselves descending from heaven to invite him to propagate his doctrines. He is described by his followers as a god of pity, the guardian or savior of mankind, the anchor of salvation, and he was charged to prepare the world for the day of judgment. Amrodus addresses him: "Thou art the Lord of all things, the deity who overcomest the sins of the Kali Yuga, the guardian of the universe, the emblem of mercy towards those who serve thee?" OM, the possessor of all things in vital form. Thou art Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesa. Thou art the Lord of the universe. Thou art the proper form of all things, movable and immovable, the possessor of the whole, and thus I adore thee. Reverence be unto thee, the bestower of salvation. I adore thee, who art celebrated by 1,000 names, and under various forms, in the shape of Buddha, the God of mercy. Be propitious, O Most High God. Moore's Pantheon, pp. 23, 33, 39. Buddha was often said not to have been born of a virgin, but to have been born, as some of the heretics maintained Jesus Christ was born, from the side of his mother. He was also said to have had no father. This evidently alludes to his being the son of the androgynous Pramimaya. Inasmuch he was said to be born, Ratrim, Dimnat, Christ, Cat, the third, AP, Fab, Peg, Idol, B, V, CH, V, P, 432, page 158. Mons, Digonus states that Fo, or Buddha, was brought forth not from the matrix, but from the right side, of a virgin, whom the ray of light had impregnated. The Manichaeans held that this was the case with Jesus Christ, and by this single fact, without the necessity for any others, they identify themselves with the Deists. Hist. De Huns, Tomii, Part, the 2nd, p. 224, Street, Jerome says, Pub Gymnus Sophistus Indi, Quasi Permanus, Hujas Opinionis Auctoritas Traditor, Quod Budum, Principium Dogmaticarum, Latersum Virgo Generabit, Haran. In Jovininum, we see here that the followers of Buddha are called gymnosophists. It has been observed that the mirror of Ethiopia was a Miru. This is confirmed by an observation of Heliodorus, that the priests of Meroe were of a humane character, and were called gymnosophists. Dit Paw, Recherches sur les Egyptiens, Volume II, Buddha as well as Krishna means shepherd. Thus, he was the good shepherd. M. Peniot says, there is a third Gautama, the founder of a philosophy Nyaya. I asked, may not this be the philosophy of a certain sect, which in its ceremonies chaunts in honor of Krishna the word Ai? In fact, the name of the Hebrew God, or Jehovah as we disguise it. We know that names of persons in passing from one language into another, have often been surprisingly changed or disguised. But there is no change here, it is the identical name. See more. Hist. Hind. Volume. IIP. 339, ed. 40. Page 159. One cannot reflect for a moment upon the different avatars of India, without being struck with the apparent contradiction of one part to the other. Thus Krishna is the sun, yet he is Apollo; he is Balarama, and yet Balakrishna; he is also Narayana floating on the waters. Again, he is Vishnu himself, and an incarnation of Vishnu; he is also Parvati, the Indian Venus. In short, he is every incarnation. All this is precisely as it ought to be. If my theory is correct, he is an avatar or renewed incarnation, in every case, of the sun, or of that higher principle of which the sun is an emblem? Of that higher principle which Moses adored when he fell down upon his face to the blazing bush. The adoration of the solar fire, as the emblem of the first great cause, is the master key to unlock every door, to lay open every mystery. Buddha may be seen in the India house with a glory round his head. This I consider of great consequence. The glory round the head of Jesus Christ is always descriptive of his character, as an incarnation of that higher power of which the sun is himself the emblem, or the manifestation. In my Celtic truths I have observed, that the word Krishna, of the Old Irish, means the sun. Now, in the collection of Auseli, we find Bud, both, fire, the sun, Bud Lachd, the great fire of the Druids, We also find in Valency's ancient Irish history, that they brought over from the east the worship of Buddirg, or King Bud, who was of the family of Saka-san, or bonus Saka. In the Hindu chronology there is a Buddha Muni, who descended in the family of Sasya, and one of his titles was Arkabandhu, or kinsman of the sun. If my reader will look back a little, and observe that the Hindu Buddha was of the family of Sakya, he will, I think, believe with me that here we have the Hindu Buddha in Ireland. It is impossible to be denied. How contemptible does it make our learned priests appear, who affect to despise facts of this kind, and to consider the learning wherein they are contained, beneath their notice. But they do not despise them. They hate them and fear them. They feel conscious that they prove a state of the world once to have existed, which shakes to their foundations numbers of their nonsensical dogmas, and, with them, their gorgeous hierarchies. Volume. No. Page 160 million. Matter has made a very correct observation. As we proceed in our inquiries, every new page will produce some additional proofs of its truth. He says, L'antiquité vraiment voilée, s'offrir peut-être une unité de vue, et une liaison de croyances, que les temps modernes auront peine à comprendre. This was the doctrine of the learned Ammonius Saccas, of which I shall treat hereafter. Matter sur les Gnostiques, Volume p. 205. The farther back we go in history the more simple we find the icons of the gods, until at last, in Italy, Greece, and Egypt, we arrive at a time when there were no icons of them, for Buddha is never seen in the old temples, where his worship alone prevails, but in one figure, and that of extreme simplicity, and in many temples about Kabul, known to be Buddhist, there are no images at all. The images of Buddha can be considered only as figures of incarnations, of a portion of the Supreme Being, in fact, of human beings, filled with divine inspiration, and thus partaking the double quality of God and man. No image of the Supreme Brahma himself is ever made, but in place of it, his attributes are arranged, as in the temple of Garipuri. Thus, Brahma power creation matter the past earth, Vishnu wisdom preservation spirit the present water, Siva justice destruction time the future fire. Thus each triad was called the Creator. In the last of these divisions we find the Trinity ascribed to Plato, which I have noticed in B.I.C.H. II. sect. For, we see here whence the Greeks have obtained it, and as was very common with them, they misunderstood it, and took a mere figurative, or analogical, expression of the doctrine, for the doctrine itself, probably the earth, fire, water, might be given to the Kanail, by Plato, to deceive them, as it has done some moderns, to whose superstition its grossness was suitable. Moore's Panth. p. 242, page 161. The figure in the plates numbered 8, descriptive of Buddha or Krishna, is given by Mons. Cruiser. The following is the account given of this plate by Mons. Penny Krishna 8 Avatar who incarnation de Vishnu. Sula figure d'un enfant, elate par Devaki, Samir, et recevant des offrandes de fruits. President de la un groupe de demo rassemblés dans une espèce d'arche. La tête de l'enfant d'Au, noir, comme un dix son nom, et saint d'une auréole aussi bien que celle de Samir. On peut voir encore, dans cette belle peinture, Buddha sur le séguin de Maya. 61. Shimei. Of the two trays which are placed by the figure with the infant, one contains boxes, part of them exactly similar to the frankincense boxes now used in the Romish churches, and others such as might be expected to hold offerings of mud or gold. The second contains cows, sheep, cattle, and other animals. If my reader has ever seen the exhibition of the Nativity in the Church of the RC at Rhone, on Christmas Day, he will recollect the sheep, cows, and sea, which stand around the Virgin and Child. It is an exact icon of this picture. Hundreds of pictures of the mother and child, almost exact copies of this picture, are to be seen in Italy and many other Romish countries. But yet there is one circumstance of very great importance which is peculiar to Buddha, and forms a discriminating mark between him and Krishna, which is, that he is continually described as a Negro, not only with a black complexion, in which he agrees with Krishna, but with woolly hair and flat face. M. Cruiser observes that the Black Buddha, with frizzled or curled hair, attaches himself at the same time to the three systems into which the religion of India divides itself. Mr. Moore, on his woolly head, says, some statues of Buddha certainly exhibit thick Ethiopian lips, but all woolly hair. There is something mysterious, and unexplained, connected with the hair of this, and only of this, Indian deity. The fact of so many different tales having been invented to account for his crisped, woolly head, is alone sufficient to excite suspicion, that there is something to conceal ? Something to be ashamed of, more than meets the eye. The lips are often tinged with red to shew that the blackness does not arise from the color of the bronze or stone of which the image is made, but that black is the color of the god. Moore's Pantheon, p. 232. The reason why Buddha is a Negro, at least in the very old icons, I trust I shall be able to explain in a satisfactory manner hereafter. The Brahmins form a species of corporation, a sacerdotal aristocracy, possessing great privileges. But the Buddhists have a regular hierarchy. They form a state within a state, or a spiritual monarchy at the side of a temporal one. They have their cloisters, their monastic life, and a religious rule. Their monks form a priesthood numerous and powerful, and they place their first great founder at their head as the sacred depositary of their faith, which is transmitted by the spiritual prince, who is supported by the contributions of the faithful, from generation to generation, similar to that of the Lamas of Tibet. M. Cruiser might have said, not similar to, but identical with the Lama himself, who, like the Pope of Rome, is God on earth, at the head of all, a title which the latter formally assumed. Indeed, the close similarity between the two is quite wonderful to those who do not understand it. The monks and nuns of the Buddhists, here noticed by M. Cruiser, take the three cardinal vows of poverty, chastity, and obedience, the same as the monks and nuns of the European Christians. This singular fact at once proves the identity of the orders in the two communities, and that they must have had a common origin. I know not any circumstance of consequence in their economy in which they differ. Page 162. Maya is called the Great Mother, the Universal Mother. She is called Devi, or the Goddess Par, EXOCHN ? The Grand Bhavani, the Mother of gods and of men. She is the Mother of the Trimurti, or the being called the Creator, Preserver, and Destroyer, whom she conceived by Brahm, and when the Brahmins can get no farther in their mystics, they finished by calling her illusion. A certain order of persons called Samanins are noticed by Porphyry and Clemens Alexandrinus. Porphyry, in his treatise on abstinence, gives a very good description of the Brahmins and Samanins, from which it appears that the latter had precisely the same monastic regulations in his time, that they have at this day. Dabs, Lib. Hiv. Sect. XVII. The Hermes of Egypt, or Buddha, was well known to the ancient Canaanites, who had a temple to $per, the projector, by which they seem to have meant the material spirit, or rather heavens, considered as projecting, impelling, and pushing forward the planetary bodies in their courses. Notwithstanding the nonsense about material spirit or heavens, the Hermes, or Buddha, is very apparent. Parkhurst, Lex. Infos%. $RME, page 163. In the Samanins and Buddha of Porphyry and Clemens, we have a proof that the doctrines of Buddhism were common in their day. Both Cyril and Clemens Alexandrinus agree in telling us that the Samanins were the sacerdotal order both in Bactria and in Persia, but the Samanins were the priests of Samand or Buddha, and it is well known that the sacerdotal class of Bactria and Persia were the Magi. Therefore the Magi and the Samanins must have been the same, and consequently Buddha, or Maga, or Saman, must have been venerated in those regions. With this conclusion, the mythologic history of the Zend-Avesta will be found in perfect accordance. The name of the most ancient bull, that was united with the first man Kyumurth, is said to have been Abadog, but Abadond, like the Abudo of the Japanese, is plainly nothing more than Agbudat, or Father Buddha. But this is not the only proof of the Buddhism of the Persians. According to the Desatir of Moshani, Mahabad, I.e., the great Buddha, was the first king of Persia and of the whole world. and the same as the Triplasia in Mithras. Lemons Alexandrinus in particular states that the Samanines were the priests of the Bactrians. Strom. Lib. I. p. 305. Faber. Peg. Title. B. V. Ch. V. p. 235. Faber. Peg. Title. B. V. Ch. V. p. 353. Ibid. Buddha has his three characters, the same as Brahma, which produced three sects, like those of the Brahmins that of Buddha or Gautama, that of Jana or Jina, and that of Arand or Mahiman. I think in the last of these titles may be found the Ahriman or the Moyahriman, the destroyer, of Persia, but Buddha is allowed by the Brahmins to have been an incarnation of Vishnu, or to be identified with Brahma, Vishnu, and Siva, and like them he was venerated under the name Om. Ibid. p. 349. Colonel Franklin, p. 5, says, the learned Maurice entertains no doubt that the elder Buddha of India is no other than the elder Hermes Trismegistus of Egypt, and that original character is of antediluvian race. Buddha in Egypt was called Hermes Trismegistus. Lycophon calls him Tricephalus. This speaks for itself, as we have seen that Buddha is identified with Brahman, Vishnu, and Siva. Page 164. Mr. Moore says, most, if not all, of the gods of the Hindu pantheon, will, on close investigation, resolve themselves into the three powers, and those powers into one deity, Brahm, typified by the sun. Again, in Hindu mythology everything is indeed the sun. Nothing can be more true. Mr. Moore adds, we may here, as usual with all Hindu deities, trace genealogy upwards to the sun, who is Brahm. Pantheon, pp. 6, 16, Ibid. p. 447. Buddha is stated by Sir W. Jones to be Wotan, and not a native of India. But it is remarkable, that Wotan is his Tamil name, and the Tamulis are now in South India. This will be found of importance hereafter. Ajit. Res. Volume. II40. p. 9. Mons. Piniot, in his notes on Cruiser, has very justly observed that the earliest notice we have of the Persian religion has come from the north, from ancient Arya or Balch, the ancient Bactriana. He says, Savans je parle des temples souterrains de Damian, a quelt distance de Kabul, Isilopur set Lindi, Hamet Brahma, Buet Zoroaster, semblance don Lamain, Cruiser, Volume, I. p. 677, page 165. The following copy, in Moore's Hindu Pantheon, of an inscription which was found in Bengal, the very focus of the country of the Brahmins, is of itself, as its genuineness cannot be disputed, almost enough to prove the original identity of Krishna and Buddha. The address is said to be the Supreme Being. Reverence be unto thee in the form of Buddha. Reverence be unto thee, Lord of the earth. Reverence be unto thee, an incarnation of the deity, and the Eternal One. Reverence be unto thee, O God, in the form of the God of mercy, the dispeller of pain and trouble, the Lord of all things, the deity who overcomest the sins of the Kali Yuga, the guardian of the universe, the emblem of mercy toward those who serve thee, Om, the possessor of all things in vital form. Thou art Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesa. Thou art the Lord of the universe. Thou art the proper form of all things, movable and immovable, the possessor of the whole, and thus I adore thee. Reverence be unto thee, the bestower of salvation. Reverence be unto thee, Kasava, the destroyer of the evil spirit. Kezi, O de Mordara, shew me favor. Thou art he who resteth upon the face of the milky ocean, and who lieth upon the serpent Sesha. Again Mr. Moore says, in Ceylon, the Sinhalese have traditions respecting Buddha, that, like the legends of Krishna, identify him with his prototype, Vishnu. I think with Mr. Moore and Major Mahoney, that the identity of Buddha and Vishnu is clearly made out. Is the Mahesa of Mr. Moore the Ma or Great Jesus of Gaul? I believe so. But, Nsverons. pp. 222, 224, ib. p. 228. In my last chapter one said, that the word Om was used exactly like our word Amen. In the above prayer is a proof of what I there advanced, with this only difference, that it was not spoken but meditated on, in profound silence, at the end of the Destituta prayer. Page 166. Mr. Franklin makes an observation which is new to me, that the ancient Etrurians had the countenances of Negroes, the same as the images of Buddha in India. Asterisk researches on Bodhs and Jains, p. 149, Volume 1, Book 5, Chapter 2 Cassini Luber, Cycles Isaiah's prophecy known to the Egyptians and the Celts of Gaul mystical meaning of the letter M explanation of the Oriental astronomical systems subject continued Mr. Bentley, Berosus Mosaic and Hindu systems, various prophecies Marcianus Capella, subject continued page 166. The following observations of the very celebrated astronomer Cassini, made more than 100 years ago, and extracted from Lalubier's History of Siam, will enable me to elicit several conclusions respecting the famous Neros, of the greatest importance. As an astronomer, M. Cassini is in the first rank. No one will deny that his calculations upon acknowledged or admitted facts are entitled to the highest respect. I think they will enable me to point out the origin of many of the difficulties respecting Buddha and Krishna, and to explain them. Page 168. Many of our divines have been much astonished at the coincidence between the prophecy of the hidden Sibyl and that of Isaiah. The difficulty I flatter myself I shall now be able to remove, by shewing that it related to the system of cycles, which Mons. Cassini detected in the Siamese manuscript. I shall now proceed to prove that the period of 600 years, or the Neros alluded to by Cassini, which has been well described by the most celebrated astronomers as the finest period that ever was invented, Josephus says was handed down from the patriarchs who lived before the flood, is the foundation of the astronomical periods of the Indians, and is probably the age or mundane revolution alluded to by Virgil. On the subject of this fine cycle, and the important consequences deduced by Mons. Bailey from the knowledge of it by the ancients, my Celtic truths may be consulted. There my reader will see proofs that it was probably the invention of a period long prior to anything which we have been accustomed to contemplate as founded on historical records. Page 169. The prophecy of Isaiah may be said to have been a mystery, an example of judicial astrology. It required no divine inspiration to prove to the initiated, that, at the end of the cycle then running, a new cycle would commence, or that the cycle of the god Krishna, the sun, would be born again, and this leads us to a discovery which will account for and remove many of the difficulties which our learned men have encountered respecting Buddha and Krishna. It is evident that both of them being the sun, mystically and astrologically speaking, their year was 600 years long, and their birth date on the first year of the 600, on which was a conjunction of sun and moon at the vernal equinox. The day of the first birth of Buddha was at the vernal equinox of that 600 when the sun entered Taurus, of Krishna of that 600 nearest to the time when he entered Aries. The birthdays of both returned every 600 years when the Fend or Phoenicia or Phoenix was consumed on the altar of the Temple of the Sun at Heliopolis, in Egypt, and rose from its ashes to new life. This, I think, seems to have been purely astrological. At first many persons will be greatly surprised at the assertion, that the passages of Isaiah, ch. vi. 14, vi. 8, are not prophecies of Christ. Page 170 again. Drive. Adam Clark maintains, that the prophecy of Isaiah a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and call his name Emmanuel, does not mean Christ. The word virgin here is, in the Hebrew, %-3 and is preceded by the emphatic article %e. Therefore of course it means that not a virgin. In the nation, Bochart says, %-3 signifies virgin. This is evidently the same word, the celestial virgin, the Alm Venus of Lucretius, and the Brahmi Maya of India, or the Virgin Astras, alluded to by Virgil. Class, Jordan, Volume, IV, p. 169 of No. VI, and No. VII. I can entertain little doubt that this prophecy was well known to the Gauls or Celts and Druids, long before the time of Christ, as is made sufficiently evident by an inscription Virgini Paradori, which was found at Chartres upon a black image of Isis. This image was made by one of their kings, and the Reverend M. Langevin says it was existing in his day, about 1792. They are almost the words of Isaiah, and Mons, Langevin says, were inscribed 100 years before the birth of Christ. Along with the statue of Isis was a boat, which M. Langevin says was the symbol under which this goddess was adored. This was the Arga of India, of which I shall treat hereafter. Researches Hist. Sir Falaise, par Langevin, Peter. This prophecy, which our divines have been so eager to make apply to Jesus Christ, was known also to the Egyptians and Greeks, as well as to the Hindus and Jews. This fact strongly supports my rendering, that it related to their sacred dome. See Celtic Truths, ch. v. sect. vi. p. 163. Note. Singular as my reader may imagine it to be that Isaiah alludes to the Om of India, he will not think it so very paradoxical and singular, when he learns, that the history of Cyrus, who is prophesied of by name by Isaiah, is taken from a passage in the life of Krishna, from some history of whom Herodotus must have copied it. The connection noticed by Cassini between the prophecy of Isaiah, the Oriental cycles, and the prophecy of the Sibyl and Virgil, has a strong tendency to confirm the explanation which I have given above of the word, and, 3 Omnual or Emmanuel, used by Isaiah, page 172 in the celebrated history called the Gospel of the Infancy, which, I think it probable, was originally in Arabic, but of which there are some passages remaining in Greek. Jesus is said to have been sent to a schoolmaster, to whom he explained the mystical meaning of the letters. This gospel was peculiarly the gospel of the Nestorians, and of the Christians of St. Thomas on the coast of Malabar, of whom I shall have to speak hereafter. This story is repeated in another gospel, called the Gospel of St. Thomas, which in the Greek, and, for the reasons which the reader will see, was probably translated from Syriac, Hebrew, or Arabic. When the Master taught Jesus the word Aleph, the mystical meaning of which has been proved to be the Trinity by Chardin, he pronounced the second letter, which is written in the Greek letters, but in the Hebrew language, Bampeth, after which it is said, that he explained to his master the meaning of the prophets. Here we see the mystical, mem, or 600 of Isaiah, only written in Greek letters. This was the explanation of the mystery of Isaiah, of the prophets. If the person translating this work from the Hebrew had given to the letters the Greek names, Alpha, Beta, and Psi, the mystery would not have been contained in them. Therefore he gave them in Hebrew. Mr. Jones says, these Gospels were published in the beginning of the 2nd century. They were received by the Manichaeans, and the Gnostic sects, particularly that of the Marcosians, probably followers of Marcus. The Gnostics existed, as will be proved, not only before St. Paul, who wrote against them, but also before the Christian era. Jones on Canon, Volume, IPP, 396, 433, Volume, IIP, 232, page 173. When the chief priest placed his hands on the candidate for orders or for initiation into the priesthood, he smashed him, that is, he made the mark of the cross, or marked the candidate with the number of or sign of 600. This letter in the Hebrew means 60 and 600, the two famous cycles of the Indians, the Sonach being, in fact, nothing but the M final. See Celtic Truths, ch. v. sect. X. And Joshua the son of Nun was full of the spirit of wisdom, for Moses, smk, smashed him, laying his hands upon him. XXXIV. 9. See Jotonia. The mem final question mark. The letter Sonach question mark was adopted for the 600, because the cycles of 60 and 600 are, in reality, the same, or one a part of the other. They would equally serve the purpose of the calendar. If they reckoned by the Neros, there were 10 Neuroses and 6,000. If the reckoning was made by 60, there were 100 times that number and 6,000 years. This we shall understand better presently. This explanation of the Sonach completes what I have said respecting the X being the mark for 600, in my Celtic Truths, ch. v. sect. X. but M is the sign of the passive as well as of the active principle, that is, of the Maya. Thus it is the symbol of both, that is, of the Brahmi Maya. And this is the reason why we find this the monogram of the Virgin upon the pedestal of the goddess Multimamia, and of the Virgin Mary, with the bambino, or Black Christ, in her arms, as may be seen in many places in Italy. Page 174. The Mundra of Egypt, named by Plutarch, admitted by Kircher to be the passive principle of nature, is evidently nothing but the Oma or Omas, with the mem final, the sign of 600, prefixed. The sun was the emblem of the active principle, the moon of the passive principle, hence she was generally female, often called Isis, to which she was dedicated, and Magna Mater. Clark's Travels, Volume, IIP, 318, the recurrence of the word Om, in the names of places in Egypt, and in Syria, about Mount Sinai, is very remarkable, and raises strong ground for suspicion that it has a relation to the Om of India. We must remember that this Om is the Amen or sacred mystical word of the Bible, of the law given on Sinai. It is also the word omen good or bad which means prophecy. Vidbergert's Travels. There was a remarkable eclipse in March 4710 of the Julian period, about the time of Herod's death, and the birth of Christ. This is as it ought to be. The conjunction of the sun and moon took place on the birth of Christ. This was exactly 600 years after the birth of Cyrus, who was the Messiah, to use the epithet of the Old Testament, who immediately preceded Jesus Christ. Ciaget. Res. Volume. X. P. 48. Claymet. Cran. And Encyclop. Brit. Cran. P. 754. Page 176. This is a most important cycle, and I think we shall here see the reason for the information of such very long periods by the Hindus. The Niros or cycle of 600 was originally invented to enable them to regulate the vernal and autumnal philic festivals. After some time they discovered that their cycle of 600 no longer answered, but that their festivals returned at a wrong period, as the equinox, which once fell on the 1st of May, now took place on the 1st of April. This led ultimately to the discovery that the equinox proceeded about 2160 years in each sign, or 25,920 years in the 12 signs, and this induced them to try if they could not form a cycle of the two. On examination, they found that the 600 would not commensurate the 2160 years in a sign, or any number of sums of 2160 less than 10, but that it would be 10, or that in 10 times 2160, or in 21,600 years, the two cycles would agree. Yet this artificial cycle would not be enough to include the cycle of 25,920. They, therefore, took two of the periods of 21,600, or 43,200, and, multiplying both by 10, viz. 600 x 10 equals 6,000, and 43,200 x 10 equals 432,000, they found a period with which the 600-year period, and the 6,000-year period, would terminate and form a cycle. Every 432,000 years the three periods would commence anew, thus the three formed a year or cycle, 72 times 6,000 making 432,000, and 720 times 600 making 432,000. Page 179. It is necessary to observe that few of the numbers respecting the precession are absolutely correct. For instance, the number of years for a sign is 2153, instead of 2160. The difference arises from fractions, as I have stated above, and is so small, that it is not worth notice. The following observation of M. Volney's will explain it. Edward Barnard discovered from ancient monuments that the Egyptians priests calculated, as we do, the movement of the precession at 59.75 in a year. Consequently that they knew it with as much precision as we do at this day. According to these principles, which are those of all astronomers, we see that the annual precession being 50, and a fraction of about a fourth or a fifth, the consequence is, that an entire degree is lost, or displaced, in 71 years, 8 or 9 months, and an entire sign in 2152 or 2153 years, ****TRANSL, of Volney on ANC, History, Volume II, p. 453. Again Volney says, "It is, moreover, worthy of remark, that the Egyptians never admitted or recognized, in their chronology, the deluge of the Chaldeans, in the sense in which we understand it, and this, no doubt, because among the Chaldeans themselves it was only an allegorical manner of representing the presence of Aquarius in the winter solstitial point, which presence really took place at the epoch when the vernal equinoctial point was in Taurus. This carries us back to the 31st, 3100, or 32nd century before our era, that is, precisely to the dates laid down by the Indians and Jews. Ibid. p. 455. Page 184 from the Epochs and Cycles explained by Mons. Cassini. We may readily infer the mode which was adopted by Eusebius and the Christian fathers in settling the times of the festivals and of the births, and c. of John and Jesus. It is almost certain that they were indebted to the Samanocodomites or Samanines, noticed by Clemens Alexandrinus, as shown above. All this dovetails perfectly into the astronomical theories of Mons. Dupuis. Into what the learned Spaniard, Alfonso the Great, said, that the adventures of Jesus are all depicted in the constellation. Into what Jacob is reported to have said, that the fortunes of his family were read in the stars. And also into what Isaiah said, that the heavens were a book. This was really believed by some of the Kabbalists, who divided the stars into letters. C. Basmont, Hist. Jews. B. The third. We must recollect that the likeness between the history of Hercules and Jesus Christ is so close that Mr. Parkhurst has been obliged to admit that Hercules was a type of what the Savior was to do and suffer. Now M. Dupuis has shewn the life of Hercules in the sphere in a manner which admits not of dispute, and Hercules, as it has also been shewn, is the Heraclo, the Savior. 600. Page 187. I will now shew that the Mosaic system is exactly the same as that of the Brahmins and the Western nations. I will unfold one part of the esoteric religion, but first I shall avail myself of the statement of several facts of the highest importance, which cannot be disputed, made by Colonel Wilford in the Asiatic Researches, Volume XP 33, in consequence of certain prodigies which were reported to have been seen at Rome. About the year 119 before Christ, the Sacred College of Heteraea was consulted, which declared that the eighth revolution of the world was nearly at an end, and that another, either for the better or the worse, was about to take place. Ibid. Plutarch in Siloam, p. 456. Juvenal, who lived in the 1st century, declared that he was living in the 9th revolution, or Saeculum. This shews that the cycle above alluded to had ended in Juvenal's time, and that a new one had begun, and this 9th revolution consisted evidently of a revolution of more than 100 or 120 years? Of several centuries at least. Satire Shii. v. 28. This statement of Juvenal's, which no author has yet ever pretended to understand, will now explain itself, and it completes and proves the truth of my whole system. It is of the greatest importance to my theory, as it is evidence, which cannot be disputed, of the fact on which the whole depends. Virgil lived before Christ, Juvenal after him. This is quite enough for my purpose, as we shall soon see. About 60 years before Christ the Roman Empire had been alarmed by prodigies, and also by ancient prophecies, announcing that an emanation of the deity was going to be born about that time, and that a renovation of the world was to take place. Previous to this, in the year 63 B.C., the city had been alarmed by a prophecy of one Figulus, that a king or master of the Romans was about to be born, in consequence of which the Senate passed a decree, that no father bring up a male child born that year, but those among the senators, whose wives were pregnant, got the decree suppressed. These prophecies were applied to Augustus, who was born 63 years before Christ according to some persons, but 56 according to several writers in the East, such as the author of the Leptaric and others. Hence it is, that Niccolodicandi, who was in Bengal and other parts of India in the 15th century, insists that the Vikramaditya was the same as Augustus, and that his period was reckoned, from the birth of that emperor, 56 years before Christ. Now, It is evident that these 56 years before Christ bring us to the era of the Buddha of Siam, for the beginning of the new era, foretold by the Cuman Sibyl, as declared by the Mantuan or Celtic poet, the Druid of Cisalpine Gaul, in his fourth eclogue. This, in some old manuscripts seen by Pyreus, is entitled Interpretatio Novi Siaculi, *C sup, to dit, live, c, decad, cap, xxxix, the eras of the heroes, or messes, of the cycle, as the Bible calls Cyrus, did not always commence on their births, either in very old or modern times. Thus Buddha's era, above mentioned, was from his death. Jesus Christ's is 4 years after his birth. Muhammad was born a.d. 608, his era begins 625. Page 188. Tacitus says, the generality had a strong persuasion that it was contained in the ancient writings of the priests, that at that very time the East should prevail, and that someone who should come out of Judea, should obtain the empire of the world, which ambiguities foretold Vespasian and Titus. But the common people, of the Jews, according to the usual influence of human wishes, appropriated to themselves, by their interpretation, this vast grandeur foretold by the fates, nor could be brought to change their opinion for the true, by all their adversities. Suetonius says, there had been for a long time all over the East a constant persuasion that it was recorded, in the fates, books of the fates, decrees, or foretellings, that at that time someone who should come out of Judea should obtain universal dominion. It appeared by the event, that this prediction referred to the Roman emperor, but the Jews referring it to themselves, rebelled. Hist. Cap. Shai. Page 189. Josephus says, that which chiefly excited them, the Jews, to war, was an ambiguous prophecy, which was also found in the sacred books, that at that time someone, within their country, should arise, that should obtain the empire of the whole world. For this they had received by tradition, that it was spoken of one of their nation, and many wise men were deceived with the interpretation. But, in truth, Vespasian's empire was designed in this prophecy, who was created emperor, of Rome, in Judea. Did below, lib. v. Cap. xxxi. Another prophecy has been noticed by Prido of one Julius Meritus, in these words, Regem Popula Romano Naturam Paturier, Conec. p. the second, b. x. p. 493, fol. Suet. In October. Cap. Exiv. Among the Greeks, the same prophecy is found. The oracle of Delphi was the depository, according to Plato, of an ancient and secret prophecy of the birth of a son of Apollo, who was to restore the reign of justice and virtue on earth. This, no doubt, was the son alluded to by the Sibyl. Plato in Apologue. Socir. Et de Repub. Lib. I. A. Clark's Evidences. Chatfield on the Hindus. p. 245. Du Halde, in his History of China, informs us, that the Chinese had a prophecy that a holy person was to appear in the West, and in consequence they sent to the West, which I think would be Upper India, and that they brought thence the worship of i.e. Buddha, whom they call Kayao, and Shikya. This is evidently the Iar of Diodorus, and the Iao of Genesis, and the Sakya the name of Buddha. Now, according to my idea, the Sibyl of Virgil would have no difficulty, as, from her skill in judicial astrology, she would know very well when the Neros would end. Isaiah might easily learn the same, even if he were not initiated, a thing hardly to be believed, from the Sibyl of Judea, perhaps called a Huldah. Nothing is so likely as that Augustus should permit his flatterers to tell the populace that his age exactly suited to the prophecy. Few persons would dare to canvass this matter too closely. It was good policy, to strengthen his title to the throne. But respecting him I shall have much to say hereafter. The Hindu works, Colonel Wilford informs us, foretell the coming of Krishna, in the same manner, at the time he is said to have come. Nothing is more likely. This has been erroneously supposed to prove them spurious. Any astronomer might tell it, for it was what had been told for every new age, before it arrived, that a great personage would appear. In fact the presiding genius, Cyrus, or Messiah, of the cycle, named by Pausanias and Aurelian, Vide Asiat, Res. Volume X. p. 30, page 190. In addition to all these prophecies, which are in themselves sufficiently striking, there is yet another very celebrated one respecting Zarathustra, which is noticed by Mr. Faber. He maintains, and I think proves, the genuineness of this famous prophecy of Zarathustra, who declared that in the latter day a virgin should conceive and bear a son, and that a star should appear blazing at noonday. You, my son, exclaimed the seer, will perceive its rising before any other nation. As soon, therefore, as you shall behold the star, follow it whithersoever it shall lead you, and adore that mysterious child, offering him your gifts with profound humility. He is the Almighty Word, which created the heavens. This prophecy, Mr. Faber observes, is found among the Celts of Ireland, ascribed to a person of the name of Zarathustra, Aduru or Drud of Bokhara, the residence of Zarathustra, whose mother was called Dagdu, one of the names of the mother of the gods. He shews by many strong and decisive proofs, that this can be no monkish forgery of the Dark Ages. Volume II. p. 97. This Zarathustra is no other than the person generally called Zoroaster by our old authors. Now I learn from the learned Oriental Professor Lee, of Cambridge, that the latter orthography is a complete mistake, and that in all the old Oriental authors it is spelt Zarathustra. I think this furnishes a very strong proof of the real antiquity and genuineness of the Irish record, for if they had been merely compiled or formed from the works of the Western nations, they would have had the Western mode of spelling the word, and would not have had the Eastern mode, of which they could know nothing. It proves that they had this word direct from the East, and not through the medium of Western reporters. Amongst other arguments against its being a forgery, Professor Lee observes, that the very same prophecy, in the same words, as reported by Abulpharagius is to have been found by him in the Oriental writings of Persia. This prophecy thus found in the East and in Ireland, and in the Virgini Parateri, of Gaul, before noticed, previous to the Christian era, is of the very first importance. This prophecy is alluded to in the Gospel of the Infancy. The star above spoken of, was also known to the Romans. Chalcidius, a heathen writer who lived not long after Christ, in a commentary upon the Timaeus of Plato, discoursing upon portentous appearances of this kind in the heavens, in different ages, particularly speaks of this wonderful star, which he observes, presaged neither diseases nor mortality, but the descent of a god among men. Steliquum Chaldes observatum fuis testantur, que deum nuper antum muneribus venerati sunt. Nothing can be more clear than that the Romish Christians got their history of the star and Magi from these Gentile superstitions. In Timaeum, Plotinus, p. 19, a pub hind, Hist. of Maurice, Volume II, p. 296, page 191, the Persians, the Chinese, and the Delphians, could not prophesy of Caesar, and the close resemblance of the prophecies from all parts of the world, could not be the effect of accident. Page 192, M. Cassini has shown that the era of Buddha ought to be fixed to the year 543, not 544, before Christ. It is said that the Kali Yuga took place 3101 years before Christ. The era of Buddha, it has been stated, is calculated from his death. Now let us count the difference between his death and the beginning of the cycle for his life, and it will be 57. Take this from the time of the Kali Yuga has run, and it will give 3103 equals 3044. Take from this the time which Christ is placed too late, according to Escher, viz. 4 years, and we shall have from the beginning of the Kali Yuga 3040. Divide this by the mystical number of Martianus Capella, the monogram of Christ, THS, equals 608, and we shall have exactly the number of 5 yugs, or 5 great neuroses, between the flood, or the entrance of the sun into the Hindu Aries or the beginning of the Kali Yuga, and Christ. This and the 3 in the preceding 2160 years, the time the sun took to pass through Taurus, make up the 8. Page 195. With respect to the time fixed by Eusebius for the age of the world before Christ, we must recollect that it is very different from all others, because at the time when he and his master, Constantine, were settling and establishing the Christian religion, destroying by the agency of Theodoret such gospel histories as they thought wrong, and substituting such as they thought right. They may be fairly supposed to have had information on these subjects, which may very easily have been lost in later times. I think no one will believe that it was by accident, that the number of the years of the sun's precession in a sign, 2160, the number of Eusebius, 5200, and the 8 cycles, agreed with the doctrines of Juvenal and Censorinus and the 8 avatars of India. Volume 1, Book 5, Chapter 3. Subject continued? 2 cycles. Joshua stops the sun and moon? Jewish incarnations? Millennium. Pritchard, Plato. Jewish and Christian authorities from Drive. Mid? Plutarch and other Western authors on the 600-year cycle? The Hindus had different systems? Observations on Pythagoras, and c. Ludier on the word see on page 196. Thus we have 2 systems of the Neros, one of 600, and the other of 608 years each. Page 197 in the Annals of China, in fact of the Chinese Buddhists, in the reign of the Emperor Yao, a very striking name, being the name of the god of the Jews. It is said that the sun was stopped 10 days, that is, probably, 10 degrees of Isaiah, a degree answering to a year, 360 degrees and 360 days, pref. To the last volume, of Universe. Hist. P. Shai. As might well be expected, when Joshua stopped the sun it was observed in India. Mr. Franklin says, 1575 years before Christ, after the death of Krishna, Buddha son of Durga, the sun stood still to hear the pious ejaculations of Arjuna. This is the great leader of the Jews? Moses, on Buddhists and Jains, p. 174. The author of the Cambridge Key says, that in the text of the Bible the sun is said to stand still in a.m. 1451, the year in which Moses died. This is the Kali year 1651, in which the sun stood still to hear the pious ejaculations of Arjuna for the death of Krishna. The learned Jesuit Baldius observes, that every part of the life of Krishna has a near resemblance to the history of Christ, and he goes on to shew that the time when the miracles are supposed to have been performed was during the Dwapara, which he admits to ended 3,100 years before the Christian era. So that, as the CashApp says, if there is meaning in words the Christian missionary implies that the history of Christ was founded on that of Krishna. Volume II, p. 224, Ibid. After this, in p. 226, CashApp goes on to shew that it is almost impossible to doubt that the history of Krishna was written long prior to the time of Christ. The same mythos is evident in all these widely separated nations. Its full meaning, I have no doubt, will be someday discovered. Page 198. Noah began a new world, and thus also did Krishna. In looking back to the Jewish history, I find the flood ended on the day that Noah finished his 600th year, when a new world began. We have already seen that the year of the Savior Krishna was feigned to be 600 years. The duration of the Neros. He was the Savior of India, expressly predicted in the ancient writings of the Brahmins. The Savior of the Jews and of Europe was the same. The Jewish incarnations were the same as those of the Hindus, as was indeed almost every part of their system. The first cycle began with the sun in Taurus, the creation of the system, and ended with Enoch, who did not die, but who ascended into heaven. I think this speaks for itself. Enoch is said to have lived 365 years, but it is probable that his life was only 360, the time which was necessary to intercalate to make up the difference between the 3 neuroses, and the precession for one sign. 1800 plus 360 equals 2160. When the system of Noah, the correct system, began, the cycles were like men, and died of old age. The Arabians called Enoch Idris, and say that Idris was the same as Elijah, who did not die. And the Arabians and the Jews also had a tradition, that Phinehas, the son of Eleazar, revived in Elijah. Thus the Jewish and Arabian traditions unite Enoch and Elijah and Phinehas, by correct renewed incarnations. And I suppose everyone who reads this will recollect, that the Jews are said to have believed Jesus to be Elijah. Jesus declares that John Baptist came in the spirit and power of Elijah. These circumstances have at least a strong tendency to prove, if they do not really prove, that the Hindu doctrine of renewed incarnation was the esoteric religion of the Jews. When Elijah went up to heaven, he left his cloak and prophetic office to Elisha, or to the Lamb of God. See Hottinger de Mohammedia Genealogia. Mark VI. 28. Matt. Xi. 10. 14. In a future page I shall shew, that this cloak is the pallium of the Romish Church, by the investiture with which the popes infused a portion of the Holy Ghost into their bishops. Without the investiture there was no bishop. Page 199. The Annus Magnus of the ancients was a subject of very general speculation among the Greeks and Romans, but not one of them seems to have suspected the sacrum nomen, cognum, et omen, of Marcianus Capella. Several of them admit that by the *X this period was meant, or at least that its life was the length of the great year. From this I conclude that, as it was well known to Marcianus Capella, it must have been a secret known only to the initiated. Solinus says, "It is a thing well known to all the world, that the grand year terminates at the same time as the life of the *Nix. This is confirmed by Manilius and Pliny. Selene Polyhister. Cat. XXXVI. Ed. Salmus. George Syncellus says, that the *X which appeared in Egypt in the reign of Claudius, had been seen in the same country 654 years before. On this Larcher says, this pretended *X appeared the 7th year of the reign of Claudius, the year 800 of Rome, and the 47th year of our era. If we take from 800 the sum of 654, which is the duration of life of this bird, according to this chronographer, we shall have for the time of its preceding apparition the year 146 of the foundation of Rome, which answers to the year 608 before our era. It is surely a very extraordinary accident that make the learned Larcher's calculation exactly agree with the term of one of the great neuroses, which the bird's name means. I before stated that I suspected the first ended with the birth of Enoch, the second ended with the birth of Noah, the third ended with Noah leaving the ark, when he was 600 years old, the fourth ended about the time of Abraham, and was probably Isaac, whose name may mean joy, gladness, laughter, and who was called because he was the Savior, not because his mother laughed at God. Page 200. It was the belief that some great personage would appear in every cycle, as the Sibylline verses prove. But it was evidently impossible to make the birth of great men coincide with the birth of the cycle. But when it was desirable to found power upon the belief that a living person was the hero of the cycle, it is natural to expect that the attempt should have been made, as was the case with the verses of Virgil and others. As I shall hereafter shew, this great person is, according to Mr. Parkhurst, the type of a future Savior. The fifth Jewish cycle might end when the Samaritans say the prophecy of Jacob was verified, that is, when Ozzy, expressly called the Messiah or Savior Joshua or Jesus brought the ark to Shiloh, the language of the prophecy of Jacob to Judah, that a lawgiver should not pass from beneath his feet till Shiloh should come, has been a subject of much dispute. Drive, Geddes and others maintain, that it is no prophecy, but Christians in general consider it to be one. The Samaritans insist that it is a prophecy, and that it was fulfilled in the son of Nun, Ozzy, called properly Jesus or the Savior, and improperly Joshua, on his bringing the ark to Shiloh, as remarked above. Sir William Drummond has shown, in a most ingenious and convincing manner, in his Typus Judaicus, how this prophecy is depicted on the sphere. The sixth incarnation I will not attempt to name. The Jews, like the Hindus, had many saviors or incarnations, or persons who at different times were thought to be inspired, or to be persons in whom a portion of divine wisdom was incarnate. This makes it difficult to fix upon the right person. Might not Samson be one of them? He was an incarnation, as we shall soon see. The next cycle must be, I think, that of Elias, Hlioj, or Elijah, and Lau, or God the Lord, according to Calumet and Cruton, but I should say, God the self-existent, that is, it means to say, an incarnation or inspiration of Hlioj or the God, and Au, the Iau of the Greeks, or the solar power. He left his prophetic power to Elisha, which Cruden and Kalimit say means the Lamb of God. It is curious to observe numbers of churches in Greece dedicated to St. Elias, which have formerly been temples of the sun. Page 201 of the Hero of the 8th Age. It is said in our version, "Thus saith the Lord to his anointed, his Messiah, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have holden to subdue nations." Here I beg it may be observed that if persons doubt the existence of Joshua or Abraham, they cannot well doubt the existence of Cyrus. This observation will be found of importance hereafter. The 8th period began about the Babylonian captivity, about 600 years before Christ. The 9th began, as the Siamese say, with Jesus Christ, making all 8 cycles before Christ. Isaiah Shiv. 1. Page 202. I shall now endeavor to demonstrate the existence of the cycle of 600 or 6,000 among the Western nations. Colonel Wilford has shown that the Buddhas and Brahmins were well known and distinguished from each other by Strabo, Philostratus, Pliny, Porphyry, and c. The alternate destruction of the world by fire and water was taught by Plato. In his Timaeus he says, that the story of Phaeton's burning the world has reference to a great dissolution of all things on earth, by fire. Gale shows the Jews, as well as Plato, maintained that the world would be destroyed at the end of 6,000 years, that then the day of judgment would come. Manifestly the Jewish and Christian millennium. Kajit. Res. Volume. IX. p. 298. Court Gent. Volume. IB. The 3rd. Ch. V. Sect. The 3rd. V. On this subject Plato says, when the time of all things is full, and the change is needful, and every kind upon the earth is exhausted, each soul having given out all its generations, and having shed upon the earth as many seeds as were appointed unto it, then doth the pilot of the universe, abandoning the rudder of the helm, return to his seat of circumspection, and the world is turned back by fate and its own innate concupiscence. At the time also the gods, who act in particular places as colleagues of the supreme demon, being aware of that which is coming to pass, dismiss from their care the several parts of the world itself being and having a great concussion within itself, makes another destruction of all living things, but in due process of time it is set free from tumult, and confusion, and concussion, and obtaineth a calm, and being set in order, returneth into its pristine course. And c. Nimrod then adds, as we farther learn from Virgil, that the next renovation of the world will be followed by the Trojan War? I do not think that more words are necessary in order to evince that the Iliad of Homer is the Babel of Moses. Platt. Bullet. p. 37. Pub Nimrod, Volume I. p. 511. The doctrine of the renewal of worlds has been well treated by Drive. Pritchard. He shews that the dogma was common to several of the early sects of philosophers in Greece, that traces of it are found in the remains of Orpheus, that it was a favorite doctrine of the Stoics, and was regarded as one of the peculiar tenets of that school, and that we are indebted chiefly to their writings for what we know of this ancient philosophy. But although the successive catastrophes are shown to have been most evidently held by them, yet, from the doctor's account, it is very clear that they were not generally understood. Canal. Of Egypt. Myth. p. 178. See Lipsius Difficile. Stoic. Dissert. 2. Page 204. None of the fathers have written more clearly respecting the millennium than Irenaeus, and he expressly declares that, after it, the world shall be destroyed by fire, and that the earth shall be made new after its conflagration. Here is the admission of the identical renewal of worlds held by the Oriental nations. Floyer's Sibylls. p. 244. Street. Augustine has an indistinct view of the true system. He says, that the 5th age is finished, that we are in the 6th, and that the dissolution of all things will happen in the 7th. He evidently alluded to the thousands, not the neuroses, and that the world should be burnt and renewed. Barnabas says, in 6,000 years the Lord shall bring all things to an end. He makes the 7,000 the millennium, and the 8th the beginning of the other world. Civ. Dei. Lib. XXII. Cat. XXX. Auseli. Orient. Cole. Volume. II. No. The second, p. 119, Floyer's Sybils, p. 245. Nothing astonishes me more than the absolute ignorance displayed in the writings of the ancients, of the true nature of their history, their religious mythology, and, in short, of everything relating to their antiquities. At the same time it is evident that there was a secret science possessed somewhere, which must have been guarded by the most solemn oaths. Page 205. Plutarch in Scylla has stated, that on a certain clear and serene day, a trumpet was heard to sound which was so loud and clear, that all the world was struck with fear. On the priests of Etruria being consulted they declared, that a new age was about to commence, and a new race of people to arise, that there had been 8 races of people, different in their lives and manners, that God has allotted to each race a fixed period, which is called the Great Year, that when one period is about to end and another to begin, the heaven or the earth marks it by some great prodigy. Page 207. Among all the ancient nations of the world, the opinion was universal, that the planetary bodies were the disposers of the affairs of men. Christians who believe in transubstantiation, and that their priests have an unlimited power to forgive sins, may affect to despise those who have held that opinion, down to Tycho Brahe, or even to our own times. But their contempt is not becoming, it is absurd. From this error, however, arose the opinion, that the knowledge of future events might be obtained from a correct understanding of the nature of the planetary motions. This was, perhaps, an improvement on the other. It was thought that the future fortunes of every man might be known, from a proper consideration of the state of the planets at the moment of his birth, as, of course, these calculations would continually deceive the calculators. It was very natural that endeavors should be made, overlooking the possibility that the system might be false from the beginning, to ascertain the cause of these failures. This was soon believed to arise from a want of correctness in the calculation of the planetary motions, a fact which would speedily be suspected and then ascertained. This produced the utmost exertion of human ingenuity, to discover the exact length of the periods of the planets, that is, in other words, to perfect the science of astronomy. In the course of these proceedings it was discovered, or believed to be discovered, that the motions of the planets were liable to certain aberrations, which it was thought would bring on ruin to the whole system. At some future day, experience would teach them that they could never be certain they had discovered all the aberrations, and thus they could never be certain that they had calculated all the periods. They would also perceive that the longer they made their cycles or periods the nearer they came to the truth. For this reason it was, and it was a sensible reason, that they adopted the very long periods, for it was evident that, in every one of the lengthened periods, multiples of 600, the cycle of the sun and moon would be included, and with it would make a cycle. When our priests can discover, or suppose, no other reason for these lengthened periods than a wish to appear the most ancient of nations, I fear they estimate the understandings of those who discovered the Neros, by the measure of their own. Page 208. I am always rejoiced when I find my theories supported by learned Christian dignitaries. I then flatter myself that they cannot be the produce of a too prurient imagination. Bishop Horsley could not help seeing the truth, that the 4th eclogue of Virgil referred to the child to whom the kings of the Magi came to offer presents. In the 2nd volume of Sermons, he has undertaken to prove that this eclogue is founded on old tradition respecting Jesus Christ, and that he is the child of whom Virgil makes mention. I suspect the learned bishop had at least a slight knowledge of the esoteric doctrine. On this I shall say more when I treat of the Sybils. I shall then shew that the bishop is perfectly right. Sermon page 209. An account is given by Suidas, to which reference has already been made, of the formation of the world as held by the Tuscans, or Etrurians. They supposed that God, the author of the universe, employed 12,000 years in all his creations, and distributed them into 12 houses, that in the first chiliad, or 1,000 years, he made the heaven and the earth, in the next the firmament which appears to us, calling it heaven, in the third the sea and all the waters that are on earth, in the fourth, the great lights, the sun and the moon, and also the stars, in the fifth every volatile, reptile, and four-footed animal in the air, earth, and water, in the sixth man. It seems therefore, according to them, that the first 6,000 years were passed before the formation of man. and that mankind are to continue for the other 6,000 years, the whole time of consummation being 12,000 years. For they held that the world was subject to certain revolutions, wherein it became transformed, and a new age and generation began. Of such generations there had been in all, according to them, 8, differing from one another in customs and way of life, each having a duration of a certain number of years assigned them by God, and determined by the period which they called the Great Year. If Sudas can be depended on, and I know no reason to dispute his authority, we have here, among these Italian priests, in the 6 ages of creation, evident proofs of the identity of their doctrines with those of the Hindus, the ancient Magi of Persia, and the books of Genesis. And what is more, we have, if Mons. Cuvier can be depended on, proofs that these very ancient philosophical priests all taught the true system of the universe, one of the most abstruse and recondite subjects in nature. To what is this to be attributed? Most clearly either to the learning of the primeval nation, or to revelation. Different persons will entertain different opinions on this subject. Page 210. The date of Pythagoras' birth has been much disputed by learned men. After what the reader has seen, he will not be surprised to find this great philosopher connected, as has been already noticed from the work of Lalubieter, like the Jewish worthies, Augustus Caesar, and others, with one of the neuroses. Page 211. We have every reason to believe that Pythagoras traveled far to the east to acquire knowledge. In looking through the great mass of facts and doctrines charged to him, we find much Oriental doctrine intermixed with truth and science, the same as we find at this day among the Brahmins, truth and science very much more correct than that which his successors, whose ignorance or uncertainty respecting him is admitted, knew or taught, mixed with an inconceivable mass of nonsense, of that description of nonsense, too, which his followers particularly patronized, and taught us sense and wisdom. Have we not, then, reason to make a selection, and give Pythagoras credit only for such parts as we find of the wise character to which I have alluded, and throw out all the remainder as the nonsense of his successors? What can be more striking than the fact of his teaching that the planets moved in curved orbits, a fact for the statement of which he got laughed at by his ignorant successors, but a fact which we know to be well founded? All his doctrines, we are told by his followers, were founded on numbers, and they pretend to give us what was meant by these numbers, and choice nonsense they give us, nonsense very unworthy of the man who taught the 47th proposition of Euclid, and the true planetary system. Then are we to believe them? I reply, no. We ought to believe only such parts as are analogous to the Oriental systems, and to good sense. All the remainder must remain sub judice. Page 212. But I have little doubt that out of the shreds and patches left us by his successors, of the real value of which they were perfectly ignorant, a beautiful Oriental garment might be manufactured bearing a close analogy to the purest of what we find in the East, which, in our eyes, at this day, would be beautiful, but which, by his ancient biographers, would, like his planetary orbits, be treated with contempt. It is said that the monad, the duad, the triad, and the tetractys, were numbers held in particular respect by him. The last is called the perfection of nature, but drive, Lempriere says, every attempt, however, to unfold the nature of this last mysterious number has hitherto been unsuccessful. This seems wonderful. Surely drive, Lempriere cannot have understood the Hebrew language, or he would at once have seen that this can be nothing but the tetragrammaton of the Hebrews ? The sacred name percent and percent ? Or ai ? The self-existent, the I am, often called the name of 4 letters, or, in other words, the tetractys. This is confirmed by what, according to Aristotle, Pythagoras said of his triad. He affirmed that the whole and all things are terminated by 3. Here are the 3 letters of the sacred word, without the emphatic article, ? The 3 signifying I am Jah. Of the tetractys he says, through the superior world is communicated from the tetractys to the inferior, life and the being, not accidental, but substantial, of every species. The tetractys is the divine mind communicating. This can be nothing but the tetragrammaton of the Hebrews. I confess I can entertain no doubt that his monad, his duad, his triad, and his tetractys, formed the Hindu trinity, and the sacred name of 4, including the 3, We have already seen that Buddha was born after 10 months. Sanslira, that is, he was to produce of an immaculate conception. Hercules was a 10 months child, as were also Melanger, Peleus, Neleus, and Typhon. The child foretold in the 4th Eclogue of Virgil was also a 10 months child. Augustus also was the produce, after a 10 months pregnancy, of a mysterious connection of his mother with a serpent in the temple of Apollo. Then 10 months pregnancy of all the persons named above, had probably an astrological allusion to the 10 ages. The name of Augustus, given to Octavius, was allusive to his sacred character of presiding demon of the Munda, IF:8 or cycle. Solomon, according to the Bible, was also a 10 months child. Nimrod, Ibid, p. 458 page 213. Several of the Hindu incarnations, particularly that of Salivahana and of Gautama, of whom I shall treat by and by, are said like Scipio, Augustus, Alexander, and c. to have been born after a 10 months' pregnancy of their mothers, and also to have been produced by a serpent entwining itself round the body of the mother. The coincidence is too striking to be the effect of accident. Trends, Asiat, Volume I, p. 431. The mother of Cyrus, or the incarnation of the solar power, had, as we might expect, a very mythological name. She was called Mandano. In the Oriental language this would have the same meaning as IF:8, correctly a cycle. In the same spirit the mother of Constantine was called Helen, her father Coelus. It has often been construed to mean world, when it meant cycle. It was, I think, one of the words used by the mystics to conceal their doctrine, and to delude the populace. This I take to be a word formed of Manda and Anna. Page 214. Mr. Maurice has labored hard to prove that the Babylonians were the inventors of the Neros. This he does because he fancies it supports the Mosaic system. I shall now shew that it cannot have been invented either by them or by the Egyptians, and I suppose no one will suspect the Greeks of being the inventors of it, and this will compel us to go for it to the ancestors and country of Abraham, if we can only find out who and where they were. This I do not despair of doing in due time. Volume 1, Book 5, Chapter 4 Cross. The meaning of it? Justin and Tertullian on the cross? Monograms of Christ and Osiris? Cross of Ezekiel and others? Other monograms of Christ? Chrismans Sancti Ambrogii? Sacred numbers in the temples of Britain. Mithra? Josephus and Valency on mystic numbers? Indian circles? Lama of Tibet? Indra crucified? Jesuits account of Tibet page 216. I will now show how the cycle of 600, or the Neros, was concealed in another system and by another kind of mysticism. I scarcely need remind my reader that the cross has been an emblem used by all Christians, from the earliest age. In my Celtic truths he may see many proofs that it was used by the most ancient of the Gentiles, the Egyptians and the Druids. The meaning of it, as an emblem, has been a matter much disputed. It has generally been thought to be emblematic of eternal life. It has also been considered, from a fancied similarity to the membrum virile, to be emblematic of the procreative powers of nature. The general opinion, I think, seems to have settled upon a union of the two? That it meant eternally renovating life, and this seems to agree very well with the nature of the cycle? With the Neros, which eternally renovated itself, and of which it was probably an emblem. But in my opinion, it is much more probable that it became the emblem of generation and regeneration, from being the emblem of the cycle, than from any fancied resemblance alluded to above, and that it was the emblem, from being the figure representing the number, of the cycle. Page 217. Mr. Payne Knight says, the male organs of generation are sometimes represented by signs of the same sort, which might properly be called symbols of symbols. One of the most remarkable of these is the cross in the form of the letter D, which thus served as the emblem of creation and generation. On Priapus, p. 48. Among the alchemists the T with a circle and crescent, is the numerical sign of Mercury. The sign of Venus is a crux ansata, that is, a cross in a circle. Mr. Maurice describes a statue in Egypt as bearing a kind of cross in its hand, that is to say, a phallus, which, Among the Egyptians, was the symbol of fertility, fertility, that is, in other words, the productive, generative power. On the Egyptian monuments, in the museum, may be seen the mystic cross in great numbers of places, and upon the breast of one of the mummies in the Museum of the London University, is a cross exactly in this shape, a cross upon a Calvary, ant, volume, p. 113, page 218. Justin, presently afterward, tells us that Plato said, the next power to the supreme God was decussated or figured in the shape of a cross on the universe. These opinions of Plato were taken from the doctrine of Pythagoras relating to numbers, which were extremely mystical, and are certainly not understood. Here we have the Son of God typified by the X, hundreds of years before Christ was born, but this is in keeping with the Platonic Trinity. The cross was a sacred emblem with the Egyptians. The ibis was represented with human hands and feet holding the staff of Isis in one hand, and a globe and cross in the other. It is on most of the Egyptian obelisks, and was used as an amulet. Saturn's astrological character was a cross and a ram's horn. Jupiter also bore a cross, with a horn. The two principal pagodas of India, viz., at Benares and Mathura, are built in the form of crosses. The cross was also a symbol of the British Druids. Mr. Maurice says, we know that the Druid system of religion, long before the time of Cambyses, had taken deep root in the British Isles. The cross among the Egyptians was an hieroglyphic, importing the life that is to come. More. Indiana, Ant. Volume, IIP. 359. C. Morias, Ant. Cornwall, p. 108. More. Indiana, Ant. Volume, VI. p. 68. Indiana, Ant. Volume, VI. p. 104. Celtic Druids, by the author, Rufinus, Volume, IIP. 29. Sozomen says the same. Hist. Ecclesiastes, Volume, VII. p. 15. Page 219. Nothing in my opinion can more clearly shew the identity of the two systems of the Christian priests, and of the ancient worshippers of the sun, than the fact, unquestionably proved, that the sign or monogram used by both was identically the same. It is absolutely impossible that this can be the effect of accident. The following are monograms of Christ, XXX, but it is unquestionable that they are also monograms of Jupiter Ammon. The same character is found upon one of the medals of Decius, the great persecutor of the Christians, with this word upon it, BUXXXATO. This cipher is also found on the staff of Isis in Osiris. There is also existing a medal of Ptolemy, king of Cyrene, having an eagle carrying a thunderbolt, with the monogram of Christ, to signify the oracle of Jupiter Ammon, which was in the neighborhood of Cyrene, and in the kingdom of Ptolemy. Baz. B. The third. Ch. XVIII. S. The third. Drive. Clark has given a drawing of a medal, found in the ruins of Sicyon, in Cyprus, which he shews as Nation, and, therefore, of very great antiquity. This medal proves that the Lamb, the Holy Cross, and the Rosary, were in use in a very remote period, and that they all went together, long before the time of Jesus of Nazareth. Page 220. On the subject of the cross, Mr. Maurice says, let not the piety of the Catholic Christian be offended at the preceding assertion, that the cross was one of the most usual symbols among the hieroglyphics of Egypt and India, equally honored in the Gentile and the Christian world. This emblem of universal nature, of that world to whose four quarters its diverging radii pointed, decorated the hands of most of the sculptured images in the former country, and in the latter stamped its form upon the majestic of the shrines of their deities. Maurice, Indiana, Ant. Volume, I. p. 359. Mr. Maurice observes, that in Egypt, as well as India, the letter D, or in other words, the cross, or the crux Hermes, was very common, in which form many of the temples of India are built, and those in particular dedicated to Krishna, as for example, those at Mathura or Matra, and at Benares. Dankarville and the generality of mythologists explain this symbol to refer to the deity in his creative capacity, in both Egypt and India. Mr. Bruce frequently met with it in his travels in the Higher Egypt and Abyssinia, and it was also very often noticed by Drive. Clark. It was commonly called the crux ansata, in this form XXX, and was what was referred to in Ezekiel, asterisk in the Vulgate, and the ancient Septuagint, according to Loth, rendered, I will mark them in the forehead with the T or tau. It is also referred to by Tertullian, when he says that the devil signed his soldiers in the forehead in imitation of the Christians. It is certainly very remarkable that God should select this Mithratic symbol for the mark to distinguish the elect from those that were to be slain by the sword of the destroyers. This may furnish another reason why Christians should moderate their anger against those who use this symbol of the creative power of God. The Latin Vulgate does in fact read, you shall mark their forehead with the letter tau. In the Masoretic Hebrew it is tau, which confirms the Vulgate and shows what it was considered to be by the Masoretes of the Middle Ages. The cross was much venerated by the Kabbalists of the early Christians who endeavored to blend the arcana of Plato and the numerical doctrines of Pythagoras with the mysteries of Christianity. I have no doubt that it is either the origin of the words Taught and Thoth, names of the Egyptian gods, or that these words are the originals from which it came, and perhaps of the Thor of the Celts, who went into hell and bruised the head of the great snake. The monogram of the Scandinavian Mercury was represented by a cross. The monogram of the Egyptian Taught is formed by 3 crosses, thus, XXX united at the feet, and forms, to this day, the jewel of the royal arch among the Freemasons. It is the figure XXX and is X equals 600 H equals 8 equals 608, asterisk CH, X, Vert, 4, Maurice, Indiana, Ant, Volume, I, P, 67, Ezekiel CH, X, Vert, 4. The Sumerians had, in very early times, the tau of their alphabet in the form of the Greek tau, as is clearly proved by their ancient shekels, on which it is so inscribed. Street, German Origen both assert that it was so in Samaritan copies of the Pentateuch in their day. Page 221. On the decad where the number x, the Pythagoreans say, that 10 is a perfect number, even the most perfect of all numbers, comprehending in it all difference of numbers, all reasons, species, and proportions. Moderatus of Causa Pud Stanley, Hist. Pyth. P. I. X. Ch. V. The hexad or number 6 is considered by the Pythagoreans a perfect and sacred number, among many other reasons, because it divides the universe into equal parts. It is called Venus or the Mother. It is also perfect, because it is the only number under x, 10, which is whole and equal in its parts. In Hebrew, thou is 6, is thou mother Eva or Eve, and percenta. The rabbins say, that when Aaron was made high priest he was marked on the forehead by Moses with a figure like the Greek C. This is the summachin. This letter X in the Greek language meant 600, the number of the Neros. We everywhere meet with X meaning 600, and CH and THS meaning 608, the monograms of Bacchus according to Marianus Capella, in the churches and monuments in Italy dedicated to Jesus Christ, and in this is found a striking proof of what I said before, in the beginning of this book, respecting the two neuroses, for the use of the X for 600, and the CH and THS for 608, indiscriminately as monograms of Christ. Connect them together, and prove that the two neuroses, the one of 600 and the other of 608, had the same origin. This must not be lost sight of, for it is a grand link which connects Christianity with the ancient Oriental mythoses, in a manner which cannot be disputed, and most unquestionably proves the truth of the doctrine of Ammonius Saccas, that the two religions are in principle identical. I do not know what persons may believe on this subject, but I do know that this is evidence, and conclusive evidence. Thus the letter X stood for the 600 of the Hebrews, for Ezekiel's sacred mark of salvation, and for the astronomical or astrological cycle. Page 222. Jamblichus thinks the crux ansata was the name of the divine being. Sometimes it is represented by a cross fastened to a circle as above, in other instances, with the letter T only, fixed in this manner to a circle. Clark's Travels, Volume, IIIP, 107, and when accompanied by the circle, it is the Linga and Ione of India united. The deity presided in the kingdom of Armtha, Oma, the cycle Om, Here we have the cycle of 600, the Om of Isaiah, the cross of Christ, and the Om of Egypt all united. Page 224. I shall now exhibit, in an extract from Saitic Truths, another example of the mystical numbers 600 and 608, where few persons would expect to find it, viz. In the ancient Druidical temples of Britain. The most extraordinary peculiarity which the Druidical circles possess, is that of their agreement in the number of the stones of which they consist with the ancient astronomical cycles. The outer circle of Stonehenge consists of 60 stones, the base of the most famous of all the cycles of antiquity. At Abury we find all the outward circles, and the avenues make up exactly the 600, the Narrows, which Josephus says was known before the flood. I also think that the whole number of stones which Stonehenge consisted of was 144, thus making the sum total of stones exactly to the Oriental cycle of vow of 144 years. Page 226. I confess I cannot help considering the discovery of these cycles in the old temples as confirmatory in an extraordinary manner of my system. My theory respecting the Druids being Oriental Buddhists is confirmed by the Oriental neuroses of Siam. And my theory of the origin of the Oriental doctrines is confirmed by the temples of the West. Circumstances of this kind surpass all written testimony. There can be no forged interpolations here. The number 650, sacred to the sun, and found in the temple at Abury is so remarkable a manner, again confirms my theory. He must have a prurient imagination indeed who can attribute all these coincidences to accident. Page 229. This shews that the earliest year in Greece was 360 days only. Thus we find the same ignorance in Greece, and in the book of the Deluge of Moses, and in the Apocalypse, as well as in Egypt. But in the Indians, we find the Metonic cycle and the Narrows, which evince a more correct knowledge of the length of the year. And it was shewn by the builders of the Metonic cycles of pillars in Britain. In my Celtic Truths I have given an example of 2 cromlechs in India, plates 39 and 40. I have since found that stone circles, similar to Stonehenge, Abury, Mansi, are very common in the northern parts of India. The natives can give no account of them. Page 230. For the origin of the cross we must go to the Buddhists and to the Lama of Tibet, who takes his name from the cross, called in his language Lam, which is with his followers an object or profound veneration. The cross of the Buddhists is represented with leaves and flowers springing from it, and placed upon a Mount Calvary, as among the Roman Catholics. They represent it in various ways, but the shaft with the crossbar and the Calvary remain the same. The celebrated Monk Georgias, in his Hippopotaminum Alphabetum, p. 203, has given plates of the god Indra nailed to a cross, with 5 wounds. These crosses are to be seen in Nepal, especially at the corners of roads and on eminences. Indra is said to have been crucified by the keepers of the Hindu Garden of Paradise for having robbed it. Page 231. General Valency says, the Tartars call the cross Lama from the Scythian lam, a hand, synonymous to the Jod of the Chaldeans, and thus it became the name of a cross, and of the high priest with the Tartars, and, with the Irish, Lum * signifies the head of the church, an ibit, and c. From this X all nations begin a new reckoning, because it is the number of fingers of both hands, which were the original instruments of numbering, hence $*, tide. Iont in Hebrew is the hand and the number 10, as is lamb with the Tartars, *. This Lum is evidently a corruption of Lamh or lamb. The high priest was an incarnation of the lamb of the zodiac. Celtic Truths, App. p. 312. From the abuse of the original incarnation or divine inspiration, for if they were not identical they were very nearly allied, arose the Lama of Tibet, now become a mere tool of the monks, by means of which their order keeps possession of the sovereign sway. If the circumstances of the Lama and the Poet be carefully examined, the similarity will be found to be very striking. In each case the monks and their Poet have the temporal power in the surrounding territory, and in each case extensive foreign states admit their spiritual authority. And when in former times the priests gave the Pope of Italy the epithet of Deus, and elevated him as they yet do, on the altar of St. Peter's, and bending the knee to him, offered him, to use their own words, adoration ? They in fact very nearly arrived at Tibetan perfection. In each case the head of the empire is called Papa and Holy Father, and in each case the empire is called that of the Lama, the Lamh. or the cross for LAMH means cross. Buddhism, Colonel Franklin says, is known widely in Asia under the appellation of shamanism, the visible head of which religion, the Dalai Lama, resides in a magnificent palace called Putala, or the Holy Mountain, near Lhasa, the capital of the extensive region of Tibet. He is believed to be animated by divine spirit, and death is nothing more, it is pretended, than the transmigration of the spirit into another body, like that of the Bulcity's in Egypt. Here is the principle which will unravel all the mysteries of antiquity. Page 232. The close coincidence between the religion of Tibet and that of the Christians can hardly be disputed, as the knowledge of it comes to us from several persons who do not appear to have any interest in trying to deceive. Father Grevillin observes also with astonishment, that the lamas have the use of holy water, singing in the church service, prayers for the dead, mitres worn by the bishops, and that the Dalai Lama holds the same rank among his lamas that the Pope does in the Church of Rome. And Father Gruber goes farther. He says that their religion agrees, in every essential point, with the Roman religion, without ever having had any connection with Europeans. For, says he, they celebrate a sacrifice with bread and wine, they give extreme unction, they bless marriages, pray for the sick, make processions, honor the relics of their saints, or rather their idols. They have monasteries and convents of young women. They sing in their temples like Christian monks. They observe several fasts in the course of the year, and mortify their bodies, particularly with the discipline, or whips. They consecrate their bishops, and send missionaries, who live in extreme poverty, traveling barefoot even to China. Father Gruber says he has seen all this, and Horace de Lapona says that the religion of Tibet is like an image of that of Rome. They believe in one God, a Trinity, but filled with errors, a paradise, hell, purgatory, but mingled with fables, have confessors appointed by the Grand Lama, and, besides holy water, the cross, chaplets, and other practices of Christians. The above is confirmed by Gruber and Orville, the missionaries, in the account of their voyage to China. Remains of Japhet, 40 p. 201. The accounts of the Jesuits are, in some instances, confirmed by the journal of a most respectable gentleman, sent by Mr. Hastings to Tibet. Mr. Turner says, that the mysterious word or is equally sacred with the Buddhists of Tibet, as with the Brahmins of Bengal, under the form of Mani Padme. The temple at Jagannath, and most of the other places in India held sacred by the Brahmins, are equally held sacred by the Buddhists of Tibet. Turner's travels in Tibet. They have the custom of forming cairns by piling heaps of stones over dead bodies, like those of the Western world. pp. 221, 222. Every traveler passing by adds a stone to the heap. Page 233. I must now beg my reader to pause a little, and to reflect upon the accounts which he has read in this book respecting the prophecies of Krishna, of Isaiah, of the Sibyls, as reported by Figulus and other Romans, of the prophecy of Zoroaster, and of the Druid of Ireland. And I would then ask him what he thinks of it. Can he for a moment doubt that all this relates to the renewal of the cycles, and to a succession of incarnations? The mysterious child, alluded to in the beginning of this book, was a new incarnation of divine wisdom, the Bdoj at M at first emanation, the Logos, the solar fire, the sacred, mysterious, never to be spoken the Trimurti, united in the person of Buddha or Krishna, born to be king of the people of Sun, of the country of Judea, of the tribe of Judah, whose language was that of the Bali of Siam and Persia? Of the people called Pali, or Palestini or Philistines? Of the black nation of Sir William Jones, and whose name was, with Greeks, c. 600, and CHNTHS 608, and Jupiter, Ahupati, the Savior represented in Street Peter S. by the stone image to which I have before alluded, having inscribed on it the words, G. Eon 0D. Volume 1, Book 5, Chapter 5 Menu? Sir William Jones on menu. Page 234. In the Hindu mythology we meet with a very important personage, called Menu. He is allowed to be identical with Buddha, and the Son, and to be surnamed Son of the Self-Existent, or, in other words, Son of God. The word menu signifies mind or understanding, and is closely connected with the idea of wisdom. It is, in short, but another epithet for Buddha. Menu, meaning mind, or soul, or spirit. Every incarnation was a menu, or a manifestation of the divine mind. Menu was maintained by Sir W. Jones to be the NH, or, as we call him, the Noah of Genesis. This is strongly supported by the fact that it is said in Genesis vi. 13, in the 601st year of Noah's life, in the first month, the first day of the month, the waters were dried up from the earth. Here is evidently the cycle of the Neros, ending with the drying of the waters, and beginning anew. Here are the ending of 1 year or life of Menu or Buddha, and the beginning of a new one. The intimate connection between Minerva and Buddha, as wisdom and mind, I need not point out. On this word or person Mr. Faber says, the import of the Greek words and of the Sanskrit menu is precisely the same. Each denotes mind or intelligence, and to the latter of them the Latin mens is evidently very nearly allied, or, to speak more properly, mens and menu, perhaps also our English mind, are fundamentally one and the same word. Faber, Arig, Peg, Title, Volume, IP, 40, page 235. Mr. Faber correctly observes that the menu of the Hindus is the Mahabad or Great Bud of the Duists. He has the same history. What applies to the one, with very little variation, applies to the other. Fab. p. 123. Mr. Faber has very successfully proved that Buddha and Zoroaster, or the star of the bull, and he explains the word, are the same person, the same as the menu of the Chubs of Iran. ch. The third. In short, I believe the word menu had the same meaning, originally, as Rasit, wisdom, that it was the same as the Mount Meru, and that Meru and menu were dialectic variations. Page 236. We have already seen that Noah and menu were the same. Thus we find that in the western as well as in the eastern part of Asia, there was a menu, and each was saved in an ark from a flood. Volume 1, Book 5, Chapter 6. Hercules and Samson. The same ? Etymology of Samson. Mutter, Hercules Drummond on Hercules ? The foxes. Wilfrd on Hercules at Mutra ? Meaning of the word Hercules ? Hercules black. Krishna in Egypt. Page 236. I shall now proceed to exhibit some other circumstances to prove that the god of Western and Eastern Asia was the same. In the particulars of the god Hercules some striking marks of the identity of the two will be found. In his adventures also a number of facts may be perceived, which identify him with the Samson of the Jews and the Krishna of India. Samson answers correctly to the Hindu incarnation Shama, or Shamajaya, which is one of the 1,000 names of Vishnu, which the Hindus repeat in their litanies, as is done by the Ramesh Christians. Balaswara was the son of this Shama, and the Rames of Ashur, of Scripture. Several of the early Christian fathers, and along with them Syncellus, acknowledge the identity of Samson and Hercules, who, they say, was copied by the Gentiles from the Bible. The whole story of Samson, the Philistines, the lion, Thamnath or Thamnuz, percent. 1. TMNTE, is a mythos. It is explained by Dupuis, Certus Lescults, in his dissertation on the labors of Hercules. C. Wilford, Asiat, Res. Volume, v. p. 293, page 237. The situation of the foot of the celestial Hercules on the serpent's head, pretty well identifies him with the Krishna of Genesis in India. Parkhurst admits that the labors of Hercules are nothing but the passage of the sun through the signs of the zodiac, and the circumstances relating to him he adopts as emblematic memorials of what the real Savior was to do and to suffer. The name of Hercules being, according to him, a title of the future Savior, he could not foresee that the origin of Hercules was to be found, viz., at Mathura or Mutra, in India. Whatever may be the origin of the name, we know that Samson was of the tribe of Dan, or of that which, in the astrological system of the rabbins, was placed under Scorpio, or under the sign with which the celestial Hercules rises. He became amorous of a daughter of Thamnus. Percent. 1. TMNTE, *, in going to seek her, he encountered a furious lion which, like Hercules, he destroyed. Cencelus says of him, "In this time lived Samson, who was called Hercules, by the Greeks." Some persons maintain, nevertheless, adds he, that Hercules lived before Samson, but traits of resemblance exist between them, which cannot be denied. Judges Shiv. 1. Dupuis, Certus Les Cults, Volume I. pp. 311, 539. It is not surprising that Mr. Parkhurst should be obliged to acknowledge the close connection between Hercules and Jesus? As the fact of Hercules, in the ancient sphere, treading on the head of the serpent leaves no room for doubt on this subject, and also identifies him with Krishna of India, who is seldom seen without the head of the cobra beneath his foot, and these two facts at once locate Krishna before the Christian era. Page 238. After the equinox began in Taurus, they were all incarnations of Buddha until the sun entered Aries, and after his entrance into Aries, of Krishna, and both were incarnations of Vishnu, or of the Trimurti. Page 239. The story of Samson and Delilah may remind us of Hercules and Omphale. Volney says, Hercules is the emblem of the sun. The name of Samson signifies the sun. Hercules was represented naked, carrying on his shoulders two columns called the gates of Cadiz. Samson is said to have borne off and carried on his shoulders the gates of Gaza. Hercules is made prisoner by the Egyptians, who want to sacrifice him, but while they are preparing to slay him, he breaks loose and kills them all. Samson, tied with new ropes by the armed men of Judah, is given up to the Philistines, who want to kill him. He unties the ropes and kills 1,000 Philistines with the jaw of an ass. Hercules, the sun, departing for the Indies, or rather Ethiopia, and conducting his army through the deserts of Libya, feels a burning thirst, and conjures Ihau, his father, to succor him in his danger. Instantly the celestial ram appears. Hercules follows him, and arrives at a place where the ram scrapes with his foot, and there comes forth a spring of water, that of the Hyazoridon. Samson, after having killed 1,000 Philistines with the jaw of an ass, feels a violent thirst. He beseeches the god Ihau to take pity on him. God makes a spring of water to issue from the jaw of an ass. M. Volney then goes on to shew that the story of the foxes is copied from the pagan mythology, and was the subject of a festival in Latium. The labors of Hercules are all astronomically explained by Mons. Dupuis in a manner which admits of no dispute. They are the history of the annual passage of the sun through the signs of the zodiac, as may be seen on the globe, it being corrected to the proper era and latitude. Written, River of Adonis, Volney, Res. Volume I. p. 35. Page 241. As Hercules was called Hercules, so Mercury was called Mercules, or Merculus. Colonel Wilford speaks of a god called Haraja or Harakila. Here Harry the Savior and the god Eye are identified with Hercules or Krishna. Asiat. Res. Volume VI. p. 514. In an ancient inscription at Delphi Drive, Clark found the word Heracliat. Ib. p. 196. At the foot of Olympus was a town called Heraclea. Ib. 301. The word Hari in Sanskrit means shepherd as well as savior. Krishna is called Hari, and Jesus is always called shepherd. He is the leader of the followers of the Lamb. He is the good shepherd, as was also Krishna. Page 242. In addition to all the other circumstances of identity between Krishna and Hercules, is the fact that they were both black. Volume 1, Book 5, Chapter 7. Mr. Bentley Playfair's recantation Vetus forgeries. Coldbrook on the forgeries Observations on a passage in the Celtic Truths Mr. Bentley's recantation to drive. Marsham. Page 244. The Vedas of the Brahmins have hitherto been attended with several difficulties. According to the received Brahmin tradition, they were originally, after being revealed by Brahma, transmitted by oral tradition to the time of Vyasa, who collected them and arranged them into books, and this Vyasa, which word it is said means compiler, has been thought to be merely an epoch in the history of the literature of India. The number of the Vedas is also a matter of dispute, some making them in number only 3, some 4, and some add to them the collection of books called the Puranas, of which they make a fifth Veda. The Puranas are 18 in number. They are also the work of Vyasa. Each has a particular name. Cruiser, Liv. IP. 671. Page 245. In wishing to condemn the whole of the Hindu writings, because there are, as he says, corruptions in them, Mr. Bentley does not perceive the blow which he is striking at the Gospel histories, which contain 30,000 various readings, half of which must be corruptions. I admit that many corruptions and interpolations have taken place, but I maintain that if these are sufficient to condemn the Vedas, the Gospels also must be condemned, for they contain various readings or corruptions, some of them vital consequence to the religion. But it is not just to infer of either, that they are not genuine, because the priests have corrupted them. Mr. Coldbrook allows that the formulas attached to the Vedas for adjusting the periods for celebrating the religious festivals were evidently formed in the infancy of astronomical knowledge, hence he infers that they were written about 200 years after the Pentateuch. But the fair inference is, that as the Vedas, and the caves, and the astronomical observations, and the formulae, are all closely interwoven with the history of Krishna. That history is of the same early date, and the formulae at least equally ancient. However, as Pritchard allows that the formulae are much older than Christ, it is evident that they cannot have been written to serve any purpose in any way connected with Christianity. But the stories related to Krishna are most clearly no interpolation. They are intimately blended with, they are, in fact, the groundwork of the whole system. The system of the Brahmins cannot exist without them. Besides, what is to be said of the sculptures in the caves? Are they interpolations too? What of the tremendous figure destroying the infant boys? What of the cross-shaped temple in the city of Mathura, allowed by Mr. Maurice to have been once the capital of a great empire? This is most certainly proved by Orion to have been in existence in the time of Alexander. Was this built to support the apocryphal gospel history? The April festival, in Britain and India, was it founded for the same purpose, or the statue of Hercules and Samson still remaining at Ramadeva? Mr. Maurice acknowledges that the evangelists must have copied from the Puranas, or the Brahmins from the evangelists. More. Brahm, Fraud. Exhibit. p. 81. Page 246. The forgeries of the early Christians are so numerous as to be almost incredible, but they bear no proportion to what, if we are to believe Mr. Bentley, has been taking place in India in modern times. Buddha is allowed by Mr. Bentley to have been long previous to Krishna, and he is evidently the same as Krishna, which can only arise from his being the sun in an earlier period. This identity with Mercury and Woden, the Budvarde, the Maya mother of Mercury and Buddha, the Maturya in India and Egypt, the two Elephantus with their Krishnas, and the destroying tyrant of the gospel history in that of the Eastern, the Somanines of Clemens Alexandrinus, and many other circumstances, unite to prove that something must be wrong in the principle of Mr. Bentley's very learned and abstruse calculations. As I have said before, the fact of Krishna being found in Egypt by the sea points of itself decides the question. Page 248. When it is considered that the Vyasa, of whom so much has been said, is an imaginary character, that the word means merely a compiler, and that when we say Vyasa compiled the Vedas, we ought to say, the compiler compiled them at such a time, and that it is admitted that they were compiled from oral traditions? It does seem to me probable that the Brahmins had any fraudulent or dishonest intention in correcting the astronomical parts of them. They contained astronomical facts, in which, in their old books, they discovered errors, and they corrected them. The astronomical tables had no connection with religion, nor was it possible the Brahmins could foresee that these tables could ever, in London or anywhere else, at a future day, have any connection with it. After the mythos was established about the year B.C. 3101 on the cycle of the Neros, it stood still, but the astronomy constantly advanced. The same thing takes place with our astronomical tables of logarithms, and see, in every new edition errors are corrected. Mr. Coldbrook ** after a very careful examination of the credit due to the genuineness of the Vedas, inclines to think the worship of Krishna may have been introduced at or after the time that the persecution took place of the Duists and Jains. This, I think, is the truth, and as far as the fact goes agrees perfectly with my theory, that Krishna is only the Indian Hercules, the sun in Aries. CashApp, Res. Volume, VIII, 8vo, pp. 377, 480, 497, Vide p. 495, ed. Lund, 1808, page 250. Mr. Bentley has observed that Hermes was the son of Osiris and Maya, and that Mercury was the son of Jupiter and Maya, that Buddha was also the son of Maya, and was the same as Mercury, and that his name meant wise or wisdom. He allows that the image of Siva is generally accompanied with a bull to indicate the commencement of the year from the sign Taurus, or 1st of May. He says that Sura in Sanskrit means light, and Azura means darkness. This is evidently the Surya, and 9. Sr. Osiris. Mr. Bentley also shews that the Hindu mentions of the moon were originally 28 not 27 in number. Coming from Mr. Bentley, my opponent, these are all important admissions strongly supporting my system. pp. 55, 56, 60, p. 58, p. 5. In a letter from him Mr. Bentley, published by the Reverend J. Marsham, D.D. in his Elements of the Chinese Grammar, is the following passage: July 14, 1813, Krishna was contemporary with Yudhishthira, see the Gita, and the epoch of Yudhishthira's birth was the year 2536 of the Kali Yuga of the present astronomers, or about 575 years before the Christian era. The fact of Krishna's living more than 500 years before Christ at once disposes of all the nonsense, both oral and written, about the history of Krishna being copied from that of Christ. Mr. Bentley's admission opens the door to my theory, that renewed incarnations of the same persons were believed to have taken place, and indeed nearly prove the truth of it respecting them, for we have here one Krishna about 600 years before Christ, and another Krishna about 600 years after him. Here we have 3 persons of the same name in the world, at 3 very peculiar epochs. Krishna about 600 B.C., Christ himself at the end of this 600, and Krishna 600 years afterward. Volume 1, Book 5, Chapter 8 Maturya Objections Mr. Seeley's Observations on the Serpent Atonement, Original Sin Black Nation of Buddhists in Asia page 252. When the identity of the doctrines of Genesis with the story of Krishna is considered, the circumstances of the Egyptian city of Heliopolis and Maturya, the city of the sun, as I have formerly shewn, are very striking. It was the capital of Goshen. Goshen means house of the sun, where the Israelites settled under Jacob. It was here the priest Potiphar lived and officiated, to whose daughter Joseph was married. It was here, where a Jewish temple was built by Ananias, who was at the head of a sect of schismatical or heretical Jews, whose doctrine we cannot know, or on what grounds they maintained that this was the proper place for the temple of Jehovah, but we do know that they were hated by the Orthodox, as almost always happened to heretics. Page 253. In the various accounts which different authors have given us respecting Buddha, I perceive but one plausible objection to the theory which I have proposed of his being the sun in Taurus, as all allow that he was the sun, and that is, the difficulty of accounting for the Krishna of the Brahmins having come to Egypt. That a colony did pass from India to Egypt no one can doubt, and that, too, after the rise of the name and mythos of Krishna. No, it is equally certain that the mythos did come to Italy. The fact of the black god Krishna being found in Italy, Germany, Switzerland, and France, is of itself, independent of all other circumstances, sufficient to decide the question: how came the French and Italians to dye their own god Krishna black, before they sent icons of him to India? How came his mother to be black? The Black Venus, or Isis the Mother, the Virgin Mother of Divine Love, of Hour or Horus, the Lux of Street John, the Regina C? Li, treading, in the sphere, on the head of the serpent? All marks of the Jesus of Bethlehem? Of the temple of the sun, or Osiris, but not of Jesus of Nazareth. The following observation of Mr. Seeley is alone quite sufficient to determine the question as to which of the 2 countries, Egypt or India, colonized the other. Mr. Seeley says, the cobra capella, or hooded snake, being unknown in Africa, except as hieroglyphic, it may be concluded, as also from other arguments, that the Egyptians were the depositaries, not the inventors, of their mythological attainments. If it be true that there are no sheikhs of this kind in Africa, though they are very commonly found among the hieroglyphics, I can scarcely conceive a more decisive proof, that the Egyptian mythology came from India. From the union of these considerations and indisputable facts I conclude, that, in very early times, soon after the sun entered Aries, the Brahmins did not, as at this day, object to travel from their own country, and I think we may find a probable reason for their present dissocial system being adopted. On the Caves of Ellora, p. 216, page 254. As we find that most of the other absurd doctrines with which fanatics and priests have loaded the religion of Jesus have come from India, so we also find that, from the same source, has come original sin. Mr. Maurice says, it is the invariable belief of the Brahmins that man is a fallen creature. Upon this very belief is built the doctrine of the migration of the souls through various animal bodies, and revolving bobbins or planetary spheres. Hence arose all the austerities of the yogis, fakirs, and other fanatics, which were carried to an excess that is scarcely credible. The Reverend Drive Claudius Buchanan has the following passage: The chief and distinguishing doctrines of Scripture may be considered the four following: The Trinity and Unity, the incarnation of the Deity, a vicarious atonement for sin, and the influence of the Divine Spirit on the mind of man. Now, if we should be able to prove that all these are represented in the systems of the East, will any man venture to affirm that it happens by chance? No, indeed, no man, who is not a fool, will venture to say any such thing. The doctor then goes on to admit, that the Brahmins must have known of the plural nature of the Elohim, which he calls the Elohim, the let us make man, of the first chapter of Genesis, the incarnation, the atonement, and the influence of the Holy Spirit. The doctrine of regeneration or man twice born, Christian researches in Asia, p. 256, original sin, the foundation of the doctrine of the atonement, was not known to the early Christians, and therefore it is perfectly clear that it cannot have been copied from them. C. Jones on the Canon, Volume II, p. 348. Page 255. The reader will recollect what was said in the first chapter respecting the two Ethiopias. The opinion of Sir W. Jones and Mr. Maurice, that a nation of blacks formerly ruled over all Asia, and the other circumstances where the black color occurred in various ways. May not this nation have been a nation of black Buddhists? May not the peaceable religion of the curly-headed Buddha have pervaded and kept in peace for many generations, of which we have no history, the whole of Asia? Why should not a nation have ruled all Asia in peace, as the Chinese have done their empire, for several thousand years? If these were Jain Buddhists, their propensity to propagate their doctrine, so different from the practice of the Brahmins, easily shows why it was carried to the extremest west, and why it was found in Britain. But if they were the first people, the Celts, for instance, as I believe they were, and their religion the first, it would of course go with them. Buddha, the son of Maya, is considered as the god of justice, and the ox, which is sacred to him, is termed Hilma, so that this epithet, like that of Buddha, is not confined to any individual or any race. On the contrary, we learn from the Institutes of Menu, that the very birth of Brahmins is a constant incarnation of Hilma, god of justice. Here I think we have a Melchizedek. In the interior of the great temple of Bali, at Mahabalipur, is a couch called the bed of Dharmaraja. This compound word translated, is bed of the king of justice or bed of Melchizedek. Cam. Key. Volume I. p. 216. Chambers Agent. Researches. Page 256. The real, true, conscientious Buddhist, must have been an exact prototype of Jesus Christ, as I shall prove, both in doctrine and practice. Volume 1. Book 5, Chapter 9. Sir William Jones and the Desatir? Etymology of the word bell? Dr. Hagar on Apollo? Euphragas, Sacrifice of page 256. Ballad or bell was one of the names of Buddha. Asterisk it cannot be modern. In most ancient times it is everywhere to be found. In Carthage, Sidon, Tyre, Syria, Assyria. The doll of the Hebrews. It is impossible to modernize him. The temples with the bull remaining, and the ruins of the most magnificent city of Mahaballipur not quite buried beneath the waves, and the figure in the temples prove the antiquity of this crucified god. Captain Wilford has pointed out some very striking traits of resemblance in the temples of Baal or Buddha, in Assyria, India, and Egypt, but this is not surprising, for they were all temples of Apis, the bull of the zodiac. Wilford, Asiat, Res. Volume X. p. 134, page 257. When all the other circumstances are considered, it will not have surprised the reader to find the Hebrew god Baal, the bull-headed, among the Hindu gods. He is called Balarama or Balahadra. He is the elder brother of Krishna, that is, probably, he preceded Krishna. M. Piniyat says, Bala is evidently an incarnation of the sun, and Mr. Fuller remarks, that he is a modification of Sri Rama, and forms the transition of connecting link between Sri Rama and Krishna. This Sri is evidently the dollar, as are Osiris, with the bull of Egypt. This Sri is found in the Suriat of India, which is no other than Buddha. As we have seen, it is the Oriental word for bull, dollar and sir, from which perhaps Syria, where the worship of Baal prevailed, had its name. Bali is allowed by the Brahmins to have been an incarnation or avatar, but he is also said to have been a great tyrant and conquered by Krishna. In the history of this avatar the rise of Krishnaism is described. Vishnu or Krishna at first pretends to be very small, but by degrees increases to a great size, till at last he expels the giant, but leaves him the sovereignty of a gloomy kingdom. Cruiser, Volume I. p. 187. Sir W. Jones, in his 6th annual discourse, gives an account of a celebrated Persian work, called the Desatir, written by a person named Moshani Fani, in which is described a dynasty of Persian kings descending from a certain Mahabad who reigned over the whole earth, by whom, he says, the castes were invented, that 14 Mahabads or great Buddhas has appeared or would appear, and that the first of them left a work called the Desatir, or Regulations, and which was received by Mahabad from the Creator. This Mahabad is evidently the great Buddha, and the Mahabal or Mahabali the great Baal, or bull of Syria, with the head of a bull, in fact the sun ? The whole most clearly an astrological or astronomical mythos or allegory. As a mythos the Mahabadian history of Moshani Fani is very interesting. As the true account of a dynasty of kings it is nothing. But I think there is great reason to believe that the Desatir is one of the oldest religious works existing, though probably much corrupted by the Mohammedan Moshani. This work confirms what I have said in B. V. Ch. V. S. 2, that Menu and Buddha were identical. Vide Faber. Pag. Title. Volume II. pp. 74-83. Page 258. To return to the word Baal, it is said by Parkhurst to be equivalent to the Greek _Joe authority. It is also said by him to mean the solar fire. Baal is also called Lord of Heaven, which may be the meaning of 0-3, Bolsmin, translated Lord of Heaven, but, Smin or 0, Smin meant the planets of the disposers. Its most remarkable meaning was that of a being of either gender. It was an idol of the Syrians or Syrians, often represented as a man with the head of a bull. For bull worship, see Dankarville, Volume I. The true god was originally called -3, Bull, Thou shalt no more call me Bali. He was afterward called %IE or % and %U, which meant the self-existent, and was the root of the word Ia, or Iapater, Jupiter, and in Egypt, with the head of a ram, was called Jupiter Ammon. The followers of Baal were the worshippers of the sun in Taurus, those of Iao of Ammon OF the sun in Aries. From the word -3, bull probably came our word bull. Here the struggle betwixt the two sects of Taurus and Aries shews itself. Hosea 2, 16, page 259. The Apollo of the Greeks was nothing but the name of the Israelitish and Syrian bull -3, bull, with the Chaldee emphatic article prefixed in the usual Greek termination. The most remarkable of the remains of the Indian Bal or Balarama yet to be found in the West, is the temple of Heliopolis or Baalbek in Syria. The Greek name Heliopolis proves, if proof were wanting, the meaning of the word Baal. Page 206.